Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1251. Chapter 1251, 1251. Chapter 1251, A Strike from the God Sovereign, the Shattered Starry Sky. The illusory bow was constructed from laws, and soul power drew the bowstring, releasing an arrow. Lin Moyo borrowed the skeleton soul archer's spell, supplemented by the time curse, to launch a dual attack on the soul. The black hole snake ancestor excelled in soul attacks, but that didn't mean its soul defense was strong. These were two different things. Lin Moyo wasn't very sure, so he had to try. The soul attack was almost simultaneous with the god-slaying sword strike. The black hole snake ancestor trembled all over, and sword light shone in its mouth, almost severing its giant tongue. Its entire body trembled violently, letting out a hoarse scream. Its soul defense wasn't strong, and Lin Moyo's soul attack caused significant damage. Under the attack, Lin Moyo had already rushed to the black hole snake ancestor's side, slashing down with the bone sword like a storm. Scales shattered into countless fragments, exploding at the point of the bone sword. The skeleton king's sword was sharp and sturdy enough for Lin Moyo to attack without worry, not fearing it would break. The black hole snake ancestor came to its senses, roaring and launching another wave of soul attacks. At the same time, its body trembled violently, and all its scales opened, shooting out intense black light. The black light wove into a dense net, suddenly expanding. Lin Moyo's face changed slightly, raising the bone sword to block in front of him, colliding with the black light. A massive force transmitted through the sword, directly knocking Lin Moyo away. At the point of contact between the bone sword and the black light, Lin Moyo felt the power of the black hole law. In that instant of contact, a large amount of his power was lost, and his body felt weak. The black hole law could devour power and vitality, and in that moment of contact, it had devoured part of his power. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and the power of the skeletons flowed over, instantly replenishing his consumption. The black hole snake ancestor's scales detached from its body, flying off like an animal shedding its skin, leaving no scales on its body. Billions of scales, interwoven with the black hole law, formed a large sphere, like a brand new black hole. The black hole law erupted, and the sphere generated a terrifying suction force, absorbing everything within 1,000,000 kilometers. At the same time, the black sphere began to spin violently, with black light on the sphere like sharp swords, turning the entire sphere into a cutting tool. Everything absorbed would be cut into pieces by the black light. Lin Moyo struggled to resist the suction force, being slowly pulled towards it. The black hole snake ancestor's mastery of the black hole law far surpassed Lin Moyo's rudimentary understanding. No matter how strong Lin Moyo's power was, his true cultivation was only at the 7th stage of true God. His understanding of the laws was also only at the 7th stage of true God. In a pure contest of laws, Lin Moyo was completely outmatched. The black hole law was also a top-tier law, even if slightly weaker than the undying law, it wasn't by much. Lin Moyo realized he had completely underestimated the black hole snake ancestor's combat power. Even in its weakened state, it still possessed terrifying power beyond the peak of God King. Lin Moyo felt that in its prime, it could definitely contend with a God Sovereign. Even now, it could easily crush all God Kings. Seeing the black sphere getting closer, Lin Moyo knew that if he got sucked in, he would be shattered. Even if he revived, it would just mean dying again. Lin Moyo threw the bone sword with all his might, and the skeleton king responded, catching the bone sword. The bone sword quickly enlarged, exceeding 10,000 meters. The skeleton king swung the bone sword, first unleashing a god-slaying strike, then accelerating towards the black sphere, colliding with it before Lin Moyo. The light of the god-slaying sword erupted on the black sphere, causing a slight pause in its violent rotation. The skeleton king seized the opportunity to pounce on the black sphere, ignoring the black light falling on it, and crazily slashed at the sphere with the bone sword. Lin Moyo felt the suction force on him weaken significantly. Seizing the opportunity, he flapped his undead wings, flying over the black sphere and approaching the black hole snake ancestor. Without the protection of its black scales, the black hole snake ancestor's smooth snake skin was exposed. Although its defense was still strong, it was much weaker than the scales. Its techniques were powerful, but it also had fatal weaknesses. The black hole snake ancestor looked at Lin Moyo, its eyes glowing with a bloody light, launching another soul attack. At the same time, its giant tail whipped over like a whip, identical to its previous attack. Lin Moyo's soul power fully erupted, and the talent tree extended into the soul world. As the black hole snake ancestor's shadow appeared, countless branches whipped at it. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal also responded, attacking the black hole snake ancestor's shadow in coordination with the talent tree. The black hole snake ancestor's soul attack was shattered before it could form. Soul attacks always had a dual nature. Once broken, the attacker would be injured. The black hole snake ancestor's soul trembled, temporarily dazed, and even its tail strike weakened and stopped. This state wouldn't last long, at most half a second. Half a second was a rare opportunity. A million skeleton generals appeared in the starry sky, simultaneously slashing at the black hole snake ancestor's head. Lin Moya took out a piece of flesh, the flesh of the abyssal dragon demon's second avatar. The second avatar of the abyssal dragon demon was a god sovereign. Although Lin Moya didn't know its exact level, he felt it wouldn't be weaker than the 5th stage of god sovereign. The black hole snake ancestor before him, at most, was at the 1st stage of god sovereign, maybe not even a god sovereign, or it wouldn't have been injured by him. The identity of a starry sky giant beast gave it immense vitality. If it were in its prime, Lin Moya wouldn't be able to kill it even with the abyssal dragon demon's flesh. But now, it was weakened, injured, and without its scales. Lin Moya felt the opportunity had come. A sense of danger descended, and the black hole snake ancestor came to its senses, letting out a terrifying scream. But it was too late. The abyssal dragon demon's flesh in Lin Moya's hand exploded. Stellar level spell, corpse explosion. In the next second, Lin Moya saw an unbelievable scene. The starry sky shattered. The starry sky within tens of thousands of kilometers of the black hole snake ancestor cracked like glass, forming dense spiderweb-like fissures, then shattered with a bang. Shattering along with the space was the black hole snake ancestor's head in tens of thousands of kilometers of its body. The black hole snake ancestor's 100,000 kilometer long body was at least half destroyed. Lin Moya was shocked. This was the power of a high-level god sovereign's full force strike? Corpse explosion, detonating the abyssal dragon demon's flesh, was equivalent to the second avatar of the abyssal dragon demon at its peak. With various enhancements, it was even stronger than a full force strike. It directly shattered the starry sky, revealing the mysterious world behind it. Brilliant light flashed before his eyes, followed by a chaotic energy flow rushing out from the world's gap. Lin Moya was instantly blown away, flying tens of thousands of kilometers. The black hole snake ancestor's flesh was also blown away, its shattered body parts flying everywhere. A million skeleton generals were also blown away uncontrollably. The scene became chaotic, and in the chaos, Lin Moya saw a shining object like a scroll. The military star map. He recognized it at a glance. It was the military star map. Lin Moya flapped his undead wings, flying against the chaotic energy flow, using all his strength to grab the military star map. The gap in the starry sky quickly closed, smoothed over by the rules of the great world. In the starry sky, besides the ubiquitous flesh, there was the half-destroyed body of the black hole snake ancestor and the shattered black sphere formed by its scales. The black sphere had already shattered, turning into countless scales, floating in the starry sky like garbage. You deserve to die. Before he could catch his breath, an angry roar echoed through the starry sky, a chilling voice coming from the black hole, sending a shiver down Lin Moya's spine. Chapter 1252. Chapter 1252, 1252. Chapter 1252, Terrifying Existence, Escaping from Death. A chill spread rapidly from Lin Moya's back to his entire body. At this moment, Lin Moya felt the threat of death. He was certain that the angry roar filled with killing intent came from the center of the black hole, from that bottomless pit. When he was gazing into the pit, he had already sensed the deadly danger. If he had dared to jump in to explore the pit's secrets, he would have undoubtedly died. The battlefield, besides opportunities, also hid various dangers. Some dangers could even cause the fall of a god sovereign. Over countless years, many god sovereigns had fallen on the battlefield. Without thinking, Lin Moya put away the military star map, flapped his undead wings, and fled without looking back. Suddenly, a suction force fell upon him, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward even a step. The suction from the black hole grew stronger, quickly spreading throughout his body, rendering Lin Moya immobile. This force pulled Lin Moya towards the black hole. Lin Moya seemed to see the pit in the black hole grinning at him. The existence in the pit seemed to want to tear him to pieces. If he entered the black hole, Lin Moya knew he would surely die, and no one could save him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his soul, "You killed my pet, so you shall accompany me." The voice sent chills down Lin Moya's spine. He gritted his teeth, "Accompany my ass." He looked at the blood and flesh of the black hole snake ancestor flying back with him and barely managed to release a wisp of undead flame with a flick of his finger. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The flame quickly surrounded the blood and flesh of the black hole snake ancestor, and its body and soul began to regenerate. In less than 2 seconds, the black hole snake ancestor reappeared in the starry sky. But this time, the black hole snake ancestor had become Lin Moya's resurrected servant. The moment the black hole snake ancestor was resurrected, Lin Moya felt the suction from the black hole lessen. The massive body of the black hole snake ancestor blocked most of the suction force in front of Lin Moya. Finally regaining some freedom of movement, Lin Moya didn't hesitate and immediately took out the jade token given by Zhu Kaiwu, crushing it with force. The jade token emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Lin Moya. In the light, Lin Moya's figure disappeared. The target escaped, and an angry roar echoed from the black hole, resounding throughout Area 7 to 77. All living beings in Area 7 to 77 had their souls collectively destroyed at this moment, completely dying. Area 7 to 77 instantly became a true dead zone, a graveyard. At the outpost base of Area 7 to 77, Zhu Kaiwu and others were waiting. A few minutes ago, Hua Yohang's team had already returned, and now they were just waiting for Lin Moya. Zhu Kaiwu's eyelids suddenly twitched several times, and he received a message from the Human Emperor Network. His whole body trembled, and his face showed shock. Fortunately, no one was around to notice his expression. He muttered, "What exactly is in the black hole? That brat, he better not be in trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation array lit up. Zhu Kaiwu immediately looked over. During their operation, the teleportation array at the outpost base had been closed. Only a few people had the authority to use the teleportation array. Lin Moya's teleportation jade token was connected to the teleportation array. In the light, Lin Moya's figure appeared. Seeing this, Zhu Kaiwu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Moya stood motionless in the teleportation array, and soon, a purple light emerged from his body. His soul began to collapse after returning. This was the after effect of the power-gathering spell exceeding its limit. Then, under the effect of his comprehensive rebirth talent, his soul was reborn, restored to its peak state, even stronger than before. When killing the black hole snake ancestor, the power-gathering spell absorbed part of its soul power, nourishing Lin Moya's soul like a tonic. This allowed Lin Moya's realm to advance further, not far from the 8th stage of True God. After the comprehensive rebirth, feeling the relief of escaping from death, Lin Moya still stood motionless in the teleportation array. With his eyes slightly closed, his consciousness crossed an infinite distance, connecting with the consciousness of the black hole snake ancestor. Although he couldn't directly connect to its vision like with the undead, a simple consciousness connection was still possible. Through the feedback from the black hole snake ancestor's consciousness, he could gather a lot of information. Unfortunately, the black hole snake ancestor's intelligence was not high, and the feedback was chaotic. Lin Moya felt that the black hole snake ancestor had arrived in another world, a very cold world without temperature. This is the world inside the pit. What exactly is in the pit? As Lin Moya pondered, he sensed a massive hand placed on the black hole snake ancestor. The black hole snake ancestor was 100,000 kilometers long, with a head several thousand kilometers in length. But such a large head was held by that giant hand. How big must the owner of that hand be? It was unimaginable. The giant hand gently stroked the black hole snake ancestor's head, seemingly very gentle, but in the next second, it suddenly squeezed the head. Then the black hole snake ancestor's head was crushed, and the consciousness connection was severed. The black hole snake ancestor died. After becoming a resurrected servant, its strength had been restored to its peak state. A black hole snake ancestor at least comparable to a god sovereign was killed just like that. The powerful existence in the pit, the master of the black hole snake ancestor, killed it so easily. How strong must that being be? Lin Moya severed the consciousness connection and slowly opened his eyes, seeing Zhu Kaiwu not far away. Zhu Kaiwu was looking at him with a questioning gaze. After catching his breath, Lin Moya had completely calmed down. He walked over in a few steps, took out the military star map, and handed it to Zhu Kaiwu. "Senior, I retrieved the star map." Zhu Kaiwu took the military star map but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Moya. "Did you encounter danger?" Lin Moya nodded. "I almost didn't make it back." Zhu Kaiwu said in a deep voice, "Tell me in detail." Earlier, he had received a message from the Human Emperor Network, knowing that a terrifying existence was hidden in Area 7 to 77. There was no more information. To know the details, he had to ask Lin Moya, the person involved. Zhu Kaiwu flicked his finger, and an invisible law power enveloped the two of them. Only he could hear what Lin Moya said. Lin Moya recounted his previous experiences, including how he killed the black hole snake ancestor. There was no need to hide this, including the two original spells, which Zhu Kaiwu already knew about. After listening to Lin Moya, Zhu Kaiwu remained silent for a moment before speaking. "According to your description, the black hole snake ancestor should have the strength of a half-step god sovereign." Lin Moya nodded. "That's about right. A half-step god sovereign is not as strong as a true god sovereign but far surpasses an ordinary god king. Some call a half-step god sovereign the peak of the god king realm, but it's essentially the same thing. The gap between the god king realm and the god sovereign realm is vast. A god king at the peak of their power but not yet a god sovereign is called a peak god king, also known as a half-step god sovereign. Lin Moya's previous power had already reached the peak of the god king realm, but due to his lack of understanding of the laws, he was still inferior to the black hole snake ancestor. If his understanding of the laws were as strong as the black hole snake ancestors, he wouldn't have feared it at all. The black hole snake ancestor was just a pet. What level of power do you think its master has? Chapter 1253. Chapter 1253, 1253. Chapter 1253, He Rengzing in the military star map. Faced with Zhu Kaiwu's question, Lin Moya pondered for a few seconds and then showed a bitter smile. "You're putting me in a difficult position. With my limited knowledge, how could I determine the other party's level?" Lin Moya continued, "It's already fortunate that I managed to escape with my life. If it weren't for the jade token you gave me, I would have definitely died there." Zhu Kaiwu smiled, knowing that Lin Moya was telling the truth. Indeed, it's unexpected that there is someone above the black hole snake ancestor. Zhu Kaiwu's eyes sparkled with a sharp light, and Lin Moya seemed to see a strong fighting spirit in them. Judging by his appearance, Zhu Kaiwu seemed very interested in the existence within the pit. Lin Moya felt that Zhu Kaiwu might not be stronger than that terrifying existence. At most, they were evenly matched, but this was just a feeling without any solid basis. After a moment, the fighting spirit in Zhu Kaiwu's eyes disappeared. "It's a pity that due to the rules, I can't go in, and he can't come out." Hearing this, Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Zhu Kaiwu knew something about the other party's identity. Even if he didn't know the exact identity, he should know the origin, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. But Lin Moya also understood that even if he asked, Zhu Kaiwu wouldn't tell him. His own strength was too weak, and he didn't need to know so much. Zhu Kaiwu changed the topic. "Successfully retrieving the military star map is a great achievement, and you will be well rewarded." Lin Moya said, "This is what I should do." Lin Moya spoke sincerely, and it was indeed the truth. The military star map was extremely important to the human race, and he would do his best to retrieve it whenever possible. Moreover, the main reason he dared to risk his life this time was because of the teleportation jade token given by Zhu Kaiwu in the flesh of the abyssal dragon demon's second avatar. These were his life-saving measures. After all, it was just Area 7 to 77, and no matter how strong the black hole snake ancestor was, it couldn't be ridiculously strong. As for the existence in the black hole, that was an unexpected situation that no one could have anticipated. Zhu Kaiwu looked at Lin Moyu. "Are you interested in the military star map, thinking it has other uses?" As expected, he saw through it. Lin Moya knew that some of his thoughts couldn't be hidden from the person in front of him, who had lived for thousands of years and was very shrewd. So Lin Moya didn't bother to hide much. "Indeed, I am a bit interested. If it were just a map, the demon race wouldn't go to such lengths." Zhu Kaiwu smiled. "Come on, let me show you, and you can ask him how he did it." There was a deeper meaning in his words. Lin Moya didn't ask further and followed Zhu Kaiwu. The two arrived in the starry sky, and Zhu Kaiwu summoned his vehicle. A god sovereign level warship, comparable to the war god fortress. After entering the warship, it immediately sealed off, completely isolating them from the outside world. Zhu Kaiwu held the military star map and slowly opened it, then activated it. The military star map emitted a brilliant light, projecting a holographic star map. This was the star map of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Lin Moyo had seen it in Fortress Number 1 before, but this one had more details. At this moment, Zhu Kaiwu said, "Hirengzing, come out." Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. Zhu Kaiwu was calling for Hirengzing. Wasn't Hirengzing already killed by him? He had seen it with his own eyes, so there couldn't be a mistake. A few seconds after Zhu Kaiwu's words, there was no response from the holographic star map. Zhu Kaiwu frowned slightly, his tone becoming stern. "Hirengzing, do you want me to take action personally?" A faint killing intent spread, and finally, there was a reaction in the holographic star map. A figure slowly emerged from the star map, then flew out and appeared in the warship. Hirengzing left the military star map and respectfully saluted Zhu Kaiwu. "Greetings, Guardian." Lin Moyo was shocked. The person in front of him was indeed Hirengzing. However, his aura was only at the 6th stage of God King. Hirengzing was clearly a god sovereign and had been killed by Zhu Kaiwu. Why was there a 6th stage God King Hirengzing here? A clone. Lin Moyo was startled, realizing what was going on. Zhu Kaiwu waved his hand. "Speak, don't think about hiding anything. You know you can't hide it from me." Hirengzing nodded. "I wouldn't dare hide anything from the Guardian. When I was at the True God realm, I was controlled by the bewitching demon during a great battle and became a puppet. At that time, about 1,000 people, including myself, were controlled by the bewitching demon. Later, I cultivated and advanced, eventually reaching the God Sovereign realm and becoming an elder of Fortress Number 7. The bewitching demon's control always existed. You know that even after becoming a God Sovereign, it's hard to break free. This control erodes the soul, making it impossible to betray." Hirengzing paused at this point. Zhu Kaiwu didn't interrupt him, signaling him to continue. Hirengzing continued, "But you also know that a God Sovereign's soul is strong enough, and I had my own thoughts. Sometimes, I would immerse my soul in the Lost Star River to cleanse it. I am a God Sovereign of the human race. From the bottom of my heart, I could never betray the human race, not even in death. But under the bewitching demon's control, I couldn't even die if I wanted to. The most troublesome part was that I couldn't tell anyone about this. If I did, the bewitching demon would sense it and completely control my mind. With my combat power, I could cause devastating damage to the army in Fortress Number 7 if I acted unexpectedly, so I couldn't speak out. Later, I found a lot of information and finally discovered a way to break free from the bewitching demon. I spent hundreds of years gathering various rare materials and finally created a clone. Then, in the Lost Star River, under the cleansing of the laws, I split 1/3 of my soul and injected it into the clone. With the protection of the Lost Star River, the split 1/3 of my soul was pure and untainted by the bewitching demon. Moreover, what I did in the Lost Star River was undetectable by the bewitching demon. Coincidentally, I was assigned to manage the military star map. The bewitching demon naturally knew and ordered me to steal the military star map. I had no choice but to steal it, but I could hide it without anyone knowing. The bewitching demon was too far away to monitor me constantly. So, I gave the military star map to my clone and took it to Area 7 to 77, entering the black hole. The clone encountered the black hole snake ancestor and was accidentally swallowed by it, so I hid in the military star map. From that moment, the clone became my main body. The previous main body was destined to die, and I guessed it would die at your hands, but you acted too quickly, not giving me a chance to explain. Once I died, the bewitching demon could control my soul and obtain information. Fortunately, this young brother could also control souls, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. After hearing the whole process, Lin Moya felt it was truly incredible. This god sovereign had been controlled since the True God realm and later took various measures to save himself. Although he stole the military star map, he had his reasons and still cared about the human race. But the fact remained that he had stolen the military star map, making it difficult to deal with him. Moreover, his last sentence made Zhu Kaiwu feel a bit awkward. Zhu Kaiwu had acted too quickly, not giving him a chance to explain, almost causing a big problem. Hirengzing's plan was meticulous, and he must have had a way to convey some information to Zhu Kaiwu. Zhu Kaiwu's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 1254. Chapter 1254, 1254. Chapter 1254, The True Function of the Military Star Map. Zhu Kaiwo remained silent. Lin Moya spoke up at the right moment to ease the tension. In any case, the military star map has been retrieved, so let's put the past behind us. His words helped dissolve the awkwardness for Zhu Kaiwo. Zhu Kaiwo cleared his throat. This matter ends here. Although you took the military star map, it was beyond your control, and you have made your best efforts to make amends. I will make the decision on this matter and will not pursue it further. However, you cannot stay here any longer. As for your next steps, return to Fortress Number 1 and wait for my notification. He Rengzing respectfully saluted Zhu Kaiwo. Thank you, Guardian. Zhu Kaiwo said, I have informed Commander Zayaha. He will take you to get a new battlefield token, but you should also change your appearance. Many people know you. The Commander Zayaha Zhu Kaiwo mentioned was the Legion Commander of Fortress Number 7. Zhu Kaiwo wouldn't trust anyone else with this task. In the eyes of many, He Rengzing was already dead and should not reappear. He Rengzing nodded, indicating his understanding. His appearance changed, and in an instant, he became another person. This clone was a refined puppet, not a true flesh body. Moreover, for a strong person at the God King level, changing appearance was not difficult. He Rengzing's appearance changed, and his cultivation level also shifted from God Sovereign to the 6th stage of God King. If he didn't reveal it, no one would know he was He Rengzing. After changing his battlefield token, he would become a completely new 6th stage God King. A few seconds later, the warship's door automatically opened, and Commander Zayaha was already waiting outside. He would take He Rengzing to get a new battlefield token and re-register his information in the Human Emperor network. After changing everything, He Rengzing would become another person. Unfortunately, his soul was now 2/3 less, making it extremely difficult to cultivate back to his original state unless he had a great opportunity. Watching He Rengzing leave, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. A dignified God Sovereign ended up like this. Lin Moya sighed sincerely. The great world is perilous, one wrong step leads to another. Zhu Kaiwo glanced at Lin Moya, clearly disagreeing with his sentiment. Why sigh? This is already a good outcome for him. Moreover, your statement is problematic. It's not just the great world, everything in the universe is like this. Whether you embark on the path of cultivation or not, it's the same. Those who haven't cultivated, or even entered the great world, die silently due to various reasons. Isn't that even more tragic? Lin Moyo asked, are you really planning to send him back to the human star domain? According to He Rengzing, he had indeed tried his best to minimize losses, and the human race's losses this time were indeed not significant. But this was just his side of the story and couldn't be fully trusted. At least, from Lin Moya's understanding of the human high command, they wouldn't completely trust He Rengzing. Better safe than sorry. From a racial perspective, any potential threat must be eliminated in the cradle, otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Zhu Kaiwo didn't answer but instead asked, what do you think? If it were you, what would you do? Lin Moya thought for a moment. First, conduct a thorough examination to ensure he has truly broken free from the bewitching demon's control. I believe the human race has ways to verify this. This is just the first step. The bewitching demon's control can sometimes affect one's nature, making him unsuitable for military service or staying in the Vermilion Bird Star domain. Arrange for him to live in a distant place. In the human star domain, the Human Emperor network can monitor him, ensuring nothing major happens under normal circumstances. Zhu Kaiwa's eye showed increasing satisfaction, and he didn't hesitate to praise, not bad, your thoughts are very good. We will indeed do this. You seem well suited for the military. Are you interested in formally joining? Lin Moya shook his head. No, I prefer a free life. Besides, I am already an honorary soldier, which makes me part of the military. Whenever I'm on the battlefield, you can call on me if needed. Zhu Kaiwa laughed, not forcing him, as you wish. In the end, it's all the same. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in Zhu Kaiwa's words, which Lin Moya noted down. Zhu Kaiwa's gaze returned to the holographic star map. Alright, let me formally demonstrate the true function of the military star map. Lin Moya focused his attention. The military star map, which could make the demon army come out in full force and the human race willing to destroy an entire area to fight for it, must contain some significant secrets. As Zhu Kaiwa continued to activate the star map, it unfolded like a scroll, and the projected image became increasingly clear and complete. The holographic star map fully expanded, enveloping the entire space, making Lin Moya feel as if he were inside it. Various regions were outlined, each representing a battlefield zone, further divided into smaller areas. Each area had its own shape, some spherical, some square, some rectangular, and many irregular shapes. Compared to the star map seen in Fortress Number 1, this one was much more detailed. Besides the outlined areas, most of the space was nameless void. In the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield star map, the nameless void occupied more than 80% of the area. Then, star-like light points lit up, representing 10 star fortresses. Fortresses number 1 to number 6 were on the outermost edge of the battlefield, forming a circle around it. Fortresses number 7 to number 9 formed a triangle in the central area of the battlefield. At the very center of the battlefield, a particularly bright light point shone brilliantly. That was Fortress number 10, the most powerful of all the star fortresses, where Zhu Kaiwa was stationed. The star fortresses not only had strong combat power but also served as military bases, each housing millions of troops. Zhu Kaiwa explained, star fortresses are different from war god fortresses. War god fortresses are mobile military bases with less combat power than star fortresses. Star fortresses can also move, but they are too large and slow, though they have strong combat power. Lin Moya nodded slightly, understanding the difference. In terms of combat power, star fortresses were undoubtedly the strongest, followed by mobile fortresses like war god fortresses, then warships, god sovereign level warships, and god king level warships. These were the human race's war machines, extremely powerful. As for Zhukaiwa's warship, it was a special product, different from mass-produced war machines and couldn't be ranked among them. After the 10-star fortresses appeared, more light points began to light up on the holographic star map, representing numerous outpost bases. Each outpost base corresponded to a specific area. A total of 931 light points represented 931 outpost bases. Up to this point, everything seemed normal. This was what Zhukaiwo had initially told him, the star map could indicate the locations of outpost bases. This was why both the demons and the human race wanted to seize the star map. But Lin Moya felt that the star map's function was not limited to this. Zhukaiwo glanced at Lin Moya, then lightly tapped the star map with his finger, causing it to emit a brilliant light. Chapter 1255. Chapter 1255, 1255. Chapter 1255, this kind of thing should never happen. The light illuminated the small space, and on the holographic star map, one light point after another appeared. Compared to the star fortresses, the light points representing the outpost bases were much smaller, like glowing mosquitoes flickering in the starry sky. The light points became denser and denser, almost every area had light points. In the nameless void, the light points were relatively fewer, but they were not completely absent. Most of the light points were moving, while a few remained stationary. The holographic star map was scaled down countless times, making the light points appear to move slowly. In reality, their speed was astonishing. Lin Moya didn't understand the meaning of these light points at first, but after a few seconds, he suddenly realized what they represented. Each light point represented a human cultivator. The star map clearly marked the positions of every human cultivator, and this marking was in real time. In most of the 433 areas, the positions of human cultivators were clearly visible. Only a few special areas were not marked, possibly due to special rules in those areas. For example, the Shuo-jin area from the past was a closed world, and the star map couldn't mark the situation inside. There were many similar areas. Out of a total of 931 areas, at least 800 areas had clear movements of human cultivators. Zhukaiwa smiled, now you understand why the military star map is so important. Lin Moya wasn't foolish, he quickly understood. The exposure of outpost bases was already a significant issue. If the movements of human cultivators were also exposed, the demons could easily target them. First, they could destroy the outpost bases, then find the human cultivators on the battlefield and kill them one by one. The losses for the human race would be catastrophic, to say the least. In the worst-case scenario, the human race could be completely driven out of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, and countless years of effort would be ruined. The Vermilion Bird battlefield produced various materials essential to any race. Accumulated over time, these materials could significantly enhance a race's combat power. The cruelty of the Great World was evident, even a small setback could be magnified infinitely. All races, for the sake of survival in the Great World, never dared to be careless and had to strive for every advantage. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, such an important item should be strictly guarded. Zhukaiwa put away the military star map. This was an accident, and we were a bit careless. After all, there hadn't been any issues in the thousands of years since the military star map was created. We will strengthen the protection in the future. This kind of thing will only happen once, never a second time. Lin Moya didn't say anything, but he thought that such a thing shouldn't happen even once. The military star map was a double-edged sword. In their own hands, it could clearly locate their own people, making rescue and other operations convenient. But if it fell into enemy hands, it would become a deadly weapon against their own people. There were 10 such star maps, one for each fortress. After this incident, the protection of the military star maps would undoubtedly be greatly strengthened. It was highly likely that the Legion commanders would personally guard them. As Zhukaiwa said, this kind of thing could only happen once. The teleportation array in Fortress Number 1 flashed brightly, and Lin Moya walked out of it. Zhukaiwa had other matters to attend to and told him to return first. As for the two missions, the Human Emperor Network would handle the settlement, and he just needed to wait quietly in Fortress Number 1. Zhukaiwa also specifically reminded him not to leave Fortress Number 1 until he received the mission settlement information. This mission was special, involving many people, so the settlement would take some time. Coincidentally, Lin Moya had things to do in Fortress Number 1. He needed to go to the trading center to sell the materials he had on him. He had previously agreed with Yuju to meet her, but he was called away by Zhukaiwa and didn't have time to go. Entering the trading center, Lin Moya went straight to the central counter. At the counter, the same woman named Yu Qing was there, but the God King surnamed Lu was not. The trading center seemed to have a deep connection with the Yu family, a large family to which both Yu Qing and Yu Zhu belonged. Lin Moya didn't know their exact relationship. As for the God King surnamed Lu, Lin Moya smiled slightly, knowing that his information had been leaked by that God King. It wasn't done very cleverly, but Zhukaiwa had said he wouldn't deal with the God King surnamed Lu. Such a foolish person had his uses. Lin Moya approached the counter, and Yu Qing's eyes lit up. "Mr. Lin, you're here. The trading room is ready, and Miss Yu is waiting for you." Lin Moya nodded. "Take me there." Yu Qing immediately called a staff member to guide Lin Moya. From Yu Qing's words, Lin Moya gathered some information. She called him Mr. Lin naturally, indicating she knew him but wouldn't normally address him as Mr. Lin. "Mr. was a term of respect, used only for people of high status, regardless of their cultivation level. This indicated that in Yu Qing's eyes, Lin Moya's status was high. Moreover, she mentioned Miss Yu, which made Lin Moya connect the dots. Yu Zhu was a miss, indicating her high status in the Yu family. Yu Qing was also a member of the Yu family but clearly of lower status than Yu Zhu. Calling him Mr. Lin was likely at Yu Zhu's behest. Once again, Lin Moya arrived at the serene and picturesque backyard. Ancient and elegant pavilions were scattered throughout the backyard. Most of the pavilions were covered by formations, conducting transactions. Lin Moya arrived at a pavilion where the formation was not activated. Yu Zhu sat elegantly inside, brewing fragrant tea. The aroma of the tea wafted out, gradually dispersing. Just by smelling it, Lin Moya knew it was iced tea from the Ice Clan. This tea was unforgettable after just one taste. Seeing Lin Moya, Yu Zhu's eyes lit up with a hint of joy, and she teased, "Captain, you broke your promise." Yu Zhu exuded a slightly mature charm. The first time they met, Lin Moya thought Yu Zhu had a good temperament, mature with a touch of playfulness. But after meeting Aunt Xiao, he realized that Yu Zhu was actually imitating her Aunt Xiao. Lin Moya entered the pavilion, and the formation activated, turning the pavilion into an independent small world. Lin Moya sat down, and Yu Zhu skillfully poured him a cup of tea. The cold, refreshing tea entered his mouth, exploding in his throat, sending an indescribable coolness throughout his body. Lin Moya put down the teacup and smiled. "You don't need to imitate Aunt Xiao. Everyone has their own temperament. Imitating too much makes you unlike yourself." Yu Zhu giggled. "Then what kind of temperament do you think suits me?" The mature charm faded slightly, replaced by a playful demeanor. Lin Moya casually replied, "Both are good. Just be yourself." Seeing Lin Moya's serious expression, Yu Zhu put away her smile. "Captain, you really have no sense of humor." Lin Moya asked, "Have you been waiting these past 2 days?" "Of course, I kept my promise, unlike you, Captain," Yu Zhu said playfully, her eyes showing a hint of reproach. Chapter 1256. Chapter 1256, 1256. Chapter 1256, This lady has everything. Yu Zhu was very beautiful, her charming eyes sparkling like stars. At this moment, Lin Moya had lost some of his mature demeanor and gained a bit of playfulness, along with a hint of charm. It was hard for Lin Moya to imagine how one person could simultaneously display multiple personalities, but he had to admit, Yu Zhu was quite alluring at the moment. Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged, ignoring Yu Zhu's beauty. In a calm and steady tone, he said, "I had some urgent matters to take care of, but let's proceed with the trade. This time the trade volume is very large." Seeing this, Yu Zhu looked a bit disappointed and gradually dropped her smile. "Alright, let me call a few more sisters over." When Lin Moya said the trade volume was large, he definitely wasn't just saying it, the trade volume really was massive. Unlike some people who claim to have a large batch of goods to sell but only produce a small scattered pile. Soon, 4 female traders entered the pavilion one by one. They were old acquaintances, the same 4 who had previously appraised items together. After the 4 entered, they sat down quietly, not uttering a word. However, from their gazes, it was evident that the 4 held lower status than Yu Zhu, with Yu Zhu as their leader. Yu Zhu said softly, "Captain, you may begin." Lin Moya nodded and took out the spoils he had recently obtained, item after item of storage-type magic treasures, along with a vast array of materials. Most of these came from the Golden Source region. During that rescue mission, Lin Moya had obtained a large amount of Golden Source and storage devices, so many that he couldn't even count them all. Originally, this mission could have yielded even more materials, but Lin Moya was in a hurry, so he didn't thoroughly clean up the battlefield. Then the black hole snake ancestor appeared and swallowed everything, leaving not a single hair behind. This caused Lin Moya's gains to be greatly reduced. Even so, Lin Moya's harvest was still astonishingly plentiful. Yu Zhu and the 5 other traders were completely occupied, doing their utmost to appraise the items. Lin Moya poured himself some tea and waited patiently. Whenever one batch of goods was appraised, Lin Moya would take out another batch. Time ticked by, 1 hour, 2 hours, and the appraisal was still far from complete. Yu Zhu's beautiful eyes would occasionally glare at Lin Moya. She was almost worked to death appraising, while Lin Moya just sat there, leisurely sipping tea. Finally, after a full 10 hours, all the items were finally appraised. The 4 traders left one by one. From the moment they entered until they departed, they remained completely silent. Yu Zhu now held the final numbers for this batch of goods. "It's done at last." Yu Zhu let out a long sigh, glaring at Lin Moya again with a reproachful look in her eyes. Lin Moya smiled slightly, pouring Yu Zhu some tea. "Don't rush, there are still a few more items." Yu Zhu drank the tea poured by Lin Moya and casually asked, "More? Why didn't you say so before?" Lin Moya smiled, "Not many items, just one kind." "What kind of item?" "Demon warships." Pfft. Yu Zhu almost spat out the water in her mouth, her pretty face showing surprise. "Demon warships." Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, demon warships." Demon warships, like human warships, were extremely troublesome to refine and required extremely precious materials. Even God Sovereign level demon warships used God Sovereign level materials in vast quantities. Although the human race couldn't use demon warships, they could dismantle them, melt them down, and remake them, obtaining a large amount of precious materials. So demon warships were very valuable. Yu Zhu was speechless towards Lin Moya. It's rare to obtain demon warships, they usually only appear during major battles. If it's an undamaged God Sovereign level demon warship, each one is worth 1 million points. That's a low price. This price was somewhat different from Lin Moya's expectations. He had expected that a demon warship would be worth at least 3 million points. Yu Zhu explained, we have to dismantle the demon warships and then remelt and remake them. There will be losses during the process, and it's labor-intensive. The quality of demon warships is not as good as human warships of the same level, so their prices cannot be compared to human warships. So, taking everything into account, 1 million points is a fair price. Lin Moya didn't dwell on it too much. Alright, let's go with 1 million points. I have 4 demon warships here. Yu Zhu was speechless. How did you get so many? During the Golden Source region, Lin Moya obtained 3, and this time he obtained 1 more. If he hadn't been in a hurry, Lin Moya might have been able to obtain hundreds, but unfortunately, they all went into the black hole snake ancestor's stomach, leaving nothing. For demon warships translated to 4 million points. Combined with the previous materials, the total value was 90 million points. Lin Moya's single transaction directly broke 100 million, reaching 130 million points. Yu Zhu's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Moya like a wealthy person. So many points, even veteran god sovereigns who have been on the battlefield for hundreds of years don't have as many points as you. Even at the god sovereign realm, they may not have this many points. Not to mention military merits. Including his previous points and military merits, Lin Moya now had 200 million points and over 30,000 military merits. However, he still needed to go to the military merit office to process the 13,000 newly obtained military merits. With Lin Moya's honorary soldier status, there wouldn't be any trouble. He was now a famous figure. Whether it was the Legion commanders or elders in Fortress No. 1, no one would cause him any difficulties. Meng Gang, who was in charge of the military merit office, had even been Lin Moya's subordinate before, so he definitely wouldn't make things difficult for Lin Moya. The light in Yu Zhu's eyes grew brighter. To become an officer at the True God realm is already extremely rare. You, Captain, are truly amazing. She didn't know exactly how many military merits Lin Moya had, but it was certainly not just a first-rank officer. At the very least, he must be a second-rank officer. Lin Moya smiled slightly, not particularly concerned about it. To him, military merits were more symbolic. What he valued was the improvement of his own strength and the evaluation of his chain missions. The same went for points. Now that he had over 200 million points, he could purchase many things. However, he didn't care for the ordinary items in the trading center. Lin Moya took a sip of tea and said, I need you to purchase some things for me. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhu's eyes lit up. As a trader, what she enjoyed most was trading itself, whether buying or selling. Yu Zhu's eyes sparkled as she bit her jade lips. She knew that what Lin Moya wanted to buy wouldn't be ordinary items. What do you want to buy? This lady has everything. Lin Moya said, high-level elemental materials, requiring single elements containing laws. The higher the material grade, the better. Yu Zhu asked, what about the quantity? 1 portion of each material is enough. Do you have any specific requirements for the elemental types? Lin Moya thought for a moment. No specific requirements, but preferably single-element materials containing strong laws. Single elements, containing laws, the higher the grade, the better. The stronger the laws, the better. Yu Zhu repeated Lin Moya's requirements, committing them to memory. At this point, Lin Moya took out a large pile of black stones, which were all the black stones he had obtained during this mission. These black stones contained the laws of black holes, which could also be considered a top-notch material. However, their purity was not high enough, and their grade was only at the God Sovereign level, not meeting Lin Moya's requirements. Lin Moya said, please also find someone to help me refine these black stones, increasing their purity as much as possible. As he spoke, Lin Moya put the black stones into an empty storage ring and handed it to Yu Zhu. Yu Zhu accepted the storage ring. No problem, leave it to me. Chapter 1257. Chapter 1257, 1257. Chapter 1257, is he the Legion Commander's illegitimate son? Lin Moya paid 100 million merit points to Yu Zhu American Samoa a deposit. If it's not enough, he'll ask her for more. As long as the total amount is within 2 billion, it's fine. Yu Zhu didn't expect Lin Moya to trust her so much, giving her 100 million merit points just like that without any proof. Yu Zhu patted her chest and promised loudly that she would definitely help Lin Moya find suitable materials. The whole process might take some time, and she would contact Lin Moya once the materials were found. Lin Moya knew that the materials he requested were not easy to find, and he would most likely have to go through the military. He could also exchange them with his military merits, but he didn't want to use his military merits. Military merits are not as easy to earn as merit points, and using them would lower his military rank. Using merit points doesn't affect the upgrade of his permission level, so he would use merit points as much as possible since he earned them too easily and didn't feel any heartache using them. After leaving the trading center, Lin Moya went straight to the military merit office. He pondered the matter he had entrusted to Yu Zhu, wondering what kind of materials she could find for him. Hopefully there will be sovereign-level materials. This time, Lin Moya wanted to enhance his elemental necromancer technique. Among all his spells, the elemental necromancer technique was currently the weakest link. Improving his realm had little effect on enhancing the elemental necromancer technique. To obtain a powerful elemental necromancer, he could only use high-level materials. When he awakened the spell, he had seen a demonstration of it. The elemental necromancer was very powerful, but he hadn't been able to unleash its full potential yet. Even the auxiliary functions had become increasingly useless. The black stones he obtained this time were also good materials, containing the laws of the black hole. However, a single black stone didn't contain enough of the black hole laws, so they needed to be purified and refined. He handed over all the thousands of black stones he obtained this time to Yuju, asking her to find someone to purify and refine them, merging them into one piece. This should produce a decent quality material for summoning the elemental necromancer. Of course, Lin Moyo also knew that he was already very strong, far surpassing so-called geniuses. But who doesn't want to become even stronger? Especially after witnessing the existence in the black hole pit, Lin Moyo realized how truly weak he was. If he died, what would become of his 4 beloved wives sleeping in the coffin? They might never have a chance to wake up in this life. No matter the reason, he had to keep getting stronger, strong enough that no one could kill him, strong enough to defy heaven and alter fate. Lost in thought, Lin Moyo arrived at the military merit office. This time, at the counter for processing merit point exchanges for military merits, he didn't see Meng Gang. Meng Gang was in charge of the military merit office, but he had made a mistake last time and was punished by being assigned to handle specific tasks. After completing the mission, his achievements made up for his mistake, and he was reinstated to manage the military merit office. At the counter was an old acquaintance, Rongjia, who was processing merit point and military merit exchanges for others. Lin Moyo waited for his turn and then stepped forward. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, Rongjia immediately jumped up from his seat, standing straight and saluting Lin Moyo, shouting loudly, "Captain." After just one mission, Rongjia was completely convinced by Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, "Don't be so excited. I just sold some things and need to exchange for merit points." He handed over his battlefield token. Rongjia respectfully received Lin Moyo's battlefield token with both hands, holding it like a treasure. "Captain, please wait. I'll process it for you right away." Lin Moyo smiled, "Take your time, no rush." Rongjie's exaggerated reaction drew the attention of many people. While soldiers might not be overly respectful to ordinary cultivators, they would never be so polite to them either. Soldiers were usually stern and impartial, rarely showing smiles. Most people thought that's how soldiers should be. But now, seeing Rongjia, they realized it wasn't the case. As long as they weren't fools, they could tell it was because of this young man's different identity. At Fortress Number 1, where people came and went, Lin Moyo was quite famous, but not everyone recognized him. Many people were guessing Lin Moyo's identity. Who is this? Could he be a descendant of some big shot? Maybe he's an elder's illegitimate son. It's hard to say if he's a descendant of the Legion commander. People let their imaginations run wild, guessing more and more outlandishly. Lin Moyo heard their guesses and felt a bit helpless, but he didn't mind. Being noticed was just being noticed, it didn't matter. It was like being the brightest star in the starry sky. When people looked up, the first thing they saw was the brightest one. Rongjia worked quickly, verifying Lin Moyo's information. Lin Moyo's merit points were clear and straightforward, with no issues. Soon, the military merits accumulated, and Rongjia returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyo, looking a bit embarrassed. "Captain, my apologies." Lin Moyo knew what he meant. If it weren't for his unusual reaction, he wouldn't have drawn so much attention. He patted Rongjia's shoulder. "It's fine, cultivate well. Maybe we'll have a chance to do missions together in the future." Rongjia nodded vigorously, smiling, "Yes, Captain." Lin Moyo checked his military merits, which had reached 35,676. He was now a third-rank officer. The rewards from the 2 missions hadn't been issued yet. The special mission would reward 10,000 military merits, 1 contribution point, and 1 military supply point. Once the special reward came through, he would become a 4th-rank officer. Such a promotion speed was unimaginable for other soldiers. But that wasn't the main reward. The main rewards were the contribution point and military supply point. The use of contribution points had not been fully revealed yet, so he couldn't see their significance for now. However, Lin Moyo was clear about the function of military supply points. They could open the military supply warehouse and select an item at the same realm as himself. For this reason, he couldn't use them now. His current realm was too low, only at the True God realm. He couldn't obtain good items. Lin Moyo felt he should wait until he reached the Sovereign realm before selecting items, so he could obtain Sovereign-level treasures. Military supply points were too difficult to earn. He didn't know if he could earn more in the future, so he couldn't waste this opportunity. As Lin Moyo was leaving the military merit office, the discussions about him hadn't stopped. At that moment, a few people entered the military merit office, brushing past Lin Moyo. One of them looked at Lin Moyo's retreating back with surprise and said, "Hey, isn't that him?" Someone beside him immediately asked, "You know him?" Lin Moyo, the number 1 on the potential list, the only person in 100 years to receive an honorary title from the military. "How could I not know him?" the person said with a hint of pride, as if talking about himself. His words immediately caused an uproar. "He's Lin Moyo, the number 1 on the potential list, number 2 on the contribution list, and number 10 on the combat power list, the only one to receive an honorary title in 100 years. Wow, he's such an amazing guy, much more impressive than some big shot's descendant. No wonder I felt he had an extraordinary aura earlier. It turns out it was him." Lin Moyo was indeed very famous, and many people present had heard of him. The news of Lin Moyo's appearance at Fortress Number 1 quickly spread. In the leisure area of Fortress Number 1, at a hotel, Zhang Zia was enjoying the unique cuisine of the battlefield. He suddenly received a message from a friend, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. "Lin Moyo, you've finally shown up." Chapter 1258. Chapter 1258, 1258. Chapter 1258. Are you Lin Moyo? The news of Lin Moya's appearance in Fortress Number 1 spread like a stellar wind, quickly sweeping through the entire fortress. Many people, upon hearing the news, rushed to see this newly emerged top genius. In the restaurant where Zhang Zia was dining, several people slowly stood up, exuding a strong battle intent. The aura of God King realm spread through the restaurant, attracting the attention of many. What's happening? What are these people planning to do? Are they going to fight in the restaurant? Several true God realm cultivators turned pale under the impact of the God King realm aura. Zhang Zia looked at the few people, he recognized them all. They were all strong individuals ranked in the top 30 of the combat power list. Zhang Zia was very proud and even somewhat conceited. He believed he could become a God Sovereign and even surpass the God Sovereign. He came from a prominent family and knew many things that outsiders didn't. He knew that the God Sovereign was not the end. He also believed that one day he could become number 1 on all 3 lists. So he wasn't in a hurry to complete tasks to upgrade his permissions. For him, the priority was to improve his realm and combat power. Only by doing so could he become number 1 on all 3 lists. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Zia was very arrogant and proud, but his mind was actually very clear. He knew that no matter how talented he was still far behind those seniors on the combat power list. He was only at the 9th stage of True God, at most able to fight against a 1st stage God King, but those on the combat power list were at least at the 3rd stage of God King. Those ranked in the top 30 were at least at the 4th or 5th stage of God King. As for the top 10, each one could fight above their level, each one was a genius. They might be at the 4th or 5th stage of God King, but their combat power could reach the 6th or 7th stage of God King. Such people were not to be provoked for the time being. Zhang Zia was very clear and had a clear plan for his path forward. He was waiting for these people to advance to the 5th level permissions and leave the Vermilion Bird Star domain combat power list. He was waiting for his realm to improve, then he would do some tasks to increase his contributions. By then, even if he couldn't become number 1 on all 3 lists, he would at least be number 1 on 2 lists. Until Lin Moya appeared, completely disrupting his plans. That's why he was so angry at the time, losing his mind and directly challenging Lin Moya. Later, he gradually calmed down and realized he shouldn't have issued the challenge. He knew nothing about Lin Moya, so how could he rashly issue a challenge? Fortunately, Lin Moya didn't accept, otherwise, with Lin Moya's strength, he would have made a fool of himself. Later, Lin Moya rushed into the top 10 of the combat power list and became 2nd on the contribution list, making him realize that challenging Lin Moya was impossible. Moreover, Lin Moya was shrouded in mystery. He didn't even know Lin Moya's exact cultivation realm, but he guessed that Lin Moya should be around the 3rd stage of God King, with the ability to fight above his level, and his actual combat power was around the 5th stage of God King. This time, he came to Fortress Number 1 to see Lin Moya in person, to see what kind of divine being he was, so he could have a clear understanding. At the same time, he received news that many people in the top 30 of the combat power list were not convinced by Lin Moya, the newcomer, and wanted to challenge him. The Human Emperor network was not always entirely accurate. As geniuses, they naturally had their pride. As soon as Lin Moya appeared, someone immediately left the restaurant to find him. Zhang Zia was not in a hurry and followed them out. Along the way, Lin Moya encountered many people who recognized him, leading to a lot of discussion. Lin Moya didn't mind. He could feel the power of faith gathering towards him. The more famous he became, the more power of faith he received. The power of faith was useful. It was known that enough power of faith could accelerate the comprehension of laws. This alone was enough to make people flock to it. Entering the mission center, Lin Moya checked the missions to see which one would be suitable for him next. He had only completed 3 official battlefield missions so far. The first was collecting Stellar Fire Essence, the second was collecting Beryllium, and the third was the recent mission to intercept the Demon Army. However, the reward for the third mission had not yet been issued, so it wasn't officially completed. The military rank promotion mission and the special mission should not be considered battlefield missions. The Human Emperor network wouldn't play word games if it wasn't. Before the mission reward was issued, he couldn't accept a new battlefield mission. So he was just looking for now, finding a suitable mission to accept once the reward was issued. He had completed 3 out of 5 battlefield missions, and the ratings should all be perfect. He was confident that he could perfectly complete the next 2 missions as well. Accumulating military merits was not a problem. He already had more military merits than many 5th or 6th stage God Kings. The most troublesome task for Lin Moya was another mission, killing the top 10 on the bounty list. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but that he couldn't find them. These people were elusive and hard to locate. Lin Moya pondered as he browsed the missions. Finally, he found a suitable mission. Now he just had to wait for the previous battlefield mission to end before he could accept a new one. Lin Moya stepped aside from the mission platform, allowing others to use it. The mission center was crowded, with everyone lining up to use the mission platform. Suddenly, a group of people entered the mission center. The few people at the front exuded a strong God King realm aura. As soon as they entered, their eyes scanned the mission center, seemingly looking for someone. The sharp eyes of the God Kings quickly swept through the entire mission center, finally locking onto Lin Moya. "They're here for me." Lin Moya also looked at them. From their aura, he sensed they were from the human star domain. The aura of the battlefield was different from that of the ordinary star domain. The ordinary star domain's aura was peaceful and stable, while the battlefield's aura was relatively mixed. When people entered the battlefield from the ordinary star domain, they would still carry the peaceful and stable aura of the ordinary star domain for a certain period. This aura would gradually be covered by the battlefield's aura and eventually disappear. This process took about 10 days. In other words, these people had entered the battlefield within the last 10 days. It seemed they had come specifically to find him. Lin Moyo quickly analyzed and judged the situation. As for why they came to find him, Lin Moyo could guess. They were likely unconvinced by his ranking and came to challenge him. Both the potential list and the combat power list had similar rules. The potential list allowed challenges within the same realm, witnessed by the Human Emperor Network. Whoever had stronger combat power within the same realm naturally had greater potential. The combat power list allowed unrestricted battles with fewer limitations. However, in both types of challenges, no magical treasures or similar items could be used, only one's own combat power was relied upon. Both types of challenges were conducted within the Human Emperor Network, ensuring no life-threatening danger. Lin Moyo understood the purpose of the Human Emperor Network's rules. For the potential list, it was clear, within the same realm, whoever was stronger had greater potential. The combat power list followed the same principle. The Human Emperor Network never claimed to be infallible, hence the challenge mechanism. If you were dissatisfied with the rankings, you could challenge them, as long as you were willing to pay the price. Are you Lin Moyo? A burly man over 2 meters tall glared at Lin Moyo. His gaze seemed fierce but lacked true killing intent. They were here to challenge, not to fight to the death. From his eyes, Lin Moyo further analyzed that this man had a hot temper, was easily angered, and lacked patience. Among the 7 or 8 people who came in, only he spoke. Lin Moyo glanced at him. Let's talk outside. With that, Lin Moyo quickly walked past him and left the mission center. Chapter 1259. Chapter 1259, 1259. Chapter 1259, The Eye-Catching Challenge. The mission center was crowded with people, and Lin Moyo didn't want to disturb others. Lin Moyo left the mission center, and the surroundings immediately became quieter. Although there were still many people, it was much better than before. The 7 or 8 people also followed Lin Moyo out, and the burly man asked again, "Are you Lin Moyo?" This person not only had a hot temper but was also impatient and lacked brains. Lin Moyo didn't know how such a person could cultivate to the God King realm. How could he comprehend the laws with such a temperament? Lin Moyo said in a low voice, "Keep your voice down, don't disturb others." You. The burly man's face changed abruptly, his eyes emitting a red light, as if he was about to lose his temper immediately. At this moment, a palm pressed on the burly man's shoulder, and a man slightly shorter than the burly man said, "Huda, calm down first, let me speak." A surge of laws rippled, and Lin Moyo felt a chill hitting him in the face. The palm pressing on the burly man's shoulder emitted a layer of frost, instantly covering the burly man's body with ice, causing him to calm down a bit. The water laws were controlled with great subtlety and ingenuity. It could not only calm the burly man down but also did not cause any harm to him. The tall and thin man said, "Let's skip the introductions. You can check our information yourself." As he spoke, the group revealed their hidden information, displaying their names and cultivation levels. The hot-tempered burly man was called Huada, at the 4th stage of the God King realm. The thin and tall man who controlled the water laws was called Hanyu, also at the 4th stage of the God King realm. There were a few others, all around the 3rd or 4th stage of the God King realm. Lin Moyo had seen the names of these people on the combat power list, and as he had guessed, they had come to challenge him. Hanyu said, "Sorry about that. Huada was once infected by the fire laws during his cultivation, affecting his soul, so his temper is a bit hot-headed, but he means no harm." Lin Moyo nodded, "I know." He could sense that there was no killing intent in Huada's gaze, despite his bad temper. Hanyu smiled slightly, "You must have guessed why we came to find you." Lin Moyo could tell that Hanyu was very calm and intelligent, similar to himself. It was no wonder that Hanyu could judge that Lin Moyo had already guessed their purpose. Lin Moyo said, "Is it a challenge from the potential list or the combat power list?" When dealing with intelligent people, it was better to be straightforward without beating around the bush. Hanyu smiled, "Either is fine." Lin Moyo nodded, "I'm the same, but I have a condition." Hanyu didn't seem surprised and smiled slightly, "The fee is negotiable." As long as Lin Moyo agreed, the other details could be discussed. "Then let's go to the military arena." Lin Moyo turned and walked towards the military's arena. There were 3 ways to challenge someone. The first was to enter the real-world arena and connect to the Human Emperor Network. The second was to issue a challenge in the Human Emperor Network, and if both parties agreed, the Human Emperor Network would make the necessary arrangements. The third was to use a challenge token, which could only be used in areas covered by the Human Emperor Network. However, challenge tokens were extremely precious and rare, so they were generally not used unless necessary. The second method was often ignored because if you challenged someone, they might not bother to respond. The first method was the best approach. Find the person in the real world, negotiate the fee, and then go to the real-world arena together to enter the Human Emperor Network. The challenger would need to pay a corresponding fee to the challenged party. The fee amount could be negotiated between the 2 parties, usually paid in the form of merit points. The conversation between them was not deliberately concealed, and the people nearby had all heard the news. As veterans on the combat power list, Huada and the others were immediately recognized when they revealed their information. In an instant, the news that veterans from the combat power list were challenging Lin Moyo spread throughout the entire Fortress Number 1. A large number of spectators rushed towards the military arena, hoping to watch this challenge. Challenges at the arena were open to the public, and anyone could purchase a ticket to watch. The ticket price was determined by the Human Emperor Network, clearly marked, and fair to all. If you were willing to watch, you paid. If not, you could leave. No one was forcing you to watch. A challenge between Combat Power List veterans naturally attracted a lot of attention. In a blink of an eye, the identities of the challengers were also revealed. There were 8 people who came to challenge Lin Moya this time. The leader was Han Yu, ranked 12th on the Combat Power List. Before Lin Moya's appearance, he was ranked 11th but dropped 1 spot because of Lin Moya. Next was Hua De. Hua De was originally ranked 10th on the Combat Power List but dropped to 11th due to Lin Moya's sudden entry. The remaining 6 were also ranked near the top of the Combat Power List, with the lowest ranking being the highest. Without exception, these were all veteran powerhouses who had been on the Combat Power List for many years, possessing combat power that surpassed their own realms. They also had abundant combat experience and were considered invincible within the same realm. Naturally, they wouldn't accept the newcomer Lin Moya. Combat didn't solely depend on one's realm experience was also crucial. The group arrived at the outskirts of the arena, where people had already gathered outside the military arena. The arrival of Lin Moya's group immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Moya stopped in front of the arena and said, "Let's negotiate the challenge fee before entering." Han Yu smiled slightly. "Of course, since we're the challengers, you can set the fee." Lin Moya shook his head. "You said it first. I'm afraid if I set it too high, you won't be able to accept it." Han Yu thought for a moment. Since we're all on the Combat Power List, if the challenge fee is too low, it will be laughable when it spreads out. Let's do this. Each of us will pay 100,000 merit points. Win or lose, these merit points will belong to you. 100,000 merit points were not a small amount for most cultivators. Even for a God King, it was a considerable sum. As Han Yu said, they were not ordinary God Kings but powerhouses on the Combat Power List. If the challenge fee was too low, it would indeed be embarrassing when the news spread. However, they didn't know that to Lin Moya, 100,000 merit points were nothing. He had just given Yu Zhu 100 million merit points as a deposit. 8 people paying a total of 800,000 merit points didn't even amount to 1/10 of the deposit. Lin Moya frowned slightly, not immediately agreeing. But his hot temper flared up again, and he let out a low growl. But before he could speak, Han Yu slapped him again. A layer of frost surged, forcefully suppressing Huda's temper. Han Yu asked, "Brother Lin, do you have any objections?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "Let's change the rules. I don't want your challenge fee, let's bet merit points instead." Han Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and he asked curiously, "What kind of bet?" Lin Moya said, "We'll use the merit points on me as the stake. If I lose, I'll give half of my merit points to the winner. If any of you lose, you'll pay me merit points equal to 1/10 of the amount on me." The group quickly calculated the stakes in their minds, and this bet seemed a bit strange. Han Yu immediately understood Lin Moya's intention. It seems Brother Lin has quite a lot of merit points. Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Decent enough." Chapter 1260. Chapter 1260, 1260. Chapter 1260, Prepare your points, owing debt is unpleasant. Lin Moya's thoughts were completely transparent to Han Yu. As soon as Han Yu heard it, he knew that Lin Moya had at least 10 million points, because only in this way could Lin Moya's benefits exceed the challenge fee. Every time Lin Moya won, he would receive 1/10 of the challenger's points. If Lin Moya had exactly 10 million points, he would receive 1 million points for each win, which would break even with their challenge fee. If Lin Moya had 20 million points, then each win would earn him 2 million points. In other words, the more points Lin Moya had, the more he would earn with each win. Han Yu guessed that Lin Moya had at least 20 million points, otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed such a bet. According to his thinking, only if the guaranteed benefit was more than double would he choose to gamble. Otherwise, why not just take the 8 million points? Moreover, every time Lin Moya lost, he would have to pay half of his points, which is 1/2. In this way, the cost and benefit were completely disproportionate, at least a 5-fold difference. He would rather increase the risk several times to give up the immediate benefit and gain high-risk returns. This indicated that Lin Moya had absolute confidence in winning, and he was inherently a risk-taker. Han Yu's eyes sparkled, and he saw a hint of a smile in Lin Moya's eyes. This was an open scheme, laying all the cards on the table. 5-fold returns. The question was whether they dared to bet. Han Yu did not immediately agree. "Let us discuss it first." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Please go ahead." Han Yu and the others began to discuss, and Lin Moya was confident that as long as they were normal people, they wouldn't refuse. Especially these geniuses on the Combat Power List, each one was full of confidence. If they didn't dare to agree, it would only prove that they were afraid. How could they be afraid, especially with 5-fold returns? Winning would earn them half of Lin Moya's points, and losing would only cost them 1/10. This was a huge temptation. After a moment, they reached a conclusion. Han Yu said, "We agree to bet with you." "Great, let's go to the arena and establish the contract." Lin Moya led the way into the arena. Han Yu's eyes sparkled, and he whispered, "Let's go in." Seeing Lin Moya and the others enter the arena, everyone outside showed excited expressions. They waited for a while, and once the arena set the ticket price, they could buy tickets to enter. They just didn't know how much the ticket price would be, but it probably wouldn't be cheap. Inside the arena, a huge combat arena appeared before everyone. Soon, their battle would be projected in this arena by the Human Emperor Network. However, their actual battle would take place within the Human Emperor Network. The projection here was for the audience to watch. Outside the arena, a row of stone huts stood side by side. The huts were neat and square, with no decorations, only a few numbers on them. From number 1 to number 100, there were exactly 100 huts. They would enter the huts later and then enter the Human Emperor Network. This ensured that both sides would not be disturbed. The group connected to the Human Emperor Network and established the contract. When the Human Emperor Network confirmed the contract, the smile in Lin Moya's eyes deepened. Seeing this, Han Yu's heart skipped a beat, feeling like he had been tricked. He suddenly realized that Lin Moya might have a lot of points, possibly 50 million. If he really had 50 million points, they would have to pay 5 million points for each loss. 5 million points was not a small amount for them. It was the result of years of accumulation, and losing it would be painful. But then again, what if they won? The more points Lin Moyo had, the more they would earn. So, this was an open scheme driven by huge benefits. Lin Moyo had anticipated this outcome. With such huge benefits, normal people wouldn't refuse, especially smart people like Hanyu. Lin Moya smiled, prepare your points, don't run out of points and feel the pain of debt. If they ran out of points, the Human Emperor Network would allow them to owe Lin Moyo. At that time, every task and every benefit they earned would automatically transfer to Lin Moyo. Until the debt was paid off, they wouldn't have any benefits, and their permissions couldn't be upgraded. Moreover, the debt would accrue interest, at a rate of 1/10 per year, which wasn't cheap. So, there was no such thing as being a big shot while owing money. The Human Emperor Network wouldn't allow it. What a roared, get lost, the only one who will lose is you. Lin Moya smiled and didn't respond. Who will go first? Challenge the potential list or the combat power list? It was clear that the 8 had already discussed it, and one of them said, I'll go first. This person was named by Tianzong, a third-stage God King, ranked 25th on the combat power list. Before Lin Moya's sudden rise, he was ranked 24th. Lin Moya smiled, alright, what will you challenge? Bai Tianzong glanced at Hanyu, since you are first on the potential list, I will challenge you on the combat power list. Lin Moya being first on the potential list indicated that his potential was undoubtedly strong. In a battle of the same realm, Bai Tianzong had no confidence, so he naturally chose the combat power list. Lin Moya nodded, as you wish. Bai Tianzong continued, I remember you jumped from 35th to 10th on the combat power list. I guess you must have obtained some powerful treasure, but unfortunately, in the Human Emperor Network, you can't use any treasures. Lin Moya didn't respond, turning and walking towards a hut. At this moment, the number plates on 2 huts lit up, number 1 and number 2. Lin Moya entered hut number 1, and the door closed with a bang. The formation inside the hut activated, and Lin Moya's consciousness automatically entered the Human Emperor Network, appearing in the Human Emperor Arena. Lin Moya was very familiar with the Human Emperor Arena. Since the arena hadn't officially opened yet, he could only stand at the edge and couldn't enter. Bai Tianzong soon appeared on the other side of the arena, looking at Lin Moya from across the stage. A mechanical voice from the Human Emperor Network announced, the challenge will begin in 3 minutes. The challenge has no time limit. Once it begins, it will only end when one side admits defeat, dies, or both sides agree to end it. The battles in the Human Emperor Network were very straightforward. Since treasures couldn't be brought in, only personal combat power could be relied upon. Personal combat power consisted of realm and spells. The realm represented the understanding of laws, but each person's ability to manipulate laws varied, so there were differences in strength even within the same realm. Spells were the same, consisting of the ability to manipulate spells, the capacity to bear laws, and whether they were multi-star spells, among other factors. In the Human Emperor Network, both sides could view each other's levels, and information couldn't be hidden. Bai Tianzong was a third-stage God King, with no issues. When Bai Tianzong curiously checked Lin Moya's information, he was stunned, his eyes widening like stars, unable to speak. Outside the arena in Fortress Number 1, the waiting crowd finally saw the ticket price. 10,000 points per ticket, not cheap, but it wasn't too expensive either. For those who mixed in the battlefield, this amount of points was manageable. Immediately, everyone took out points to buy tickets. In the next second, they were transported into the arena, appearing in the audience seats. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the arena was empty, and the audience seats were packed. Chapter 1261. Chapter 1261, 1261. Chapter 1261, Why is he surprised? No one knows how many human cultivators are mixed in the battlefield, except for the Human Emperor Network. But this number is not small. Just look at the long lines every day at the places where battlefield tokens are issued and military merits are settled. The only arena in the fortress has 100,000 seats, and they are all full, with no empty seats. If this were in the human star domain, everyone could enter the Human Emperor Network and watch the match in the virtual world, accommodating as many people as possible. But at this moment, they are on the battlefield, disconnected from the human star domain. Not only are they geographically disconnected, but even the Human Emperor Network is different. The Human Emperor Network covers this area, but its power is not as strong as in the human star domain, unable to accommodate so many people entering the Human Emperor Network simultaneously. So the Human Emperor Network projects the images of the challengers, allowing people to watch in reality. This way, the pressure on the Human Emperor Network is slightly reduced. Outside the arena, some people arrived late and found no seats. But it doesn't matter if there are no seats, they can stand and watch. Everyone can fly, so standing in midair is not a problem. The arena's large formation rises, and as long as you buy a ticket, you can enter. Thus, the audience seats are full, and the sky is also filled with people standing. At least 150,000 people are watching this challenge. The duel between the strong on the combat power list is incredibly attractive. On the huge arena, the situation of both challengers is projected, with both standing at opposite ends, waiting for the challenge to begin. Above their heads are their names and their rankings on the combat power list. Challenger, by Tianzong, ranked 25th on the combat power list. Defender, Lin Moyu, ranked 10th on the combat power list. In the center of the arena is a huge countdown, with 2 minutes left until the challenge begins. The arena is bustling, with everyone discussing. Most people are unfamiliar with Lin Moyu, the newcomer, and know nothing about his real situation, not even his laws or spells. But many people know Bai Tianzong, ranked 25th on the combat power list. He is an old God King realm powerhouse, having been on the combat power list for over 100 years, with considerable fame. Bai Tianzong excels in the Starlight Law. Although the Starlight Law is common, few can use it well. The Starlight Law can borrow the power of starlight in the great world. Its weakness is that its attack and defense are mediocre, but its advantage is minimal consumption, suitable for long-term battles. I've seen Bai Tianzong fight before. His control over the Starlight Law had reached a meticulous level 50 years ago. He must be even stronger now. The longer this battle drags on, the more advantageous it is for Bai Tianzong. I wonder how Lin Moyu will handle it and achieve a quick victory. At this moment, many people became analysts and prophets, speculating and analyzing the strategies of both sides. Unfortunately, they knew too little about Lin Moyu, and most of their judgments were based on guesses. Someone then said curiously, Bai Tianzong's expression seems a bit strange. The Human Emperor Network projects all the images from the Human Emperor Arena in great detail, including the expressions of the characters inside, visible to everyone present. However, the projection only includes images, not sound. At this moment, Bai Tianzong's eyes were wide open, his eyeballs almost falling out, his mouth agape as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Han Yu and the others standing below the stage also noticed Bai Tianzong's expression. What did this guy see? He must have seen something unbelievable. We'll ask him after the battle ends. Boss Han Yu, do you think Tianzong can win this fight? Han Yu pondered for a few seconds. Even if he can't win, with Tianzong's ability, he can at least show us Lin Moyu's true strength. He then added, at least most of his strength. Because of Bai Tianzong's expression, Han Yu also lost some confidence in this challenge. It wasn't that he didn't trust Bai Tianzong, but Bai Tianzong's expression was too exaggerated. So exaggerated that even he couldn't make an accurate judgment. He knew that Bai Tianzong must have seen something special to show such an expression. Han Yu fell into deep thought. Like Lin Moyu, he was a thoughtful person. Now the challenge hasn't officially started, and there's little information to see. Tianzong must have seen Lin Moya's cultivation realm. Is Lin Moya's realm too high? No, if it were just a high realm, it wouldn't make Tianzong react like this. Besides, how high could his realm be? At most, the 6th stage of God King. So, it's because Lin Moya's realm is too low. The lower the realm, the stronger the combat power, indicating Lin Moya's ability to fight above his level, possibly by 3 or 4 stages. Lin Moya's true realm should be around the 1st stage of God King. Only this would make Tianzong lose his composure. Yes, it must be this. Han Yu quickly grasped the key issue. It wasn't that Lin Moya's realm was too high, but too low. Lin Moya was a super genius with astonishing combat power. In the Human Emperor Arena, Bai Tianzong's expression remained unchanged for a long time. He saw Lin Moya's true realm, the 7th stage of True God. 7th stage of True God, this guy is only at the 7th stage of True God. How is this possible? This is impossible. A 7th stage True God entering the top 10 of the combat power list, with at least the combat power of a 5th stage God King. This wasn't just fighting above his level, it was cross-realm combat. It was like someone taking a running start and jumping 20 meters, while you, standing still, jumped 30 meters. It was simply unbelievable, almost a miracle. Bai Tianzong saw such a miracle. The Human Emperor Network doesn't lie, and no one can hide their realm. Lin Moya was indeed at the 7th stage of True God, and he indeed possessed such strong combat power. Bai Tianzong felt a sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. It wasn't until 30 seconds before the battle began that he finally woke up from his dream. He knew what he had to do and changed his tactics. He no longer hoped to defeat Lin Moya, he just wanted to use his ability to force out as much of Lin Moya's true strength as possible. At the same time, he felt a bit unwilling. Both were geniuses, so why was the gap so large? He pondered his tactics, planning to use the minimal consumption advantage of the Starlight Law to delay as long as possible. With his 3rd stage God King realm and 4th stage God King combat power, he would delay as long as he could. His gaze gradually became firm, and his battle intent surged. The Starlight Law gradually condensed, making the entire arena brighter. Lin Moya observed his changes in expression and roughly guessed his thoughts. Lin Moya didn't care. Delay? Do you think you can delay as long as you want? How long you can delay depends on how long I want to play with you. But Lin Moya didn't want to play now. 10 million points. Lin Moya whispered softly. The 30 seconds ended, and the battle began. The restriction between the two disappeared, and Bai Tianzong didn't rush over immediately. His law domain unfolded, and starlight fell from the sky, condensing into a shield. The shield enveloped Bai Tianzong, firmly protecting him, leaving no gaps. Chapter 1262. Chapter 1262, 1262. Chapter 1262, betting big, just lost. The law domain condensed into a shield, and the heavy shield gave Bai Tianzong a sense of security. Through the dazzling starlight, he saw a huge throne appear above Lin Moya's head. It was a burning gray-white flame skeleton throne. A giant skeleton slowly rose from the throne and then swung a sword towards him. A bright sword light appeared in his vision, and then the scene shifted. He was back in the pitch-black stone house. The stone house door opened, indicating he could leave. Is the battle over? Bai Tianzong was still in a daze, not knowing what had happened, and left the small house in confusion. Outside the small house, he saw Lin Moya stepping out as well, and in the distance, he saw his companions with shocked expressions. He asked blankly, "What happened?" Lin Moya smiled but did not answer. At this moment, both of them received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Battle over, Lin Moya wins. Lin Moya gains 10 million points. When the contract was established, Lin Moya had over 100 million points, but the Human Emperor Network ignored the small change and calculated it as 100 million. Moreover, for each subsequent win, it would still be calculated as 100 million, without accumulation. Bai Tianzong's face turned pale, pointing at Lin Moya and muttering, "How do you have so many points?" Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Is it a lot? I don't think so." To him, it wasn't much. He had just used 100 million points as a deposit. Otherwise, he would have won 20 million this time. If he had known someone would come to challenge him, he wouldn't have paid the deposit. Bai Tianzong's face was bloodless, and his heart ached. 10 million points were the result of his accumulation over hundreds of years, now emptied in an instant. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak, feeling extremely aggrieved. Lin Moya comforted him, "Victory and defeat are common in battle. Think about it this way, if you had won, you would have earned 50 million points in my ranking on the combat power list. Betting big, you didn't really lose. At least you experienced what it's like to be instantly killed." Bai Tianzong was so angry he almost exploded. "Experience your sister. Who would want to experience being instantly killed?" He didn't see anything before it ended. Well, he did see a giant skeleton swinging a sword at him. The skeleton was huge, about a kilometer tall, very imposing. Lin Moya said, "Senior brother Bai, I won't go over. Please let the next senior brother come." Although Lin Moya was only at the 7th stage of True God, he still addressed them as senior brothers. Bai Tianzong, despite losing everything, remained rational and said in a deep voice, "Wait here." When he returned, everyone immediately surrounded him, asking, "What happened? How were you instantly killed? Was that skeleton really powerful? We only saw it swing a sword, and you were done. What did it feel like?" Bai Tianzong was bombarded with questions, unable to respond. What did it feel like? How could he describe it? He should say it felt like being instantly killed, painless and quick. Seeing Bai Tianzong not speaking, his temper flared up, "Say something." At this moment, Han Yu waved his hand to stop everyone. He patted Bai Tianzong's shoulder. "Two questions, what is Lin Moya's realm, and how many points did you lose?" Han Yu was the leader, and although his ranking was slightly higher, everyone trusted Han Yu's words more. When Han Yu spoke, they quieted down. A chill swept over Bai Tianzong, and he shivered, saying in a low voice, "7th stage of True God, I lost 10 million points." Everyone's faces showed shock and disbelief. Only the 7th stage of True God? How is that possible? 7th stage of True God, and he instantly killed you? Are you joking? If you said he was at the 7th stage of God King, I might believe it, but the 7th stage of True God? No way. You lost 10 million points? That guy has 100 million points. How does he have so many points? 7th stage of True God and 100 million points each was unbelievable. Combined, it was even more so. Han Yu understood why Bai Tianzong had such an expression earlier. The situation was far more shocking than he had imagined. Lin Moya wasn't at the 1st stage of God King but the 7th stage of True God. He wasn't just a genius who could fight above his level, he was a super genius who could cross realms in battle. Han Yu's mind worked quickly, and he immediately thought of a few things. Now I'll say two things, and you all listen carefully. First, let's pool our points to ensure everyone has 10 million points. Second, do not reveal Lin Moya's realm and other information to anyone outside. Keep it to yourselves and don't say a word, especially you, Huada. Han Yu spoke very seriously, not joking. His words carried weight, and everyone listened. Huada didn't understand. Why can't we say anything? Han Yu explained, a genius like Lin Moya was under the attention and protection of the human race's high-level officials. If his information is leaked and the enemy races find out, they will spare no effort to assassinate him. If this information leaks from us, you can imagine the consequences. With the Human Emperor Network, no one can escape. Over the years, many top human geniuses have been assassinated, and each time, many people were implicated. So keep your mouth shut and don't talk, especially you, Huada. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter, knowing Han Yu wasn't exaggerating. They were all old-timers who had lived for hundreds of years and understood the implications. A moment later, the second person stepped forward for the next challenge. The second challenger was Han Wu, also a third-stage God King like Bai Tianzong. Ranked 21st on the combat power list, slightly higher than Bai Tianzong. Han Wu wore a bitter expression, knowing he was just there to give away points and would likely be instantly killed. The contract was already established, and there was no turning back. Now they could only go one by one, delivering points to Lin Moya. The Skeleton King's sword had instantly killed Bai Tianzong, shattering their illusions. To instantly kill Bai Tianzong, the sword's power must have reached at least the 5th stage of God King. Lin Moya didn't rely on treasures to reach the 5th stage of God King, he truly had that combat power. In the arena, the exclamations hadn't stopped since Bai Tianzong was instantly killed. The Skeleton King's sword amazed everyone. When others thought the battle would last dozens or hundreds of rounds, Lin Moya ended it with an instant kill. All the previous analyses of the battle process were proven wrong. Who would have thought it would end in an instant kill? He's really powerful. Bai Tianzong lost just like that. The skeleton Lin Moya summoned must have at least the combat power of the 5th stage of God King. At least. Bai Tianzong didn't even react. The sword locked onto his soul, instantly exploding, ignoring spatial distance. It's too strong. An unavoidable sword. Although Hanwoo is slightly stronger than Bai Tian's own, the result will likely be the same. The combat power list doesn't lie. Lin Moyu is truly formidable. Zhang Zia was also in the audience, frowning, his heart beating at least half as fast as usual. He knew Bai Tian's own, though not well, but they had interacted. Bai Tian's own wasn't weak, but he was instantly killed by Lin Moyu. If it were him. Zhang Zia smiled bitterly, realizing he had been foolish to challenge such a monster. Chapter 1263. Chapter 1263, 1263. Chapter 1263, Secrets from Ancient Times. Lin Moyu felt strands of the power of faith, traversing the mysterious void, following ancient and mysterious rules, descending upon him. This wave of the power of faith was much more than what he had received before. Even being first on the potential list hadn't garnered him this much power of faith, but this one sword strike did. The saying seeing is believing holds true. Lin Moyu believed that the news of him instantly killing Bai Tian's own with one sword must have spread, and more people would likely come to watch. Whether they could make it in time was another matter. Indeed, the news spread at an astonishing speed, faster than the speed of light. Many people flocked to the arena, eager to watch the battle. They didn't necessarily want to see 100 rounds of life and death struggle sometimes. A stunning sword strike was more captivating. Hanwoo was mentally prepared. After seeing Lin Moyu's true realm, he didn't show as exaggerated an expression as Bai Tian's own, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Moyu was indeed at the 7th stage of true god. Could he, a genius, compare to such a person? Although they were both geniuses, the gap between geniuses could be unimaginably large. This guy must be from the Divine City. No, I've seen people from the Divine City, and they weren't this monstrous. When I get into the Divine City, I must ask how many monsters are in there. Amid Hanwoo's chaotic thoughts, the battle began. He instinctively unfolded his law domain, and a yellowish light surged around him. Within the yellowish light, there was a sharp glint, with faint golden flashes. The light gradually turned golden. He excelled in the laws of earth and metal elements. Both laws were third-tier laws, not very powerful. He should have chosen one law to comprehend and become an ordinary cultivator. But he refused to give up and forcibly fused the two laws together. The laws underwent a qualitative change, becoming the Golden Stone Law. It had the sharpness of the metal law and the defense of the stone law. The Golden Stone Law was a second-tier law, and among second-tier laws, it was relatively powerful, being both offensive and defensive. With this, Hanwoo made it onto the combat power list and became a genius. The law domain contracted, forming a golden armor on his body. At the same time, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand. Hanwoo looked like an ancient war god reborn, clad in armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. Then, above Lin Moya's head, a burning skeleton throne appeared, just like before. The skeleton king rose from the throne and swung a sword at him. Hanwoo's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. This was his instinct, but he didn't know that the god-slaying sword was unblockable. He could only rely on his defense to take the hit. He watched as his golden armor shattered under the sword light. Along with the armor, his body also shattered. His consciousness shifted, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the small room. Another instant kill, no surprises. The 1,000-meter-tall skeleton king instantly killed him, just like Bai Tian's own. The crowd outside erupted again. Another instant kill, without any suspense. What kind of skeleton is this? It's too strong. Is Lin Moyu going to use this move from start to finish? Is one move not enough? A single move can dominate. No matter how many spells you have, if they're not strong enough, they're useless. The battles in the arena continued, and in a distant place, a shadow appeared in front of Area 7 to 77. The shadow's appearance was unclear, like a black hole absorbing all light. He stood there, unnoticed by anyone. If Lin Moyu were present, he would recognize this black-clad figure as the same powerful being he had seen in the black hole. Shu Kaiwo appeared beside the black-clad figure and whispered, "Are you really going?" The black-clad figure's voice was equally low, "Aren't you curious?" Shu Kaiwo honestly replied, "Curious." The black-clad figure's voice was emotionless, "Curiosity is normal. Who wouldn't be curious about ancient secrets? Since you want to go, let's go together." With a wave of his hand, the space around them changed. In the next second, they were in Area 7 to 77, standing in front of the central black hole. The level restrictions of Area 7 to 77 were meaningless to the black-clad figure. Zhu Kaiwa was enveloped by an invisible force from the black-clad figure, allowing him to enter this otherwise inaccessible area. The darkness of the black hole was also meaningless to the black-clad figure. He went straight to the large pit in the black hole and stared at it. The chaotic light in the pit flowed, forming an indescribably beautiful scene. Zhu Kaiwa sensed a battle intent rising from the black-clad figure. He quickly asked, "Are you going to make a move?" The black-clad figure slowly shook his head. "I can't make a move, but I think we can talk to him." As he finished speaking, an impatient voice came from the pit, "Get lost." The flowing light in the pit stopped, and in the next second, countless streams of light erupted like a volcano, shooting outwards. The immense power accompanied the eruption of the light. Each stream of light was as sharp as a sword, incredibly terrifying. The black-clad figure casually waved his hand, blocking the light. "You guys are really hard to talk to. Get lost." Another angry roar, and the light erupted even more fiercely. The pit gradually closed and eventually disappeared. The black-clad figure sighed, "These guys, none of them are normal." Zhu Kaiwa remained silent. Such beings were beyond his ability to comment on. The black-clad figure continued, "Let's go." Hopefully, next time we can find someone more reasonable, at least someone we can talk to. Maybe we can have that kid keep looking. There are many old guys hiding in the battlefield, there's bound to be one we can talk to. Zhu Kaiwo understood the black-clad figure's meaning. The kid he mentioned was naturally Lin Moyo. The black-clad figure couldn't move freely in the battlefield, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Some things he couldn't do himself, so he had to rely on others. Zhu Kaiwo said, that kid almost died this time. Fortunately, he was smart enough to buy time to use the teleportation jade token to escape. But you know, there are many places where the teleportation jade token is useless. The black-clad figure hummed in agreement. The colorful light from the black hole gathered in his hand, eventually forming a beautiful hexagonal gem. The gem was dazzling and beautiful, with a black airflow in the center, like a black hole. Give this to him. If he's in danger, let him crush it, and I'll ensure his safety. Zhu Kaiwo took the gem and respectfully replied, understood. With a wave of the black-clad figure's hand, they left Area 7 to 77. The black-clad figure disappeared, leaving Zhu Kaiwo alone in the starry sky. Zhu Kaiwo held the gem, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seems the kid has caught your attention. The challenges continued, and the audience went from being amazed to becoming accustomed to it. In every battle, Lin Moyo used the same move, summoning the Skeleton King and killing with one sword. 6 consecutive battles ended this way. Now it was the 7th battle, and the hot-tempered Huoda stepped onto the stage. Chapter 1264. Chapter 1264, 1264. Chapter 1264, The Second Skeleton King. Among Han Yu's group, Huoda ranked highest on the combat power list. He was previously ranked 10th but was pushed to 11th by Lin Moyo. However, everyone, including Huoda, knew that if it came to a real fight, Han Yu was the most formidable. Huoda was at the 4th stage of the God King realm, with combat power infinitely close to the peak of the 5th stage, almost reaching the 6th stage of the God King realm. When he went all out, he could temporarily unleash the power of a 6th stage God King. However, his tendency to get easily agitated and his lack of intelligence affected his combat power. Han Yu was also at the 4th stage of the God King realm, but his strategic mind made his combat abilities surpass Huoda's. Huoda and Han Yu were the top 2 in their group, with combat power significantly higher than the others. Bai Tianzong asked, Boss, can second brother defeat Lin Moyo? Previously, they were all instantly killed by Lin Moyo's single sword strike, which almost left a psychological shadow. Instinctively, Bai Tianzong felt that Huoda couldn't defeat Lin Moyo, but he still held a sliver of hope. Han Yu shook his head, he can't win, but at least he won't be instantly killed. Maybe we can learn something. If Lin Moyo only has that one move, Huoda might be able to hold him off for a while. Han Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Moyo had only shown one move so far. Han Yu hoped to gather more information to have a better chance of competing with Lin Moyo. Although the odds of winning were slim, as a genius, Han Yu had his pride and wouldn't easily admit defeat. Huoda's temper was volatile, but his combat power was undeniable. His agitation stemmed from his soul being influenced by the fire laws during his cultivation. This issue could be resolved once Huoda reached the God Sovereign realm. When his soul entered the Lost Star River and was cleansed, he would naturally recover. Everything has two sides. While his soul was affected, Huoda's combat power also increased. He even cultivated into a postnatal fire spirit body. His physical strength greatly increased, and he became extremely close to the fire laws. Han Yu believed that Huoda might really force Lin Moyo to reveal more of his strength. In the arena, the battle began. A wave of flames enveloped the stage, and Huoda also unfolded his law domain. Unfolding the law domain was almost a standard opening move for all God Kings, without exception. Flames covered Huoda's entire body, forming armor. Huoda's body rapidly grew larger within the flames, becoming more robust. In an instant, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, like a fire god descending to the world. A pair of flaming gauntlets appeared in his hands, and when he clashed his fists together, an even more astonishing aura erupted. Flames soared into the sky, layer upon layer, and the flame armor became even stronger, almost solidifying. Rationality gradually disappeared from Huoda's eyes, replaced by intense battle intent. His eyes were fixed solely on Lin Moyo. In this state, he could unleash incredible power, temporarily reaching the combat power of a 6th-stage God King. He went all out from the start. This was Han Yu's instruction, go all out from the beginning, without holding back. Against an opponent like Lin Moyo, whose depth was unknown, there was no need to hold back. Huoda followed the instruction, roaring as he charged at Lin Moyo. His eyes were fixed solely on Lin Moyo, even ignoring the Skeleton King that had appeared above him. The 1,000-meter-tall Skeleton King swung a sword at Huoda. The sword light exploded, shattering the flame armor and engulfing the stage in flames. However, this time, the sword light didn't instantly kill Huoda after shattering the armor. In the next second, the flames surged back, and the armor was restored. From the start of the challenge, this was the first time the Skeleton King hadn't instantly killed its opponent. Interesting. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, quickly retreating and flying diagonally into the air. Huoda, engulfed in flames, appeared where Lin Moyo had been, his flaming fist smashing into the ground. Like a volcanic eruption, flames shot into the sky. Huoda charged into the flames, which transformed into wings behind him, granting him incredible speed as he pursued Lin Moyo. The Skeleton King flew over, blocking Lin Moyo, but was not decided by Huoda. Huoda's size was disproportionate to the Skeleton King, but he still managed to knock the Skeleton King away, creating a strong sense of contrast. Han Yu smiled as he watched from below. Finally, some movement. The Skeleton King couldn't instantly kill Huoda and was knocked away. Let's see what other moves you have. From the start of the battle, Lin Moyo hadn't moved a step. Now he finally moved, and the Skeleton King couldn't stop Huada. Clearly, if Lin Moyo had no other moves, he would be relentlessly pursued by Huada. Once Huada started fighting, he wouldn't stop until his opponent was defeated. After a brief exchange, Lin Moyo had already assessed Huada's strength. His expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He had only summoned a 1,000-meter-tall Skeleton King, which gathered the power of 1,000,000 skeletons. The combat power of a 1,000-meter-tall Skeleton King was only at the 5th stage of the God King realm. Compared to the enraged Huada, it was indeed slightly weaker. Since that was the case, he would just add more power. Lin Moyo lightly tapped his finger, and another burning Skeleton King throne appeared above him. This time, the throne was noticeably larger, and the Skeleton King on it was also much bigger. The new Skeleton King slowly stood up, reaching a height of 3,000 meters. This time, it was a Skeleton King formed by the power of 3,000,000 skeletons, with combat power reaching the 6th stage of the God King realm. Han Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The second Skeleton King was even larger and stronger. He realized that Lin Moyo could summon more than one Skeleton King, and the previous Skeleton King wasn't the strongest. Now Lin Moyo was using more power, enhancing the spell's strength. He wasn't using his full strength before. Han Yu was greatly shaken, then felt a bit disheartened. Lin Moyo still hadn't revealed his trump card. The new Skeleton King locked onto Huada and swung the God-slaying sword. The sword light shone, completely shattering the flame armor on Huada. The sword light didn't disappear and continued to fall on Huada. Huada's physical body was extremely strong, and he screamed in pain within the sword light but didn't die. Huge wounds appeared on his body, bleeding profusely. In the Human Emperor network, everything simulated reality. Huada could feel the pain, but the pain only increased his combat power. He became even more enraged and crazed, ignoring the visible bone-deep wounds and the fountain-like blood, relying on his strong physique to charge at Lin Moyo again. Huada transformed into flames, like a burning star, crashing towards Lin Moyo. As he approached Lin Moyo, he was suddenly enveloped by a massive shadow. The 3,000-meter-tall Skeleton King blocked his path, and his size was only as big as the Skeleton King's little finger. This time, he couldn't knock the Skeleton King away. The Skeleton King, with immense power, swatted him away like a fly. Huada was uncontrollably sent flying, the flames around him scattered. In terms of strength, the Skeleton King completely overpowered him. At this moment, the other 1,000-meter-tall Skeleton King arrived, raising its hand for another sword strike. It was still the God-slaying sword, without any extra moves. The bright sword light rose, and Huada exploded into flames, scattering across the stage. Chapter 1265. Chapter 1265, 1265. Chapter 1265. Actually, my strongest ability is defense. Huada was defeated, but compared to the previous challengers, he fared much better. At least he wasn't instantly killed and even forced Lin Moyo to retreat temporarily. At that moment, Huada proved his strength, but he also validated the accuracy of the Human Emperor network. Lin Moyo summoned an even more powerful skeleton, cleanly and efficiently defeating Huada, the God King. When Huada emerged from the small room, his eyes did not show any disappointment. It seemed he didn't care much about winning or losing, or perhaps he had already anticipated his defeat. Surprisingly, he nodded towards Lin Moyo, acknowledging him. He no longer had any objections to Lin Moyo replacing him in the top 10 of the combat power list. Huada returned to Han Yu's side and said in a low voice, "I lost. That guy is ridiculously strong, and he hasn't even used his full strength." Huada had a hot temper but wasn't stupid. Having fought Lin Moyo, he had the most authority to speak on the matter. Han Yu nodded, "I can see that. Losing was inevitable, I just didn't want to lose too badly." Huada grinned, "It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. It felt pretty good." Han Yu chuckled, "It's my turn now." With that, he left the group and walked towards Lin Moyo. When he reached the small room, Han Yu didn't enter. Instead, he spoke to Lin Moyo, "Junior brother Lin, I want to see your full strength." His tone was calm, neither humble nor arrogant, sounding both like a request and a demand. Lin Moyo shook his head, "Not here." Lin Moyo didn't directly refuse but said it couldn't be done here. The key phrase was "not here," referring to the Human Emperor network. It couldn't be done in the Human Emperor network. This indicated that Lin Moyo's strongest combat power wasn't the Skeleton King but something that couldn't be used in the Human Emperor network. Han Yu speculated it might be a powerful magical treasure. Han Yu couldn't guess that Lin Moyo wasn't referring to a magical treasure but his original spell. The Human Emperor network couldn't handle stellar-level original spells and couldn't simulate them. Previously, the Human Emperor network could simulate original spells before they reached the stellar level, but now, it couldn't. Lin Moyo had already tried as soon as he entered the Human Emperor network arena. His original spell was blocked and couldn't be sensed. The essence of the original spell was too strong, exceeding the limits of the Human Emperor network. Han Yu looked at Lin Moyo without disappointment. The fact that Lin Moyo was willing to tell him this much was already good. He pondered for a few seconds and sighed, "With your strength, you should be ranked higher than 10th. Lin Moyo chuckled, "The rankings should be updated soon." This time, he had displayed his full strength in Area 7 to 77, all under the Human Emperor network's observation. The Human Emperor network must have recorded his strongest combat power, and the combat power list would be updated soon. Lin Moyo guessed that the rankings would be updated once the mission rewards were issued. The two entered the small room, and the challenge began quickly. Although Han Yu knew he would lose, he wouldn't give up. When the countdown ended, Han Yu was covered in ice, which rapidly expanded to envelop the entire arena. Lin Moya felt a chill, and white vapor emanated from his body. In an instant, his body was frozen into an ice pillar, unable to move. Han Yu didn't use his law domain or defend, he chose to attack. Using conventional tactics would guarantee defeat. To deal with Lin Moya, he had to take a different approach. He judged that Lin Moya's spells were strong, but Lin Moya himself was only at the 6th stage of True God. He could completely eliminate Lin Moya before he could cast his spells, not giving him a chance to use them. Lin Moya was frozen, unable to move, and Han Yu smiled slightly. His hands moved like playing a piano, and countless ice arrows appeared around Lin Moya. The law-formed ice arrows shot towards Lin Moya from all directions. This attack reached the level of a 5th stage God King. Even a 4th stage God King would be severely injured if they took it head-on. Lin Moya, frozen in the ice, couldn't move. Just before the ice arrows reached him, the ice pillar shattered, exposing Lin Moya to the ice arrows. The ice law on the arrows became violent, giving Lin Moya no chance to dodge, and they struck him. The arrows exploded, creating layers of white vapor that covered the sky and engulfed Lin Moya. Outsiders couldn't see, but as the master of the ice, Han Yu could sense Lin Moya's position. At this moment, Han Yu's law domain fully unfolded, covering the entire arena, turning it into a pure white ice world. Countless ice arrows fell from the sky, emerged from the ground, or appeared out of thin air, making one's scalp tingle. The audience cheered for Han Yu's attack, which seemed to leave Lin Moya defenseless. It looked like Han Yu had the upper hand, but in the arena, Han Yu frowned deeply. He had unleashed his strongest attack, and if he were to win, he should have already won. But the battle continued, indicating that Lin Moya hadn't been defeated. At this moment, Lin Moya's voice slowly echoed, "I forgot to tell you, my strongest ability is defense." Han Yu's eyes showed disbelief. Lin Moya's spell attacks were already astonishing, and cultivators often focused on one aspect. Of course, he believed Lin Moya's defense wouldn't be weak, but to say it was stronger than his attack seemed exaggerated. The audience couldn't hear Lin Moya's voice, but they saw Han Yu's sudden change in expression, realizing something was amiss. In the pure white ice world, Lin Moya walked out step by step, enduring the violent ice arrows. When his figure appeared before Han Yu had to believe Lin Moya's words. The ice arrows struck Lin Moya, but an invisible force blocked them, shattering them. It seemed like they hit Lin Moya, but they didn't cause any harm. All attacks were weakened by 40,000 times and then shared by all the undead. A 5th stage God King's attack was not a big deal for Lin Moya. The battle intent in Han Yu's eyes gradually faded. He had given his all, but against an opponent like Lin Moya, he had no chance of winning. Lin Moya smiled, "I can show you my strongest combat power in the Human Emperor network." With a snap of his fingers, a magnificent, enormous, and exquisite Skeleton King throne appeared out of thin air. The Skeleton King rose from the throne, standing 10,000 meters tall. This was the strongest Skeleton King Lin Moya could summon without using his original spell. The Skeleton King had the combat power of a 7th stage God King, and when using the God-slaying sword, it could unleash an attack close to the 8th stage of the God King realm. Looking at the 10,000-meter tall Skeleton King, Han Yu calmly said, "Thank you. You're welcome." The Skeleton King swung its massive bone sword, and the sword light exploded on Han Yu, completely engulfing him. Han Yu's consciousness returned to the small room, and he muttered to himself, "So this is what it feels like to be instantly killed. It's not painful, seems okay." He pushed open the small room door but didn't see Lin Moya. Lin Moya hadn't come out yet, and Han Yu was puzzled. What's he doing? At this moment, Lin Moya received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Battlefield mission completed, intercept and harass the demon army. Rewards are being issued. Chapter 1266. Chapter 1266, 1266. Chapter 1266, Generous Rewards. First on the combat power list. Lin Moya stood quietly in the small room, which was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. However, his eyes sparkled with a bright light. The notification sound from the Human Emperor Network was music to his ears. It's finally here. The task had been completed for some time, and the rewards had not yet been issued. In fact, this task was completed under the full monitoring of the Human Emperor Network, so it shouldn't have taken this long. Moreover, because of the monitoring, there was no need to go to the task center for handover. Lin Moya guessed that the delay was due to the temporary connection, and the power of the Human Emperor Network was relatively weak, requiring further verification and calculation at many stages, causing the delay. Now, the task rewards had finally arrived, and Lin Moya's attention was focused on the rewards. Battlefield task completed, intercept and harass the demon army. Completion, perfect. Reward, 50,000 task points, 5 million extra consumption points. Special task completed, find the military star map, defeat the demon army. Completion, perfect. Reward, 50,000 task points, 10,000 military merits, 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. Although there were no substantial rewards like magical treasures, these 2 rewards were already good enough. Combining the 2 tasks, the task points alone amounted to 100,000. Compared to those tasks that rewarded only a few thousand or 10,000 task points, this was much better. To upgrade from level 4 permissions to level 5 permissions, 1 million points were needed. Others would need to complete hundreds of tasks to achieve this. Lin Moya completed 1/10 of it with just 2 tasks, an efficiency that was ridiculously high. However, Lin Moyo also understood that this was because his performance in the tasks was outstanding, different from others. Those cultivators who also participated in the demon interception task probably only received a few thousand points, at most 10,000. As for the 5 million consumption points, Lin Moyo didn't feel much about it. He had just spent 100 million, and he would likely spend a lot more in the future. 8 challenges had earned him 80 million. Lin Moyo felt that he was dealing in tens of millions at a time, so 5 million was nothing. Aside from the points, the 10,000 military merits were also very good, directly promoting him by 1 rank. Lin Moyo's total military merits exceeded 40,000, making him a 4th rank officer. A 4th rank officer at the True God realm was very rare. Besides that, military merits currently had no significant use for Lin Moyo. Military merits could be used to purchase many good things, but he didn't care for the inferior items, and the good items required far more military merits and a higher rank. So, he would accumulate military merits for future use. The 1 contribution point and 1 military supply point were both valuable, and obtaining them was not easy, with very few available. Contribution points would likely have great use in the future, otherwise, there wouldn't be a separate ranking for them, creating a contribution list. Military supply points would also be more valuable when used at a higher realm. The rewards were essentially investments for the future, with no immediate use. But Lin Moyo understood that even without the rewards, he couldn't have refused Ju Kaiwa's request at the time. Since that was the case, these rewards were just icing on the cake. At this moment, he received another notification from the Human Emperor Network, indicating that his battle with Han Yu had ended, earning him 10 million points. Lin Moyo, in a pleasant mood, opened the door and walked out of the small room, simultaneously opening the rankings of the Vermilion Bird Star domain. Unsurprisingly, he was still first on the potential list. Lin Moyo knew that as long as he didn't advance to level 5 permissions, the top spot on the Vermilion Bird Star domain potential list would remain his, unshakable. After the potential list, he checked the contribution list of the Vermilion Bird Star domain. He now had 4 contribution points but was still ranked second, not advancing to first place. This indicated that the person ranked first had at least 4 contribution points, possibly more. Lin Moyo wasn't disappointed by this. Contribution points were hard to obtain but not impossible. He had mostly obtained contribution points by chance, while those from established families likely had their methods. They would analyze which tasks could earn contribution points and focus on those tasks to earn the points. As for himself, he could only rely on luck. Closing the contribution list, he continued to check the last list. The combat power list of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, as he expected, had been updated. When he opened the combat power list and saw his name at the top, Lin Moyo showed a knowing smile. During the task, he had displayed combat power comparable to the peak of the God King realm, and it was recorded by the Human Emperor Network. It was no surprise that the Human Emperor Network placed him at the top of the combat power list. Lin Moyo thought to himself, I wonder if anyone will come to challenge me. If they do, and the stakes are the same, I might make a fortune. Now I have almost 200 million points, so 1/10 would be 20 million. That's a good idea. Lin Moyo was confident that even without using his original spells in the Human Emperor Network, he wouldn't fear any challenge with the Skeleton King. Outside the small room, Han Yu hadn't left. He looked at Lin Moyo with a complicated expression. Lin Moyo asked curiously, what's wrong? He had stayed in the small room for a while, thinking Han Yu and the others would have left, but they were still waiting. Han Yu said in a low voice, the combat power list has been updated. Lin Moyo nodded, I know. Han Yu asked, how did you know the combat power list would be updated? His question implied that if he had known Lin Moyo would be first on the combat power list, he wouldn't have challenged him. The Human Emperor Network might make mistakes, but not such significant ones. Lin Moyo shook his head, I can't explain that in detail. Some things were inconvenient to say, especially the special tasks, which were his secret. Han Yu understood and didn't press further. He just couldn't help but ask. Lin Moyo changed the subject, are you familiar with the top 3 on the combat power list? Han Yu looked puzzled, not very familiar, why? Lin Moyo said, you've seen my combat power. If they are dissatisfied, they can come to challenge me. I won't charge a challenge fee, we'll use the same stakes as we did. Let them prepare their points first. Han Yu finally understood what Lin Moyo intended to do, and it was highly likely to succeed. Based on his understanding of those people, they wouldn't be convinced and would likely come to challenge Lin Moyo, but the stakes were too high. Han Yu quickly calculated that Lin Moyo now had nearly 200 million points. If they challenged him, losing once would cost them 20 million points. 20 million points was a significant amount for anyone. Han Yu looked deeply at Lin Moyo, who appeared gentle, young, and handsome, with an innocent demeanor. If they ask me, I'll tell them the truth. Han Yu had his principles and wouldn't lie. He would speak objectively. But that was enough. Chapter 1267. Chapter 1267, 1267. Chapter 1267, The Rolling Power of Faith. The challenge ended with Lin Moyo's complete victory. The 8 people led by Han Yu, all veteran God King realm powerhouses on the combat power list, had no resistance. Except for Huode and Han Yu, all were instantly killed. Lin Moyo displayed astonishing combat power, with his powerful skeletons leaving a deep impression. After the battle, the discussions in the audience never ceased. Even after Lin Moyo and Han Yu left, the discussions continued. How can Lin Moyo be so strong? Han Yu and Huode are ranked just a bit below him, but they were completely crushed. I feel like Lin Moyo's combat power should be ranked higher than 10th. The Human Emperor Network definitely made a mistake. Lin Moya's ranking isn't too high, it's too low. Even ranking in the top 3 wouldn't be a problem. Haha, go check the combat power list again. The list has just been updated, and Lin Moya was now ranked first. No way, first place. The scene erupted again, and everyone opened the combat power list, indeed seeing Lin Moya's name at the top. Zhang Ziyo gritted his teeth, his expression becoming extremely complicated. He also opened the combat power list, staring intently at Lin Moya's name. In his complex gaze, there seemed to be a trace of fear and a trace of relief. He's actually ranked first on the combat power list. Was it because the list hadn't been updated before? How could it be such a coincidence? At this moment, Zhang Ziya no longer had any thoughts of competing with Lin Moya. It was simply impossible to compete. Now, he just hoped that Lin Moya would quickly advance to level 5 permissions and leave the Vermilion Bird Star Domains list. On the other side, Han Yu and his group left the arena. Bai Tianzong looked extremely depressed. This time, we've really lost everything. Han Wu laughed. Blame yourself for being blind, encountering such a monster. Han Yu chuckled. A loss is a loss. Losing money is one thing, but we've also witnessed what a true top-tier genius is like. It keeps us from becoming too arrogant. Bai Tianzong gritted his teeth, still heartbroken over his points. How can this guy be so strong? Han Yu, when you were in the arena, Lin Moya seemed to have said something to you. What did he say? Han Yu replied, he told me that his strongest ability isn't his attack, but his defense. The group fell silent. If his attack was already this strong, how strong must his defense be? Han Yu continued, the last skeleton he summoned, the one that was 10,000 meters tall, had an attack power at the 7th stage of the God King realm. If he wasn't exaggerating, his defense should exceed the 7th stage of the God King realm, reaching the 8th stage. And this isn't his strongest combat power. His strongest ability can't be used in the Human Emperor network. I suspect it's some kind of powerful magical treasure. Han Wu asked, if that's the case, it's not surprising that he can rank first on the combat power list. Bai Tianzong seemed to think of something amusing, a smile appearing on his face, and the pain in his eyes lessened. Boss, do you think those guys will come to challenge Lin Moya? Han Yu smiled, they probably will. Bai Tianzong clapped his hands heavily, this will be interesting. Those guys always act like they're the best. I really want to see them get beaten up. On the other side, Lin Moya also left the arena and headed to the mission center. He had already chosen his next mission, and now that the previous mission was completed, he could accept a new one. This would be the 4th of the 5 battlefield missions. On the way, he could feel the continuous influx of the power of faith from the void. Strands and threads of the power of faith gathered into rivers, lakes, and seas. Many of the power of faith didn't come from the Starry Sky Fortress but from the human star domain. Since reaching first place on the combat power list, the power of faith had increased significantly, much more than when he was first on the potential list. It seemed that more people paid attention to the combat power list than the potential list. This wasn't surprising, humans also worship strong individuals. The combat power list represented actual combat strength, while the potential list only represented future potential. Many so-called geniuses on the potential list eventually either exhausted their potential or died prematurely. Only the combat power list belonged to the world of true powerhouses. Lin Moya reaching first place on the combat power list meant he truly possessed great strength, naturally attracting a lot of power of faith. First on all 3 lists, now only the contribution list is left. According to senior brother Xuanbai, if I can reach first on all 3 lists, there will be an extra reward. I wonder what the reward will be. In any case, I must get first on all 3 lists. But contribution points are hard to earn. Lin Moya didn't know which mission could earn him contribution points, so he could only rely on luck. Along the way, he received countless gazes. Lin Moya had become completely famous. A single challenge match had made over 150,000 cultivators on the battlefield recognize this rising human star. Lin Moya neither flaunted nor hid his fame, accepting it calmly. Entering the mission center, he followed the rules and waited in line for a moment before reaching a mission platform. He operated the mission platform and accepted a new mission. Battlefield mission, explore the ancient tomb. Located in area 7 to 10, there is an ancient tomb. Explore its mysteries. Restriction, only those below the 4th stage of the God King realm can enter. Completion condition, in the depths of the tomb, there are stones soaked in the aura of death. Bring back at least 1 stone. Mission reward, 10,000 points, with additional rewards based on the value of the items brought back. Note, the ancient tomb appeared 10,000 years ago and has never disappeared since. Unlike other chaotic areas, it remains stable. It is said that an ancient powerhouse is buried in the deepest part of the tomb, or it may be connected to an ancient world. The danger level is moderate, so please be cautious. Reminder, you can set a teleportation coordinate outside the tomb. If there is danger, you can use a teleportation talisman to escape. Lin Moya carefully reviewed the mission information and then used the Human Emperor network to look up specific information about the ancient tomb in area 7 to 10. However, the information provided by the Human Emperor network was not comprehensive, far less detailed than the information Zhu Kaiwo had. But he just wanted a general understanding, which was sufficient. The danger level of this mission was rated as moderate. All chaotic areas had their danger levels assessed. A moderate danger level indicated that God Kings had either fallen or gone missing there. Additionally, the ancient tomb had a realm restriction, suggesting that even 4th stage God Kings might have died inside. This was why there was an extra reminder to use teleportation talismans. Lin Moyo had plenty of these short-distance personal teleportation talismans. He hadn't bought them himself but had acquired them from others' legacies. The usage was simple: set a teleportation coordinate, and as long as the distance didn't exceed the talisman's limit, he could instantly return, similar to using a teleportation array. However, they couldn't be used in restricted spaces or over long distances. The maximum teleportation distance was usually no more than 10 million kilometers, making it a short-distance teleportation tool. The information stated that the ancient tomb wasn't large, and as long as he didn't go too deep, the teleportation talisman would be sufficient for escape. Chapter 1268. Chapter 1268, 1268. Chapter 1268, Some Things I Must Say. The power of faith grew increasingly abundant, transforming from mere trickles into streams and rivers, eventually becoming surging torrents. More and more people began to notice the changes in the combat power rankings. Not long after, Lin Moya's ranking rose again, leaping from 10th place to 1st place. It felt miraculous. People usually cultivate step by step, advancing their combat power incrementally with each breakthrough. Sometimes, obtaining powerful magical treasures can also boost combat power. Such increases in combat power can be significant, sometimes jumping several ranks. But Lin Moya's rise wasn't just a jump, it was a leap. First, he leaped from 35th place to 10th place, and then from 10th place to 1st place, which was simply unbelievable. Lin Moya's rise seemed limitless, constantly astonishing people and breaking their conventional thinking. While people marveled, countless others began to idolize Lin Moyo, worshipping him blindly. Their admiration transformed into the power of faith, which flowed towards Lin Moyo like a mighty river. The power of faith transcended spatial limitations, crossing the mysterious void, and was refined by Lin Moyo, leaving only the purest essence. The power of faith is a double-edged sword. It has significant benefits and is considered one of the fundamental forces by the human race. However, it also has considerable side effects. With the blessing of the power of faith, Lin Moyo felt his thoughts becoming more agile and clear, making it easier to comprehend the laws. Many questions that puzzled him could be answered with just a little thought. Many unclear aspects could be quickly understood with the help of the power of faith. The power of faith felt like countless people were helping him think and comprehend the laws together. Lin Moyo stood outside the mission center for several minutes, seemingly understanding the basic function of the power of faith. In the small world, he had already experienced the effects of the power of faith, which enhanced his comprehension of the laws. But at that time, the power of faith was relatively scarce, and its effects were not as clear as they were now. Lin Moyo felt his mastery of the laws had improved again. According to the data, the mastery of the laws for a 7th-stage true god is between 22% and 23%. With the help of the power of faith, his mastery of the laws reached 23%. If he could reach 24%, he would become an 8th-stage true god. His soul seemed to have touched the bottleneck of the 8th stage of the true god realm. As long as he put in a bit more effort, breaking through this bottleneck wouldn't be difficult. But Lin Moyo stopped. Recently, he had been breaking through continuously, especially the last 2 times, which were achieved by absorbing the souls of enemies through his original spell. The rapid pace of breakthroughs had left his foundation somewhat unstable. His comprehension of the laws felt force-fed, and he needed some time to digest it. First, complete the missions and strive to be first on all 3 lists. With the original spell and the power of faith, advancing in realm won't be difficult. Lin Moyo made up his mind and walked towards the teleportation array. In the teleportation array area of the Starry Sky Fortress, 100 teleportation arrays were neatly arranged in rows. The teleportation arrays constantly lit up, with cultivators either leaving or arriving. People came and went, making the area extremely lively. Among them, one person walked out of the teleportation array accompanied by a flash of light. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took the initiative to approach and greet the person. Senior He. Although He Rengzing had changed his appearance, his clothing and aura remained the same. Moreover, his body was not a real body but one refined from various rare materials, combined with a peculiar and incomplete soul. Lin Moyo recognized him at a glance. He Rengzing was initially surprised, not expecting anyone to recognize him. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, he couldn't help but smile. It's you, Lin. Lin Moyo nodded. Senior He, if you have time, may I treat you to a meal? He Rengzing didn't know what Lin Moyo wanted, but seeing Lin Moyo's sincere demeanor, he didn't refuse and agreed. In a refined restaurant in the living area, Lin Moyo booked a private room and ordered several specialty dishes. On the battlefield, one could taste things not available in the human star domain. Although the prices were high and cultivators didn't care much about food, the deliciousness still attracted many people. He Rengzing didn't stand on ceremony and started eating directly. The delicious food exploded in his mouth, and the special aroma swept through his body, seemingly stirring the laws. He Rengzing closed his eyes, appearing to enjoy the moment. After a dozen seconds, he sighed, it's been a long time since I had such delicious food. At the God-Sovereign realm, one could have anything they wanted. But the higher the realm, the less they needed such physical desires. When He Rengzing said it had been a long time, it was likely over 100 years. Lin Moyo watched He Rengzing without any impatience. This time, he invited He Rengzing with his own intentions. He Rengzing seemed to be reminiscing about the past. After a long time, he came back to his senses and slowly said, Lin, you came to see me for something, didn't you? His voice was slightly old, not matching his current middle-aged appearance. Perhaps he had experienced too much, and besides the old tone, there was a sense of desolation in his voice. His body was a minor issue, but his soul was only 1/3 intact. Unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in the future. For the rest of his days, he would find a place to hide and live out his remaining years. Having once reached the God-sovereign realm and now fallen back, the feeling was unimaginable. Lin Moya slowly stood up and raised his glass. "This toast is for you, senior." He Rengzing was slightly taken aback but also smiled and raised his glass. A toast represented respect. After 3 toasts, Lin Moya slowly said, "I know you might be puzzled, but it doesn't matter. I just have some things I need to say. How others view your actions, I don't know, and I don't care. In my opinion, you have done your best. When you were at the true God realm, being controlled by the bewitching demon was not your intention. Later, when you reached the God-sovereign realm, you did everything you could to make amends, not just for yourself but also for the human race. If you had really given up and handed the military star map directly to the demons, although you still couldn't escape control, your life would have been much easier than it is now. If I'm not mistaken, you must have killed many people over the years, those who were controlled by the bewitching demon along with you at the true God realm. Most of them were probably killed by you." Lin Moya spoke sincerely, word by word. He Rengzing's expression turned serious, and he drank cup after cup of wine. He could see that Lin Moya was sincere, and these were indeed Lin Moya's heartfelt words. At that time, with Zhu Kaiwa present, Lin Moya couldn't say these things. After all, his words could only represent his own thoughts, not those of the human race's high-level officials. Different positions led to different perspectives. This time, they happened to meet, and Lin Moya couldn't hold back his words. Since He Rengzing had been given a new identity and allowed to leave the battlefield, it meant he had passed the initial examination by the human race. He had truly broken free from the bewitching demon's control. After Lin Moya finished speaking, He Rengzing put down his glass, his old heart filled with gratitude, and he laughed heartily. "Thank you, Lin." No more words were needed. A simple thank you was enough to express all of He Rengzing's gratitude. At this moment, Lin Moya opened his palm, and a vast power of laws gathered in his hand. Chapter 1269. Chapter 1269, 1269. Chapter 1269, Information on the Strange Star. The gray and white laws formed a gas mass, gathering in Lin Moya's palm. The laws became increasingly dense, gradually solidifying into a gray and white gas mass. The gas mass became denser and began to solidify. He Rengzing watched quietly, his brows gradually furrowing. He seemed to have seen a similar gray and white gas mass somewhere before. Lin Moya continued to condense the undying law, gathering more and more of it, until the law completely solidified, like a gemstone. At this moment, the law suddenly changed. The gray part quickly turned white, and the balance was broken in an instant. The gemstone buzzed and seemed to become unstable, but under Lin Moya's control, it eventually stabilized. A few minutes later, a white sphere appeared in Lin Moya's palm, crystal clear and beautiful like jade. The sphere emitted a dense aura of laws, giving off a vibrant feeling. At the very center of the white sphere, there was a small gray dot, very inconspicuous. The undying law controls life and death, possessing both aspects. Although Lin Moya forcibly converted all the power of death into the power of life, there was still a trace of death that could not be erased. Life contains death, and death contains life. This is the characteristic of the undying law, difficult to change. Lin Moya's forehead was slightly sweaty. Solidifying the law was not easy for him. This was only possible because his soul power was strong enough. If it were another cultivator, it would be impossible to solidify the law at the 7th stage of true God. Generally, it would require reaching the God King realm. After solidifying the law, Lin Moya took out a jade box and placed the solidified law inside. The jade box could extend the preservation time of the solidified law. Lin Moya handed the jade box to He Rengzing. "Senior this is for you." He Rengzing asked in confusion, "What is this for?" Lin Moya smiled mysteriously. "This is my law. Try absorbing a bit." He Rengzing didn't think Lin Moya had any ulterior motives and immediately took a breath. A trace of pure white law entered his body like a fine thread and quickly entered his soul world. He Rengzing's soul immediately felt a sense of comfort, like soaking in a hot spring, incredibly soothing. He was surprised to feel that his soul seemed to have recovered a bit. His soul was only 1/3 of its original state. Strictly speaking, it was severely damaged. If he weren't a god sovereign, such severe soul damage would have killed him long ago. Soul injuries are the hardest to heal, and he had given up hope. But now, Lin Moya's law. He looked at the jade box in front of him with amazement. The jade box contained the pure white gemstone. This was simply a life-saving elixir for him, giving him hope for recovery. He then looked up at Lin Moya, speechless for a long time. Lin Moya smiled slightly. "It seems effective. You can slowly absorb it, and your soul might be repaired. I don't know where you are going, but if you run out of this law, you can come to me, and I'll find a way to send more to you. Once the law is condensed, it cannot be preserved for long, so making more wouldn't be useful. Perhaps by the time this law is fully absorbed, He Rengzing might have already recovered." He Rengzing asked, "Why?" Lin Moya smiled. "As I said before, I act according to my conscience. Regardless of how others see it, I believe you did nothing wrong. You made the best choice in the worst situation. Even looking at the results, because of your choice, millions of demons died, didn't they?" He Rengzing sighed deeply, putting away the jade box. "Actually, the demons' losses weren't as heavy as you said." Lin Moya didn't understand for a moment, but the next second, he realized why He Rengzing said that. "You mean their avatars, right?" He Rengzing nodded. He could see that Lin Moya was very smart, so he didn't need to explain everything in detail. Just a hint was enough for Lin Moya to understand. Most demons have avatars. Generally, god sovereigns have 2 avatars, and god kings and true gods also have 1 avatar each. When they act, demons usually send their avatars. If an avatar dies, it doesn't matter, they can spend some time and materials to cultivate another one. As long as the main body is alive, they can always create more avatars. But if the main body dies, then everything is lost. Hirengzing said, the number of demons is not as large as the human race, but because they have avatars, their losses in each war are minimal. This is also one of their terrifying aspects. Lin Moya nodded, so most of the ones who died this time were avatars. Hirengzing nodded, 99% were avatars, very few were main bodies. Lin Moya smiled, not minding, it doesn't matter. In the future, when I have the chance to invade the demon's homeland, I'll kill both avatars and main bodies. Hirengzing knew Lin Moya was joking and didn't point it out. Lin Moya took a sip of wine and asked, Senior He, where are you going next? He couldn't stay on the battlefield any longer, nor in the Vermilion Bird star domain. He would likely go to a distant star domain, and the Human Emperor Network would monitor all his actions. For those who have done things harmful to the human race, even if it wasn't their own will, strict management is necessary. The human race's approach is understandable with so many people, it's better to be safe than sorry. Hirengzing said, I don't know yet. Actually, it doesn't matter where I go. I just want to find a place to live out my remaining years. Lin Moya smiled but didn't know how to comfort him. After chatting for a while, they left the restaurant together. As they were parting, Hirengzing suddenly remembered something. I recall seeing a gray and white star once, called a strange star. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow. Where did you see it? He had seen the strange star on the star map of the Great World. There were 3 strange stars in the human race's territory. The White Tiger star domain and the Black Tortoise star domain each had 1 strange star, and there was one in the central Divine City. Lin Moya didn't know if the one Hirengzing saw was the one in the Vermilion Bird star domain. If it was, then it wouldn't be useful. Hirengzing said, on the battlefield, let me think, it was a long time ago. His soul injury had affected his memory. He had forgotten many things, only remembering some important ones. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry and waited for several minutes. Finally, Hirengzing said, I remember, it was in Area 8-88. There was a strange star there. I'm sure of it. Hirengzing was pleased to remember this. Lin Moya noted down Area 8-88 and planned to look up related information later. But for now, he didn't want to advance his realm, he needed time to digest what he had gained, so he wasn't in a hurry. Thank you, Senior He. Lin Moya thanked Hirengzing. Hirengzing shook his head, if anyone should be thanking, it's me thanking you. After bidding farewell to Hirengzing, Lin Moya took the teleportation array to Fortress number 7. Fortresses number 7, number 8, and number 9 formed a triangle, serving as the most important strongholds for the human race in the second layer of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. As soon as Lin Moya arrived at the teleportation array, before he could head to the outpost base, a hand pulled him out of the teleportation array. Chapter 1270. Chapter 1270, 1270. Chapter 1270, a strong person must follow their heart. The owner of the hand was Zhu Kaiwu, who pulled Lin Moya out of the teleportation array. He glared at Lin Moya and asked in a deep voice, why are you looking for Hirengzing? Lin Moya was not surprised. He knew that Hirengzing would be monitored for a long time in the future. The monitoring would naturally be done by the Human Emperor Network. The meeting between him and Hirengzing just now was also known to the Human Emperor Network, so it was not surprising that Zhu Kaiwu found out. Lin Moya explained his meeting with Hirengzing and his purpose. He did not hide anything because doing so was in line with his own heart. Any strong person, in the process of cultivation, must follow their heart in what they experience and do. Only by doing so can they truly become strong. Lin Moya did what he thought, and there was no problem with that. Zhu Kaiwu understood the reasoning, so he did not criticize Lin Moya. The same thing, viewed from different positions and angles, would have different interpretations. He could not say that Lin Moya's thoughts were wrong, and the actions of the human race's high-level officials were also not wrong. Lin Moya asked, Senior, did you come here specifically because of this matter? Zhu Kaiwu said in a low voice, I happen to be here, and I have some other matters to handle. Lin Moya responded with an O and did not pursue further. If there's nothing else, I will go execute the battlefield mission. Zhu Kaiwu nodded and suddenly asked, you said your law can heal the soul? Lin Moya nodded, yes, but the effect is not clear. This time, I was just trying it out. Zhu Kaiwu pondered for a few seconds and then waved his hand, go do your mission. Seeing Zhu Kaiwu's expression, Lin Moya guessed that he had something on his mind and took the initiative to say, if there's anything I can do, just let me know. In the light of the teleportation array, Lin Moya left Fortress number 7. Zhu Kaiwu thought to himself, should I give it a try? After thinking for a long time, he made a decision, no matter what, dragging it out is not a solution. I must try. At the outpost base in Area 7-10, Lin Moya emerged from the teleportation array, switched to the War King Tower, and flew away like a stream of light. The outpost base was tens of billions of kilometers away from Area 7-10, and even with the War King Tower, it would take more than half a day to reach. Every area on the battlefield had its unique characteristics. Most areas produced various valuable materials. A few areas had strong laws, making it easy for people to comprehend them. Such places became holy lands for cultivation, comparable to the law sea of the human race. Moreover, the law sea required a large number of points, while here, no points were needed. However, the danger was higher, and one had to be wary of attacks from other races. Material production areas and law areas accounted for more than 90%. In addition, there were a few more special mysterious areas. These mysterious areas were even more peculiar, with all sorts of strange things. The most famous were the various mysteries that appeared during chaotic rules. The area 7 to 10 that Lin Moya was heading to was one such mysterious area. According to the data, 10,000 years ago, area 7 to 10 was also a material production area. This area produced a material called death water, which contained the laws of death. Later, chaotic rules appeared, and an ancient tomb emerged. The ancient tomb did not disappear and has existed to this day. Since then, Area 7 to 10, besides producing death water, also became a place for exploration. Over 10,000 years of exploration, people have gained a lot of understanding of the ancient tomb and obtained many treasures from it. Yes, treasures containing the laws of death, powerful treasures. For a long time, the ancient tomb attracted many explorers, coming in an endless stream. The exploration went deeper and deeper until a god king went missing inside. Only then did people realize that the ancient tomb was not safe and that dangers existed within. At the same time, most of the treasures had been discovered, making it harder to find new ones. After that, the number of people visiting the ancient tomb gradually decreased. Later, news spread that someone saw the coffin of an ancient strong person in the deepest part of the ancient tomb, attracting another group of people, but they found nothing. Lin Moya chose this mission for an important reason. His previous experience with chaotic rules made him very curious about them. The skeletons in the manor, the throne almost identical to the skeleton king's throne, and the various information left behind, including the old tree vines, all attracted him to explore further. According to the data, the ancient tomb was filled with the aura of death, similar to his undying law. The treasures found were also made of bones. Just reading the data strengthened Lin Moya's determination to explore. Since the appearance of chaotic rules and his visit to the manor, Lin Moya had maintained great curiosity about ancient times. He longed to understand what happened in ancient times. He spent time searching for various data in the Human Emperor network but found nothing about ancient times. It seemed normal, but it actually made it even more abnormal. How could there be no information about ancient times? Either his permissions were not enough, or it was deliberately hidden. While thinking, the War King Tower seemed to pass through a thin membrane and entered another world. The aura of the laws of death filled the War King Tower. Lin Moya sensed it carefully and murmured, "Very pure laws of death." These were true laws of death, different from the aura of death he felt in the manor, fundamentally different. The aura of death in the manor was the aura of something that had already died. It was like his skeletons, which had died and then been revived. Its essence was somewhat similar to the undying law, as skeletons are also called undead creatures. The laws of death, on the other hand, completely annihilate life, the laws of killing. They seemed similar but were actually different. Lin Moya, who dealt with the undying law every day, was very clear about this and wouldn't mistake it. The War King Tower continued to fly towards the center of the area at full speed. After flying for hundreds of billions of kilometers, the War King Tower suddenly stopped. Intense law fluctuations came from ahead. Someone was in a fierce battle. The warning bead on his waist flashed brightly, issuing a warning. At least one of the combatants was from an enemy race, or both sides could be from enemy races. On the battlefield, encountering an enemy race meant only one result for the human race: kill. Unless they couldn't win, they would definitely take action to eliminate the enemy. Lin Moya put away the War King Tower, concealed his aura, and quickly flew over. The undying law moved slightly, and the aura of death enveloped his body. To outsiders, the aura of death was indistinguishable from the laws of death here. When Lin Moya first arrived in the Great World, even the Human Emperor network was mistaken, let alone others. The laws of death became Lin Moya's best disguise, giving him a hiding ability comparable to the Shadow Clan. Soon, Lin Moya saw the two sides in battle. Two god kings, one from the Demon Clan and the other from the Golden Eagle Clan. Not far from them was a black water ball with a diameter of 10 meters. The black water ball emitted a metallic luster, reflecting the surrounding starry sky. Inside, it contained extremely dense laws of death. Chapter 1271. Chapter 1271, 1271. Chapter 1271, Clams Fighting. Yellow Bird takes advantage. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan were fighting over a share of the Water of Death. It's common for the Water of Death to be produced in areas 7 to 10, but the quantity is not abundant. This leads to the high value of the Water of Death. If discovered by multiple parties at the same time, there will inevitably be conflict over it. The Water of Death contains the Death Law, and has many uses. The most common is using it to comprehend the Death Law, which is one of the top laws in the second tier. If one can comprehend it, their strength will increase greatly. The second use is that the Water of Death can be used to refine poisons. With enough Water of Death combined with other toxic substances, the refined poison can even kill divine lords. The third use is fusing it with the toxic law to forge extremely vicious and powerful magical treasures. Besides these, the Water of Death has many other uses, all demonstrating its value. The Demon and Golden Eagle clans fought fiercely, almost to the death. Both sides wanted to quickly resolve the battle. If it dragged on too long, it would be disadvantageous and might attract others. Laws collided violently in the starry void as both sides used their full power. The Golden Eagle clan was skilled in speed. Their entire body shone with golden light, feathers sharp like blades, carrying the sharpness of the golden law, leaving after images that seemed to slice open the starry void. Their opponent from the Demon Clan was a golden demon of the hellish system. Their body also shone with golden light, extremely hard. The attacks from the Golden Eagle clan landed on them without effect. But they were too slow, unable to deal with the Golden Eagle clan's speed. Lin Moya hid in the void using the death aura. He was about to step in and finish off the two when he suddenly looked to the other side and smiled faintly, lowering his raised hand. he noticed someone else hiding on the other side, clearly wanting to take advantage of the situation. While the clans were fighting, that person was the yellow bird taking advantage. Lin Moya's soul was too sensitive. Ordinary people could hardly hide their form from him. Even the Shadow Clan might be sensed if they got too close. A very faint mist appeared silently in the starry void, enveloping everything without scent or color. The Demon and Golden Eagle clan fighting did not notice the mist. It ignored the laws on their bodies and silently invaded them. The mist also entered Lin Moya's body. The undying law stirred slightly, and the power of death instantly annihilated the invading mist. Lin Moya smiled faintly. He had already guessed which clan was hiding. The mist contains not only the death law, but also the toxic law. To fuse the two laws so perfectly, it must be the Poison God clan besides anyone else. The Poison God clan was not considered a powerful clan. Their status was similar to the Shadow clan, not because their individuals were weak. In fact, they had many experts, but because their overall population was too small to be considered a powerful clan. The Poison God clan's individual combat strength was extremely formidable. Their methods were insidious and vicious, often able to kill without a trace. They were born with an affinity for the toxic law, and were also skilled in fusing other laws with the toxic law to create even more powerful and terrifying toxic laws. The poisonous mist fused with the death and toxic laws was extremely damaging. Lin Moya knew the Demon and Golden Eagle clan were finished. Both were only at the Divine King first rank and could not withstand the Poison God clan's toxins. Sure enough, just 10 seconds later, the two who had been fighting fiercely suddenly stopped. Their expressions changed drastically as they searched around. The Golden Eagle clan immediately tried to flee without a word. The Golden Demon also abandoned their fight and flew in another direction. But then space was locked down and most teleportation tools lost their function. Dense mist appeared from nowhere, enveloping a large area of the starry void. The Golden Eagle clan's speed was fast, charging straight into the dense mist. But just 1 second later, they flew back out. Their golden light had dimmed, their body corroded in multiple places, feathers lost their luster and even melted, exposing bloody flesh. Black gas also emanated from the bloody flesh, continuously corroding more. Their appearance was miserable. The dense mist contained terrifying toxins. Just 1 second inside had almost killed them. The slightly slower Golden Demon saw the Golden Eagle clan's state and immediately retreated, eyes filled with fear, not daring to approach the toxic mist. The Golden Eagle clan took some spirit pills, which slightly improved their condition, but could only prevent the toxins from spreading further and not truly expel them. They coldly said, "Poison God clan, do you want to start a war with my Golden Eagle clan? Quickly let me go. I promise not to fight you over the water of death." A voice came from the dense mist, tisk tisk tisk, so arrogant even when facing death. "Don't worry, in my death mist, you'll be annihilated body and soul without a trace. Your Golden Eagle clan won't even know who killed you." The Golden Eagle clan's expression turned ugly, knowing the other spoke the truth. The Golden Demon said nothing, taking out a magic stone and crushing it, instantly erupting in towering green hellfire. The deep abyss flames burned furiously, trying to burn away the mist. The flames and mist collided with a thunderous rumble. The mist seemed alive, enveloping the flames which gradually dimmed. "Useless. Some paltry Divine King level deep abyss flames can't dispel my death mist." The Poison God clan's voice rang out again from the mist. The Golden Demon tried a few more times to no avail. He finally said coldly, "Scum of the Poison God clan, you've destroyed my clone, but I'll remember you." The shrinking death mist suddenly stopped. This Golden Demon was actually a Divine Lord's clone? Killing a Divine Lord's clone was a bit of a loss. Lin Moya shook his head slightly at what he saw and heard. He could tell the Golden Demon was the main body, not a clone. They were just bluffing, but the Poison God clan didn't realize it. A few seconds later, they chose to let it go. "You can leave, but you must swear not to bother me in the future." They decided to let the Golden Demon go in case a Divine Lord really came after them. "Okay." The Golden Demon readily agreed, but then a few sword energies tore through the mist, instantly devouring the Golden Demon. The Golden Demon was shredded into pieces. Their powerful defense was worthless against the sword energies. "Who?" The Poison God clan cried out in alarm, not having detected anyone else hiding. They had released the faint poisonous mist earlier to scan the area, confirming no one else was present before acting so brazenly. They were very confident in their scanning ability, believing even the Shadow Clan's stealth experts could not hide in their poisonous mist. Perhaps that was true elsewhere. But here, filled with the death law, Lin Moya could use it to conceal himself in a way more terrifying than even the Shadow Clan. The mist roiled as Lin Moya appeared within it. He slowly passed through the mist to the Golden Demon's corpse and found their storage treasure. He said softly, "I originally wanted to just take advantage, but you were too stupid to even fall for that trick." Chapter 1272. Chapter 1272, 1272. Chapter 1272, How can you expect me to let you go? Human race. The Golden Eagle race and the Poison God race hidden in the thick fog spoke in unison. Lin Moya's presence was met with disbelief. How could it be a human? In the information of various races, the human race was balanced in every aspect, without any outstanding points. But why could this seemingly ordinary human be immune to poison? Moreover, the sword light just now instantly killed the golden armored demon. This made the Golden Eagle race wary. At this moment, the Golden Eagle race member suddenly trembled all over, spitting out a large amount of black blood. The black blood emitted a foul stench, and the golden light on his body became even dimmer, with the wounds also emitting a foul odor. The poison had taken effect, and the Golden Eagle race member's eyes dimmed, knowing that he was doomed today. Lin Moya sighed softly, "Let me send you off." After all, you have contributed to military merit, it shouldn't go to waste. A skeleton god general appeared beside Lin Moyo, swinging a white sword energy. In the moment before being swallowed by the sword energy, the Golden Eagle race members' eyes seemed to show a sense of relief. What does it matter if one is at the God King realm? The great world is full of dangers, and even at the God King realm, one wrong step can lead to death. Lin Moyo looked at the thick fog. Next, it's your turn. Will you come out yourself, or should I invite you out? The thick fog rolled, and a cold voice from the poison god race hidden within said, "Do you think you can definitely kill me?" Lin Moyo said softly, "You can take a look outside." Outside, in the starry sky, countless skeleton god generals stood densely packed. Not only outside the death fog, but also inside the death fog. The skeleton god generals, like Lin Moyo, were not afraid of these poisons at all. They were surrounded by white light, and the Lich generals tirelessly healed them. Even if the skeleton god generals stayed in the death fog for a whole year, they would be fine. The skeleton god generals were very strong. The poison god race member had just witnessed them easily killing the golden armored demon and the golden eagle race member. If he faced them, the outcome would probably be the same. The strength of the poison god race lay in concealment and poison, not in direct combat. The poison god race member conceded, "What do you want to let me go?" Lin Moyo chuckled, "In the Great War tens of thousands of years ago, your poison god race also participated. I remember, in the Vermilion Bird Star region, there were 13 life star systems, with billions of people, all poisoned to death by you, right?" The thick fog rolled more violently, and the poison god race member said coldly, "We have already paid the price afterward." Indeed, after the event, Xiao Zhantian attacked the ancestral land of the poison god race, exterminating at least 2/3 of them, almost wiping them out. Although the poison god race survived, their numbers were greatly reduced, and they fell out of the ranks of the strong races. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still haven't recovered. Lin Moyo continued, "Although I don't know why Xiao Zhantian spared you in the end, our two races are mortal enemies, right?" The poison god race member remained silent. Lin Moyo snapped his fingers, "In that case, how can you expect me to let you go?" In an instant, countless sword energies erupted simultaneously, tearing apart the death fog. The poison god race member hidden in the fog was immediately revealed. He was also covered in thick fog, dodging the sword energy attacks in a sorry state. But facing the dense sword energy, his dodging was futile. To prevent the golden armored demon and the golden eagle race member from escaping, he had personally locked the starry sky, blocking teleportation devices. Now, this action became his own death sentence. The sword energy tore through his fog and ripped his body apart. The poison god race member's appearance was revealed. He had a slender body, 6 arms, and looked very strange. From a different angle, or if he lay down, he looked a bit like a spider. The sword energy cut off his limbs and sliced his body. Black blood flowed out, emitting a sour stench. The poison god race members were born with poison, their entire bodies were toxic. After easily dealing with them, Lin Moyo flicked his fingers, releasing a ball of undying flame. The undying flame exploded, landing on the 3 corpses. In the blazing flames, the 3 corpses' flesh and blood regenerated, and their souls reformed, becoming resurrected beings, kneeling before Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked at the resurrected poison god race member. "Is there a restriction in your soul?" The poison god race member answered honestly, "Yes." As expected, Lin Moyo didn't really need to ask. Many races had restrictions placed on their souls to prevent secrets from being discovered. The human race was an exception, as they never placed restrictions, being a strong race, and even at the God King realm, they didn't have many secrets to hide. The Golden Eagle race and the Demon race were the same, with vast star regions, they didn't fear other races prying. But the Poison God race was different. Perhaps they were once like the human race, but not anymore. Their ancestral land's location was their biggest secret. If other races found out, they might be attacked the next day. The Poison God race had many enemies who wanted to exterminate them. Lin Moyo didn't hold much hope, but he asked, "Tell me everything you can about the Poison God race." "Yes." The Poison God race member immediately began to speak. As a God King of the Poison God race, he didn't know the most secret of matters, but he knew a lot about general affairs. The Poison God race now hid in a mysterious area, never interacting with other races, recuperating. The population had recovered to over 100 million, though he didn't know the exact number. Among the various races, this number wasn't small, but it was far from the strong races. Even a single life star system of the human race could have tens or hundreds of billions of people. From his words, it was clear that Xiao Zhantian had indeed dealt them a heavy blow. After Xiao Zhantian, other races also took action, adding insult to injury. At their worst, the Poison God race had less than 1% of their original population. After listening, Lin Moyo noted the information and turned to the Water of Death. A soul force extended, enveloping the Water of Death. Under the soul force, the Water of Death gradually shrank. From a diameter of 10 meters, it became only the size of a fist, less than 10 centimeters. At this point, the Water of Death turned from liquid to solid, like a metal ball, which could be held in one's hand. Lin Moyo took out a jade box and stored the Water of Death in it. With a thought, the Golden Eagle race member came to his feet, becoming his mount, and they flew towards the ancient tomb together. In the great world, there were many races known for their speed. Many of these races were suitable as mounts. The Golden Eagle race was one of them. Using intelligent races as mounts had advantages that magical artifacts couldn't compare to. They had combat power, were more flexible, and could actively avoid danger. Lin Moyo had used a Golden Eagle race member as a mount once before, and since then, he felt the advantage, finding it much more useful than the Battle King Tower. It was said that the best mounts were dragons, but dragons. He thought of the long unseen Antares and decided against it. Ordinary dragons might not be seen, and using a divine dragon as a mount might get him killed by Antares' dragon breath. Lin Moyo put aside his unrealistic thoughts. He remembered his promise to Antares, to accompany him in reclaiming the dragon race when he returned to the great world. To do that, he needed great strength, or he would just be sending himself to death. Lin Moyo felt that he needed to reach at least the God-sovereign realm to have a chance. Gradually, a grand and massive tomb appeared in his sight. Chapter 1273. Chapter 1273, 1273. Chapter 1273, The First Test, Speed. The ancient tomb exuded a strong aura of death. Lin Moyo sensed this aura from thousands of kilometers away. It was the true aura of death, different from the aura of the laws of death, and closer to the power of the undying laws. Ordinary people couldn't distinguish between the two, but Lin Moyo, as a master of the undying laws, could tell them apart. Standing on the back of the Golden Eagle race member, Lin Moyo quietly felt the death aura emanating from the tomb. It was identical to the death aura in the mysterious manner, indicating that both came from the same world. However, the mysterious manner seemed like an independent world or a projection of another world, only perceptible upon entering it. The ancient tomb, on the other hand, had already arrived in the great world and was gradually merging with it. From the death aura, Lin Moyo also sensed a trace of the laws of death. The laws of death belonged to the great world, indicating that they were infiltrating the ancient tomb. This infiltration was slow but continuous. Infiltration, change, fusion. Lin Moyo seemed to grasp something but couldn't fully comprehend it. He realized that his level wasn't high enough to understand these changes, which seemed to involve the essence of the laws, far beyond his current reach. The ancient tomb grew larger in his sight. Nowadays, not many people came to the ancient tomb, especially among the human race. Thousands of years ago, people frequently entered the ancient tomb to explore, hoping to find a magical artifact and gain immense benefits. However, as the tomb became more dangerous and most artifacts were taken, fewer people ventured in. Most people who came to the 7 to 10 area were after the water of death. As they got closer, the death aura from the ancient tomb became overwhelming, like waves crashing against their bodies and souls. The soul world trembled under the impact of the death aura, and without a third-grade soul, one couldn't withstand it. Continuous exposure to the death aura would quickly corrode and kill the soul. The ancient tomb became clearer as they approached. It was a rectangular tomb made of black stones. The entrance, about a kilometer high, was a semicircular arch. On either side of the entrance stood two wordless stone tablets, each carved with a large skull. The tablets, made of a different material from the tomb, were white and emitted a jade-like glow. Lin Moyo touched the tomb's main body. The black stone was identical to the mysterious Manor's castle, incredibly sturdy. The stone tablets, though different in color and material, were equally indestructible. Even with all his strength, Lin Moyo couldn't leave a mark on them. People had tried to take the tablets, but they couldn't be moved. The entrance's broken door, half hanging on the tomb and half on the ground, was cut by a powerful weapon. The door's material was as sturdy as the tomb, and Lin Moyo couldn't leave a mark on it either. The fallen half of the door, despite being damaged, couldn't be taken away, as if it was still part of the tomb. This phenomenon was also seen in the mysterious manner, where broken stones couldn't be moved due to an invisible force holding them in place. Imagining the power needed to break the door, Lin Moyo thought even a deity might not achieve such destruction. Observing the ancient tomb, apart from the skulls on the tablets and the broken door, it had no other decorations, looking extremely ancient and simple. The tomb exuded a vast, ancient aura, like a giant beast from ancient times. Lin Moyo wondered what kind of powerful being was buried here, but even such a being had a day of death. Immortality was incredibly difficult to achieve. Even deities and god-kings had limited lifespans, eventually facing their end. Even the longest living dragons would die one day. No one wanted to die, and the pursuit of invincible power in higher realms was essentially a pursuit of true immortality, or even eternal life. Lin Moyo marked a place outside the tomb with a teleportation symbol for a quick escape if needed. Let's go in. The Poison God race member and the Golden Armored Demon entered the ancient tomb first, with Lin Moyo following on the Golden Eagle race member. The Golden Armored Demon led the way. The Poison God race member kept a kilometer distance from him, and Lin Moyo maintained the same distance from the Poison God race member. Though 2 kilometers wasn't far, it gave enough reaction time in case of danger, with the Golden Armored Demon taking the lead. Inside the tomb was a long passageway. The light dimmed as they walked, and after 100 meters, it was completely dark. Lin Moyo released a ball of undying flame, which floated in the air, providing some light. The undying flame cast long shadows, and their footsteps echoed in the passage, making the tomb even more eerie. For a strong person like Lin Moyo, ordinary ghosts and spirits were not frightening, as they were just souls or obsessions that could be easily erased. Seeing in the dark was also common, but here, the darkness affected his vision, prompting him to use the undying flame for light. After walking 10,000 meters, the passage still hadn't ended. It was straight, with no branches, and the scenery remained unchanged. Lin Moyo sensed something was wrong. They had walked farther than the passage's visible length outside, indicating a possible space array extending the space, but it didn't feel like an array. Lin Moyo realized the first test had appeared. The information mentioned a speed test upon entering the tomb. Lin Moyo had expected traps and was ready to dodge, but it seemed to be a literal speed test. He stopped, and the Poison God race member also stopped. The next second, the Golden Armored Demon started running fast, becoming a blur. Though not as fast as the Golden Eagle race, the God King's speed was still impressive. As he reached a certain speed, Lin Moya lost his sense of the golden armored demon. Chapter 1274. Chapter 1274, 1274. Chapter 1274, Ambush in the Tomb. The connection with the golden armored demon was lost, and the link between them was severed. Lin Moya's first reaction was that the golden armored demon had died, but upon further thought, it didn't make sense. Even if the golden armored demon was killed instantly, Lin Moya should have sensed the attack coming. Yet, the golden armored demon disappeared abruptly, without any warning. While Lin Moya was puzzled, the golden armored demon suddenly reappeared in his senses. Not dead. The golden armored demon was indeed not dead, but the connection between them had become very weak. It seemed as if they were not in the same spacetime. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moya understood what was happening. The next moment, the Poison God race member started running wildly, his 8 limbs creating countless afterimages on the ground as he rushed forward rapidly. His speed was much faster than the golden armored demon, and in an instant, he reached the critical point and disappeared just like the golden armored demon. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He waited quietly for a few seconds, and the Poison God race member reappeared in his senses. He and the golden armored demon were in the same space, not far from each other. It seems that as long as the speed is sufficient, one can pass this test. Lin Moya gave the order, and his mount transformed into a golden stream of light, rushing forward quickly. The speed of the Golden Eagle race was indeed very fast, reaching the critical point almost in the blink of an eye. Bang! It was as if a bubble had burst. The Golden Eagle race member turned into a phantom and disappeared before Lin Moya's eyes, while Lin Moya himself seemed to hit an invisible wall and was heavily bounced back. Lin Moya fell to the ground, emitting a white light. The skeletons bore the brunt of the impact. Lin Moya clearly felt an invisible law invading his body at the moment of impact. They really left no loopholes. Lin Moya didn't expect the rules here to be so strict that he couldn't use the speed of the Golden Eagle race to pass the test. It seems I can only rely on myself. This test was not difficult, but it required one's own strength. Only by reaching the critical speed with one's own power could one pass. That's why the Golden Eagle race member passed, but Lin Moya was blocked by the rules. Lin Moya got up, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force with his legs, shooting forward like an arrow. His speed was not slow. Even with just the physical body of a peak true god, it was enough for him to pass this test. Lin Moya's speed increased rapidly, and after a few seconds, he reached the critical point. The bubble burst before his eyes, and Lin Moya felt himself entering another world. The connection with the resurrected beings in his soul became extremely clear, and he easily sensed their positions, not far from him. With a thought, the 3 resurrected beings immediately came over. Lin Moya observed the space around him. From now on, he had truly entered the interior of the tomb. The interior of the tomb was not as dark as he had imagined. Instead, it was quite bright. All the light sources came from the white bones embedded in the surrounding walls, filling every gap. They shone like night pearls, illuminating the entire tomb. It was a semicircular space with a very high ceiling, at least a kilometer high. From its shape and the appearance of the ancient tomb seen from the outside, Lin Moya judged that he had walked through a long passage and entered the interior of the tomb. Around him were 10 identical stone doors, each 500 meters high, uniform in size and material, made of the same black stone as the tomb. The black stone doors contrasted sharply with the glowing white bones, creating an eerie atmosphere. The 10 stone doors represented 10 directions or 10 secret chambers. 7 of the stone doors were open, while the other 3 were closed. With Lin Moya's abilities, he had no way to deal with the closed stone doors. The stone doors were not opened recently, they had been like this since the ancient tomb first appeared 10,000 years ago. Over the millennia, countless people had entered to explore, taking everything they could. If the stones could be taken, they would have been moved long ago. If there was anything valuable left in the tomb, it would be behind the 3 closed doors. Have you been here before? Lin Moya asked the 3 resurrected beings. They shook their heads. The Golden Eagle race member said, "Our clan records state that everything here has been taken, so there's no need to enter." The Poison God race member and the Golden Armored Demon gave similar answers. The records Lin Moya had seen also indicated that each secret chamber contained a tomb with a coffin. These should be the tomb owner's relatives, buried together. But the coffins are all empty, and the people inside are missing. If that was the case, there was indeed no need to enter. Lin Moya looked ahead, where a dark passage led deeper into the tomb. According to the mission information, after passing through this passage, there would be a dry fountain. In the fountain pool, there were many stones. These stones were tainted by the laws of death, and bringing back one would complete the mission and earn a reward. This task seemed very easy, but it was not. Out of 10 people who took this task, less than half completed it. The difficulty lay in the second passage ahead. The Golden Armored Demon entered the passage first. It was dark and unlit. However, the passage was not long, and the Golden Armored Demon quickly reached the end. Nothing happened during the entire process. It wasn't until he left the passage that a barrage of attacks fell on him. The Golden Armored Demon didn't even have time to react and was killed instantly. An ambush. Lin Moya was puzzled. According to the information from the Golden Armored Demon before his death, there was an ambush at the other end of the passage. This is different from the records. The records say the second test is in the second passage. Why did the Golden Armored Demon pass through the passage unscathed but get ambushed after leaving it? Lin Moya was very confused and didn't know what had happened. Unlike skeletons, he couldn't connect to the resurrected being's vision and could only judge based on the information they transmitted. Losing a resurrected being didn't bother Lin Moya. Immediately, the poison god race member entered the passage. Under Lin Moya's command, he increased his speed to the limit and rushed through the passage in just a few dozen seconds. Like the golden armored demon, he was not attacked in the passage. It wasn't until he left the passage that a barrage of attacks fell on him. As expected, the poison god race member was killed instantly. Lin Moya frowned. With a thought, the Golden Eagle race member turned into a golden light and shot into the passage. The Golden Eagle race member's speed far exceeded that of the Golden Armored Demon and the Poison God race member, passing through the passage in less than 20 seconds. Again, a barrage of attacks fell, but the Golden Eagle race member was too fast and dodged most of them. However, he seemed to hit something and was forcibly stopped. Another round of dense attacks followed, and the Golden Eagle race member met the same fate. On the other side of the passage, Lin Moya gathered more information. There should be someone ambushing on the other side. And there are quite a few of them. Who are they? What do they want? Why did the second passage lose its function? As he pondered, 100 skeleton god generals appeared around Lin Moya, surrounding him as they entered the second passage together. Chapter 1275. Chapter 1275, 1275. Chapter 1275, Boring Illusion, Deserved Fate of the Bull Demon Clan. The undying flame ignited, and the white bones of the skeleton god general reflected in even brighter light, illuminating the passage. Lin Moya's presence cast numerous shadows in the passage, some on the walls and some on the ground, making it seem as if countless people were walking. The second passage was different from the first. The walls of the first passage were bare, but the second passage had many runes carved into the black stone. Lin Moya didn't recognize these runes, but he appreciated their beauty, likening them to dancing butterflies. Each rune was deeply etched into the stone, indicating the carver's immense power. Suddenly, the runes lit up, surprising Lin Moya. The previous 3 resurrected beings had entered without activating the runes, so why did they activate now? Lin Moya recalled the information. The key to passing the second test was willpower. The information was vague, only mentioning these 2 words, just like the first test, which was about speed. This vagueness was a characteristic of the human race's high-level tasks, encouraging individuals to explore and not rely on others. Although this approach led to more unnecessary losses, those who completed the tasks were true and intelligent strong individuals. Lin Moya understood and accepted this, though he found it somewhat frustrating. A mysterious law emerged in the passage, quickly enveloping most of it, including Lin Moya. He felt his power and laws weakening rapidly, causing a moment of panic. But he quickly dismissed this panic, recognizing it as an illusion. An illusion, Lin Moya realized, remaining calm. No wonder the second test is about willpower. Let's see what kind of illusion this is. A familiar starry sky appeared before him, with the blazing blue flame star not far away, radiating immense heat. Without his powers and spells, Lin Moya felt the heat almost burning him to ashes, making him sweat profusely and struggle to breathe. At this moment, the abyssal dragon demon appeared, grinning menacingly. Without his powers, spells, or his companion Jukaiwu, Lin Moya would surely die facing the abyssal dragon demon's avatar. However, Lin Moya remained calm, simply watching the abyssal dragon demon. The demon roared, its terrifying aura sweeping over him like a storm, seemingly ready to tear him apart. Lin Moya sighed, having seen through the illusion. Most illusions exploited one's deepest fears, magnifying them to induce terror and affect the soul, ultimately leading to death within the illusion. But Lin Moya had never been afraid, even in the most dangerous situations, like in the corpse realm where he nearly lost his life. He had experienced many emotions, but never fear. Seeing the abyssal dragon demon, Lin Moya shook his head, realizing the illusion couldn't find a stronger enemy within his heart, resorting to the demon's second avatar. His soul's 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, transforming into a divine dragon that devoured the abyssal dragon demon, shattering the illusion instantly. The passage returned to normal, and the runes stopped glowing. Lin Moya understood why the resurrected beings hadn't activated the runes or experienced the illusion. As his puppets, they didn't need to be tested by illusions, just like the skeleton god generals. He continued forward, and more runes lit up, generating a second illusion. This time, several beautiful women appeared, including Ningyi, Shuhan, Moyun, Mu Qianqian, Gu Qingxian, and Yu Qingro, among others. They approached him, their clothing becoming more revealing, their gazes seductive. Tempting sounds filled the air, making him feel restless and hot, as if a fire of desire was burning within him. How boring! Lin Moya's eyes flashed with anger. He loved his 4 wives dearly, who were currently resting in the coffin of eternal sleep. The illusion's attempt to use them to tempt him crossed his bottom line. He decided not to play along anymore, as such illusions had no effect on his soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared again, shattering the illusion instantly. Lin Moya continued forward, and the third illusion appeared. But before it could fully form, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, breaking it instantly. He was done playing these games. The fourth illusion met the same fate, destroyed before it could manifest. Ahead, light appeared, indicating the passage's end. Lin Moya's eyes gleamed coldly, determined to confront whoever dared ambush him. The skeleton god generals charged out first, but no attack came. Lin Moya found it strange, wondering if the ambushers had left. But upon exiting the passage, he saw a group of Bull Demon clan members lying on the ground, their bodies rotting and in a miserable state. Lin Moyo quickly understood what had happened. These Bull Demon clan members had killed the Poison God race member, whose body was highly toxic. Even in death, the Poison God race member's body released deadly toxins, which were fatal to others. Although the Poison God race member had become a resurrected being and turned to ashes upon death, his racial trait of releasing toxins remained. The ambushing Bull Demon clan members were poisoned and dying. Lin Moyo saw about 20 Bull Demon clan members on the ground. He had no intention of saving them, as the Bull Demon clan was not friendly with the human race and would have ambushed him if he had come out first. For now, they were enemies. Drip, drip. The sound of water caught Lin Moyo's attention. He saw a fountain 100 kilometers away, which had started dripping water again, contrary to the information that it had dried up. Chapter 1276. Chapter 1276, 1276. Chapter 1276, Wisdom and Observation, both indispensable. This is a garden. Finding a garden in a tomb is quite strange. However, after experiencing the mysterious manner, Lin Moyo was no longer surprised by such things. In the extreme of death, life is nurtured. It appears vibrant, but in reality, it is filled with death. Just like his undying laws, the extreme of death is life. Drip, drip. The fountain continuously spouted water droplets, shooting up to 10 meters high before falling back down. One drop after another, not many, but continuous. The fountain, which had been dry for 10,000 years, had started flowing again. It was like a dead, withered tree coming back to life after 100 years, astonishing people. Each drop of water from the fountain spread out a vast and clear aura of the laws of death. As the crystal clear water fell and spread in the fountain, the laws of death projected above it, extremely clear. This place had become an excellent cultivation ground. If one wanted to comprehend the laws of death, this was the best place. As long as one wasn't too dull, spending some time here would inevitably lead to understanding the laws of death. Following the falling water droplets with his gaze, Lin Moyo saw a group of Bull Demon clan members in front of the fountain. Over 100 Bull Demon clan members were facing the fountain, standing, sitting, or lying in various postures. They were comprehending the laws of death. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyo roughly understood why the Bull Demon clan had blocked the passage. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. They really thought of this. Doing such a thing that angers everyone. How many lives does the Bull Demon clan have? Lin Moyo estimated that they hadn't been blocking the passage for long. Otherwise, the news would have spread, and it would have definitely caused public outrage. Whether it was the demons, humans, or the Golden Eagle clan, they would have brought their armies. The Bull Demon clan couldn't possibly withstand them. Not far away, Lin Moyo saw a net-like magical artifact lying on the ground. It was this net-like magical artifact that had captured the resurrected Golden Eagle clan member. Otherwise, with the speed of the Golden Eagle clan, the Bull Demon clan couldn't have killed him instantly. The owner of the net-like magical artifact wasn't dead yet. Although it was lying on the ground, it still emitted a faint light and could be used at any time. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and over 100 skeleton god generals rushed out, crossing hundreds of kilometers in an instant. The white sword energy illuminated the garden, and countless flowers and plants were swept up by the sword energy. Many Bull Demon clan members, who were comprehending the laws of death, were torn to pieces by the sword energy before they could react. Lin Moyo calmly took out a space-locking pearl and activated it. The space-locking pearl emitted a brilliant light, and an invisible force swept out. In an instant, the space was locked, and most teleportation devices couldn't be used. You started it, I'll finish it. Since we are enemies now, I won't let you go. The space-locking pearl was a double-edged sword. It could harm the enemy but also oneself. After locking the space, even if the space-locking pearl was deactivated, it would take some time for the space to recover. If one couldn't win, it might prevent oneself from escaping. Lin Moyo had encountered similar situations several times, where someone used a space-locking pearl and ended up trapping themselves, digging their own grave. The Bull Demon clan members reacted, exiting their comprehension state and roaring as they attacked the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals had the combat power of a third-level god king, making them top tier in this area. In the sudden attack, dozens of Bull Demon clan god kings were killed on the spot. The Bull Demon clan also had fourth-level god kings who fought back, but before they could act, their bodies suddenly exploded. Stellar-level spell, corpse explosion. Lin Moyo stood 100 kilometers away, calmly detonating one corpse after another. With his talent, the corpse of a second-level god king was enough to kill a third-level god king. The corpse of a third-level god king was enough to kill a fourth-level god king. The skeleton god generals swung their swords wildly, relentlessly pursuing the Bull Demon clan members. Lin Moyo continued to cast corpse explosion from behind. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Bull Demon clan members were almost all dead or injured. Until the end, they didn't know who their enemy was. In their eyes, there were only skeletons. Lin Moyo stood 100 kilometers away, unnoticed by them. By now, the Bull Demon clan members who had been poisoned by the Poison God clan were almost all dead. Lin Moyo had the skeleton god generals collect their storage artifacts while he walked straight to the fountain to observe it carefully. The information didn't mention the garden, but if I'm not mistaken, when the fountain was dry, this garden should have been dead too. It wasn't until the fountain was restored that the garden came back to life. But why did the fountain start flowing again? Lin Moyo saw a thin layer of black water in the pool. The black water emitted a strong aura of the laws of death, very pure death water. The pool was filled with many stones, each slightly smaller than a fist, covering the bottom. The death water only covered about 1/10 of the stones, not much in quantity. The stones were entirely black, also emitting the aura of death, exactly the stones needed for the task. Lin Moya reached into the water and grabbed one of the stones. He lifted it, but the stone didn't move at all. This task wasn't difficult. The ancient tomb's danger level was medium, but as long as one didn't go deep, there was almost no danger. Neither of the first two tests, speed or willpower, was life-threatening. Considering this, the task seemed too easy. But how could the Human Emperor Network assign such a simple task and offer a reward of 5,000 points? If I'm not mistaken, the real difficulty of this task lies here. Lin Moya tried another stone, pulling hard, but it still didn't move. Clearly, although there were many stones here, not every one could be taken. And looking around, there seemed to be no pattern. But could there really be no pattern? If so, it would be entirely based on luck, trying each stone until finding one that could be taken. Lin Moya didn't think so. The Human Emperor Network tested cultivators' courage, perseverance, and wisdom, not luck. Luck was part of it, but not the main test. Lin Moya stopped trying each stone. He stood by the pool, thinking. Soon, his eyes brightened, and he had an idea. Since this task was issued, thousands of people have completed it. But the number of stones here hasn't decreased. This means the stones don't come from the pool. He looked around, seeing the vibrant flowers and plants. This was a garden, originally supposed to be barren, now full of life. At the roots of the plants, there were many stones. These stones didn't emit the aura of death and were gray-white, not the stones needed for the task. But the stones showed signs of being moved. Lin Moya had a skeleton god general bring one over. After pondering for a few seconds, he put the stone into the pool. A few seconds later, black lines appeared on the stone. The stone began to emit wisps of the aura of death. After a few more minutes, the stone turned completely black. Lin Moya took it out. This is the item needed for the task. Lin Moya smiled and put the stone away. He looked into the darkness beyond the garden. Next, I should go inside and take a look. This task tested not combat power but wisdom and observation. To become a true strong person, wisdom and observation were indispensable. This task was actually not suitable for someone with combat power like him. He was mainly attracted by the ancient tomb. He instinctively felt that the ancient tomb was somewhat related to the mysterious manor, perhaps connected to some ancient secrets. The mysterious person in the black hole was clearly very interested in ancient matters. Even such an existence was interested, which piqued Lin Moya's curiosity. Chapter 1277. Chapter 1277, 1277. Chapter 1277, What Really Happened in Ancient Times. In the garden, Lin Moya paused for a moment. The fountain continued to spout black water, which contained the laws of death, indistinguishable from the water of death. Each spout of water revealed the laws of death, making this place the best sanctuary for comprehending these laws. The Bull Demon clan might have discovered this and decided to block the entrance, trying to occupy the area and prevent other races from entering. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Moya and were completely wiped out. The water in the pool was all water of death, highly valuable. Lin Moya tried to take it but found it impossible. The water of death and the stones in the pool had become part of the pool itself. Lin Moya was not disappointed, as this was not his primary goal. With the task completed and confirming there was nothing else in the garden, Lin Moya proceeded deeper into the tomb. Beyond the garden was another dark passage, the third passage. Passing through this passage led to the depths of the tomb. According to the information, this passage had no tests or checkpoints. Some people reached the end and found nothing, while others disappeared at the passage's end. The passage was pitch black. As Lin Moya was enveloped by the darkness, he suddenly thought of something. He quickly returned to the garden in a few steps. The garden was as usual, with the fountain still dripping water, and the flowers and plants seemed even more vibrant. However, Lin Moya's expression grew more cautious. The bodies are gone. The bodies of the Bull Demon clan were gone, without a trace. The garden floor was clean, with no bloodstains or fragments, as if someone had meticulously cleaned it. Lin Moya thought deeper. During the time the Bull Demon clan guarded the passage, many people must have died here. Even if the Bull Demon clan collected the bodies, there should have been bloodstains and battle marks, but there were none. This was very unusual. Given the Bull Demon clan's somewhat reckless nature, it was impossible for them to clean the battlefield so thoroughly. Lin Moya focused on the fountain. The water spouted continuously, but the frequency seemed slightly faster. The change was very subtle, but Lin Moya's keen soul noticed it. He seemed to guess why the fountain had revived. From drying up to spouting again, it was because it had accumulated enough power. His mind cleared, and he suddenly understood many things. The death aura in the tomb was not the laws of death eroding the ancient tomb but the ancient tomb gradually adapting to the laws of the great world, absorbing them. If that's the case, then the fountain might not have spouted water of death before. Lin Moya reached into the pool, touching the stones and the newly appeared water. Upon careful sensing, he finally discovered the difference between the two. The black stones in the pool contained the aura of death, but it was not the laws of death, more akin to the undying laws, with a hint of life deep within. The newly spouted water of death had lost this hint of life, embodying the true laws of death. Although the difference was slight, their essence was completely different, with the stones being of a higher level. Lin Moya pondered, what really happened in ancient times? The laws of that era seemed different from the current laws. My profession and my undying laws seem somewhat similar to the ancient laws. Various thoughts swirled in his mind, enveloping him in a huge mystery. He had pondered this before, as his profession was unique, not found in the small world or the great world. Others' spells always had many similar counterparts, but his was unique. After encountering the mysterious manor, he found laws that were somewhat similar, deepening his curiosity. He felt an urge to trace the origins. Retracting his attention from the fountain, he stepped into the dark passage again. Perhaps at the end of the passage, he could find some clues. Lin Moyo believed that the god kings who disappeared did not vanish without reason. Something must have happened. There might be danger, but it was worth the risk. The passage was extremely quiet, with only his footsteps and the sound of the skeleton's movements. As he went deeper, the darkness intensified. Lin Moyo threw out the undying flame, but it was quickly enveloped by thick black fog, unable to illuminate the surroundings. He could only see a faint light within the fog, but soon even that disappeared. Lin Moyo realized he was now within the thick fog. It was so dark that he couldn't see the fog. Switching to undead vision, he saw nothing. Although he still couldn't see clearly, undead vision would reveal any living beings trying to ambush him. After walking about 10,000 meters, his vision suddenly cleared as he exited the fog. In front of him stood a high wall, the passage's end. The wall was made of the same material as the tomb, extremely sturdy. Lin Moyo didn't try to break the wall, knowing it was impossible. The wall was 1,000 meters high, connecting to the entire top. Lin Moyo and the skeleton god generals searched the wall for a long time but found nothing. If there were any mechanisms on the wall, they would have been discovered long ago. There are many smart people in the world. It's impossible that everything waits for me to discover. Lin Moyo shifted his attention from the wall, knowing there was nothing there. If the wall had no issues, how did the god kings disappear? He looked back at the dark passage, filled with thick fog. The fog contained a strong death aura, seemingly composed of the purest death energy. If the wall has no issues, then the problem must be in the passage. The passage is 1,000 meters high and about 200 meters wide, a straight line with no bends. If so, the problem is either at the top or the sides. Lin Moyo quickly analyzed the possibilities. With a thought, the skeleton god generals responded. He summoned 10,000 skeleton god generals, dividing them into 3 groups. One group went to the top of the passage, and the other 2 groups searched the sides. The skeleton god generals advanced densely, conducting a thorough search in the darkness. Watching the skeleton god generals disappear into the darkness, Lin Moyo stood by the wall, waiting patiently. Soon, a skeleton god general sent back information. On the left side of the passage, they found an entrance, leading to an unknown place. Lin Moyo smiled. As expected, it's in the passage. He roughly understood why the god kings disappeared. They most likely entered the hidden area. Chapter 1278. Chapter 1278, 1278. Chapter 1278, The Enormous Cemetery. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. He waited for the skeletons to search the entire passage thoroughly. In the passage, a total of 8 entrances were found. The 8 entrances were hidden in the thick black fog, 4 on each side, symmetrically opposite each other. The god kings who disappeared here most likely entered one of these entrances and never returned. There are indeed many smart people. Those god kings should be quite intelligent, at least smarter than ordinary people, and they possess a strong sense of curiosity. Normally, when reaching the end of the passage and finding nothing, one would leave. But smart people wouldn't. They would think, could there be other entrances in this dark passage? Then they would search, and upon finding one, they would enter with excitement, only to disappear forever. Lin Moyo didn't know if he would disappear like those god kings, but he was determined to explore. The ancient secrets alone deeply attracted him. In the mysterious manner, he had seen someone summon the Great World Runes to battle the manor's owner. The Great World Runes were now nearly collapsing. Although it was uncertain if the manor's owner was responsible, the owner had entered the coffin of eternal sleep, which was now in Lin Moyo's possession. The information left by the manor's owner, the displayed power system, seemed to be intricately connected to Lin Moyo. With all these reasons combined, Lin Moyo, driven by curiosity, chose one of the entrances and stepped in. Space distorted, and colorful lights appeared before his eyes. Lin Moyo felt as if he was being transported. Moments later, his feet touched solid ground again, and the scenery before him quickly solidified, marking the end of the teleportation. A gray-white fireball hung in the sky, bringing some light to the world. Under the fireball's illumination, the entire world appeared gray and white. The air was filled with visible floating dust, constantly rising and falling, as if an invisible hand was tossing the dust into the air, making it dance. A gentle breeze blew, colliding with the dust, producing a faint sound. The whole world exuded a faint sense of sadness and desolation. An inexplicable feeling surged in Lin Moyo's heart, reminding him of a certain festival from his previous life. Every April and spring, people would go to the mountains to pay respects to their ancestors. It often rained during that time, and the mountains would be filled with incense and occasionally, people crying in sorrow. Looking ahead, Lin Moyo saw a forest. A small path wound through the forest, leading to distant mountains. With caution, Lin Moyo followed the path into the forest. The forest was not dense, with sparse trees just enough to block the view. After walking about 100 meters, the forest ended, revealing rows of coffins. The coffins were neatly arranged, identical in size and shape, stretching endlessly. The atmosphere grew even more sorrowful, and the air was thick with the scent of death. The floating dust in the air danced more vigorously. This is a cemetery. Lin Moyo paused, feeling a slight unease. He didn't sense any danger, just a strange feeling. Finding a cemetery within an ancient tomb was unexpected. He recalled the structure of the ancient tomb. After entering the first passage, there was a circular hall. The hall had several rooms, each containing coffins and many burial items, indicating that those buried there were likely relatives of the tomb's owner. Following that was the second passage, leading to a garden with a fountain. Building a garden within a tomb was already strange and something Lin Moya couldn't understand. Then came the third passage, which had 8 entrances. After choosing one, he arrived here. Gradually, a clear structure formed in his mind. Lin Moya speculated that there were likely multiple cemeteries like the one before him. The 8 entrances each led to a cemetery. Combining this with what he had seen in the mysterious manor, Lin Moya suddenly had a guess. If the ancient tomb's owner was a general, could the coffins in the cemetery be those of soldiers? The 8 cemeteries seemed to form a camp, surrounding the central mountain forest. Lin Moya stood before the cemetery for a long time without entering. The cemetery exuded an unusual aura, making him feel that something extraordinary was present. He knew that stepping inside would inevitably trigger some unpredictable events. He looked towards the distant mountain forest, deep in thought. If I'm not mistaken, that mountain forest is the true burial ground. Lin Moya walked slowly along the cemetery's perimeter, leaving footprints in the soft soil. As he walked, he continued to observe the cemetery. It was very quiet, with nothing but coffins neatly arranged. However, Lin Moya gradually noticed some changes. Although the cemetery had no fences or high walls, the aura it emitted formed an invisible barrier. Inside and outside were completely different worlds. Lin Moya could clearly sense the barrier's presence and did not step inside lightly. The barrier was not a straight line but had a curved shape, forming a fan. This further confirmed Lin Moya's guess that there were multiple cemeteries, and the one before him was just one of them. The 8 entrances in the third passage each led to a cemetery. The 8 cemeteries formed a fan shape, with paths between them. After walking for half a day, Lin Moya finally reached the end of the cemetery, where a path led to the mountain. The path was not wide, less than 30 meters, and was paved with black stones, seemingly leftover materials from building the tomb. However, the stones were rounded, clearly polished. To Lin Moya, polishing these stones was more time-consuming and labor-intensive than building the tomb. On the other side of the path was another cemetery, identical to the one beside him. This confirmed Lin Moya's guess. The 8 entrances in the third passage each led to a cemetery. The 8 cemeteries formed a fan shape, with paths between them. In his mind, a map formed, revealing an enormous cemetery with at least 1 million coffins. Standing at the edge of the path, Lin Moya looked towards the distant mountain. The path led straight to the mountain. He could avoid entering the cemetery by following the path. Just as he was about to step forward, he quickly retracted his foot. The path was filled with the same aura as the cemetery, connecting them as one. Although divided into 8 parts, the cemetery was still a whole, with any disturbance affecting the entire area. The path seemed to lead to the central mountain, but entering it was no different from entering the cemetery. With a thought, 3 skeleton god generals appeared. In uncertain situations, sending skeletons to scout was the best choice. The sound of bones clashing broke the cemetery's silence. One skeleton god general ran into the path, another into the cemetery beside him, and the last one crossed the path to the opposite cemetery. At that moment, Lin Moya seemed to notice something, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw a figure. Chapter 1279. Chapter 1279, 1279. Chapter 1279, The Former God Kings, Cemetery Cleaners. In the cemetery across the gravel path, a figure suddenly appeared. Lin Moya was certain that the figure had appeared out of nowhere. If it had been there before, he would have noticed it. He had been constantly observing the cemetery, and nothing could escape his eyes. In the predominantly pale cemetery, the appearance of a black figure was very conspicuous. As the figure appeared, Lin Moya felt a tremor in his heart. He lost contact with the 3 skeleton god generals. Lin Moya was slightly shocked. At any time, he could always sense the presence of his skeletons, no matter how far away they were. Even if they were in different spaces and he couldn't establish a connection or give commands, he could still sense their existence. But at this moment, he completely lost contact with the skeletons. Dead. No, even if they were killed instantly, it wouldn't be like this. The simplest way to verify if the skeletons were still alive was to try summoning new skeleton god generals. The summoning failed, and the slots for the skeleton god generals were not freed up. This indicated that the 3 skeleton god generals were still alive and had not died. They were truly out of contact. Lin Moya felt a sense of caution rising in his heart. He realized that it was possible for him to lose contact with his skeletons. His expression became extremely serious. If that's the case, if I encounter an enemy who can sever the connection with my skeletons in the future, the combat power of my undead army will be greatly reduced. The undead army accounted for at least half of his strength. If an enemy targeted this weakness, Lin Moya thought deeply and far ahead. As his strength grew, he became more aware of this point. In battles between strong individuals, even the slightest difference could be fatal. Any negligence or weakness could lead to death and destruction. It seems that no matter what, I have to go in. Lin Moya was extremely curious about the ancient secrets and indeed wanted to explore. But it wasn't a necessity. If there was real danger, he would decisively give up. However, now he had no choice but to go in. Not knowing the reason for the skeleton's loss of contact made him uneasy. Lin Moya focused his attention on the newly appeared figure. In just a short while, the number of figures increased, and several more appeared. Not only did figures appear in the cemetery across the gravel path, but also in the cemetery beside him. The black figures were somewhat illusory, only discernible as human shapes, but their faces were unclear. They ignored Lin Moya and continued doing their tasks. Lin Moya watched them and soon saw what they were doing. They were cleaning the cemetery. Some were wiping the coffins, while others were sweeping the cemetery grounds. The cemetery had white floating dust and fallen leaves from the nearby forest, which they cleaned meticulously. However, the floating dust and falling leaves were endless, making the cleaning work never-ending. The black figures did not communicate with each other, each performing their tasks with clear division of labor. They seemed wooden but were extremely diligent and serious in their cleaning. The black figures were illusory, appearing to wear uniform work clothes, but their internal forms varied greatly. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment and finally realized the identity of these cleaners. They were the missing god kings from various races, now turned into cemetery cleaners. Lin Moyo couldn't help but wonder if he would become like them, a cemetery cleaner, if he went in. For a moment, he felt an impulse to turn around and leave, not even caring about the 3 skeleton god generals trapped inside. But the next second, Lin Moyo stopped. He couldn't just leave. For his own sake and for the skeletons, he had to enter the cemetery. Moreover, he had confidence in himself. He was not an ordinary god king. In a desperate situation, he could unleash power comparable to a god sovereign, not entirely powerless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyo stepped into the cemetery beside him. With one step, he felt as if he had entered another world. The mysterious aura of the cemetery enveloped him instantly. Lin Moyo looked around and found himself inside the cemetery, not at the edge but directly in the middle. Coffins were densely packed around him, with narrow paths between them for one person to pass through. The distant mountain was still visible, allowing him to orient himself. However, Lin Moyo did not move rashly. In an unknown situation, acting hastily was unsafe. The previously lost connection with the 3 skeleton god generals was restored. With a thought, the 3 skeletons quickly approached Lin Moyo, soon appearing in his sight. The 3 skeletons were not far from him. They had not actually entered the gravel path or the cemetery beyond it. They had been in the same cemetery all along. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the cemetery and the gravel path are actually one entity. The skeletons can move freely inside but lose contact with the outside world. This place is like an independent world. Unlike the relationship between a small world and the great world, where the small world is independent but still dependent on the great world, this cemetery seemed like a truly independent small world with its own rules. Thinking of this, Lin Moyo tried to mobilize his power and found that his physical and law powers were still present. Although his power seemed intact, Lin Moyo was not pleased. This place felt exactly like the mysterious manor. The laws were still there, but their effects were greatly weakened, making little difference whether they existed or not. Perhaps his level and realm were also restricted, but since he was only at the 7th level of a true god, he didn't feel it. His ability to fight across realms had always been his advantage. Seeing the 3 skeletons, Lin Moyo did not let them come closer. Instead, he released more skeletons, sending thousands of them in all directions. The skeletons continuously transmitted information back. Although the information was repetitive, Lin Moyo noticed something unusual. The skeletons saw endless coffins and occasionally encountered black figures. The black figures ignored the skeletons and continued their tasks. Lin Moyo finally saw the true nature of these black figures. They were indeed god kings from various races, including demons, golden eagles, bull demons, humans, and more. Without exception, these god kings had lost their physical bodies, leaving only their souls. Their soul flames were still strong, and their souls were intact, but they were wooden and devoid of intelligence. A mysterious force surrounded them, controlling the black figures and making them perform cleaning tasks. Lin Moyo grew more cautious. As time passed, the skeletons ran farther, expanding their range of vision. Suddenly, several skeletons came towards him. Lin Moyo was slightly puzzled. All the skeletons had been sent in different directions, so how could they be coming towards him? There was only one possibility: they had circled the entire cemetery. The cemetery had no boundaries, no gravel path, and no entrance from where he had come. The cemetery was vast but not infinite. Lin Moyo realized he was trapped inside. Chapter 1280. Chapter 1280, 1280. Chapter 1280, Grey Flames, Danger Approaches. Lin Moyo tried many times, with the skeletons advancing from different angles and directions. However, in the end, the skeletons would always meet, as if crossing a boundary, being sent from the far left directly to the far right. This cemetery is like a game map. No matter which edge you exit from, you will appear on the opposite edge. The god kings of the past must have been trapped inside in this way. There is no immediate danger. It seems the danger has not yet arrived. If there were truly no danger, the god kings, who do not need to eat or drink and have lifespans exceeding 10,000 years, would not have ended up in their current state. Lin Moyo pondered, knowing that there must be danger in the cemetery, but it had not yet manifested. The god kings who had entered this place had all perished, their souls trapped here, losing their intelligence, and becoming eternal slaves. The skeletons had explored the entire boundary and, finding no results, chose to give up. Then, the skeletons came before the former god kings, looking at the souls wrapped in mysterious power. Lin Moyo ordered them to act. The skeleton god warrior's axe swung towards the shadow. This was a test. Lin Moyo was not looking for the reaction of the god king's soul but the reaction of the mysterious power. The axe struck the mysterious power, causing a slight distortion. The axe passed through the mysterious power and the soul it enveloped. Nothing happened. The mysterious power remained intact, and the soul was also unharmed. The skeleton god warrior's axe seemed to cut through air. No physical form, or immune to physical attacks. Lin Moyo considered two possibilities. The next second, he summoned the skeleton soul archer. Since physical attacks were ineffective, he would try soul attacks. The skeleton soul archer drew its bow and shot an arrow imbued with the undying laws, carrying significant power. The soul arrow flashed and hit the target the next second. A transparent, illusory arrow appeared outside the mysterious power, but the mysterious power remained intact. Lin Moyo frowned. The next second, more skeleton soul archers appeared, their attacks falling like raindrops. But it was useless. The mysterious power completely blocked the attacks, protecting the soul inside. Useless. Lin Moya continued to try various attacks, Undead Gaze, Time Curse, and the Sword Energy of the Skeleton God General. However, none of these attacks could affect the mysterious power. Throughout the process, the mysterious power continued to control the God King's soul, cleaning the cemetery. Leaves blown into the cemetery by the wind randomly appeared in various places, scattering around. The floating dust in the sky behaved similarly, randomly appearing in different locations within the cemetery. Lin Moyo gave up on studying the God King cleaners and turned his attention to the coffins. The items in the cemetery were extremely monotonous. Besides the God King cleaners, there were only coffins. The pale coffins were very sturdy. The skeletons took turns using various methods, but none could damage them. Even the Skeleton King's sharp sword could not leave a mark on them. Lin Moya deeply suspected that the material used to make the coffins was the same as that used to build the tomb. The only difference was the color. Their essence was the same. Lin Moya changed his approach. Since he couldn't destroy them, he tried to open them. However, the coffins remained sealed, the lids seemingly fused with the bodies. After exhausting all methods, Lin Moya reluctantly gave up. What exactly is the danger? Lin Moya looked towards the distant mountain and finally moved. Since entering the cemetery, Lin Moyo had not moved. Now, he finally walked towards the mountain, his speed increasing. The mountain grew larger in his sight, but Lin Moya's keen senses noticed that it was only slightly closer. This indicated that he was indeed moving towards the mountain within the cemetery. But suddenly, his vision blurred, and the mountain became distant again. As expected, Lin Moyo had anticipated this. He had crossed the cemetery's boundary and reappeared on the opposite edge. He turned around and walked quickly. His vision blurred again, and when he looked at the mountain, it was closer. He repeatedly crossed the boundary, but after a long time, he still couldn't find a way out. It seems I can only wait for the danger to arrive. Perhaps the key to breaking the situation lies in overcoming the danger. If I can survive, I can leave the cemetery. If not, I will become one of the cemetery's cleaners. Yes, a true god-level cleaner, the lowest rank in the cemetery. Lin Moya laughed self-deprecatingly, but his eyes shone with confidence. He knew it would be dangerous, but the danger had a limit. Otherwise, the ancient tomb would attract god sovereigns, not god kings. A god sovereign cleaner would be more impressive than a god king. As he waited, time passed slowly. There was no concept of day here. Time seemed to stand still or pass quickly. After an unknown period, the sky gradually darkened. When it was bright, Lin Moyo hadn't seen any stars and didn't know where the light came from. But now, as the sky darkened, he saw a flame slowly rising from the mountain. As the gray flame rose, the entire world was dyed gray. The gray flame reminded Lin Moyo of his undying flame. The two were very similar. When the gray flame reached the mountain's peak, it suddenly stopped, burning fiercely at the top. For a moment, the mountain became a torch, the gray flame illuminating every cemetery. Lin Moya's vigilance heightened, knowing that if danger were to come, it would be now. The gray flame grew more intense, leaving only gray and white in the world. All other colors were erased, even Lin Moya's clothes turned gray. The world lost its color, and Lin Moya's vision was greatly affected. Not only his physical sight but also his soul's perception was suppressed, and his reaction speed slowed. In this gray and white world, his power was weakened. A scraping sound reached his ears. In the gray and white world, the coffins that Lin Moya couldn't open suddenly began to open. The lids were slowly moved from the inside. The objects buried in the coffins were about to emerge. Lin Moya's alertness reached its peak, fully prepared. The gray flame, imbued with an indescribable mysterious power, awakened the sleepers in the coffins. The tomb came from ancient times, and the sleepers in the coffins had endured countless years, still existing. This alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Lin Moyo had already summoned the skeleton god generals, surrounding himself. He was confident but not arrogant. Facing unknown dangers, Lin Moya never let his guard down. The coffin lids were completely removed, falling to the ground with a thud. Immediately, gray beams shot out from the coffins, intertwining in the air. The gray flame on the mountain also scattered countless sparks, colliding and intertwining in the air. The floating white dust was ignited by the flame, burning in the air, filling the cemetery with ghostly fire. Gray figures shot out from the coffins. Chapter 1281. Chapter 1281, 1281. Chapter 1281, Skeleton Army vs. Skeleton Army. Lin Moya was slightly stunned when he saw the beings that jumped out of the coffins. They were skeletons. If they had been buried in the coffins for billions of years, with their flesh rotting away and turning into skeletons, he wouldn't have been surprised. But these skeletons were different. They all looked exactly the same, with no differences in height, body shape, or the appearance of their skulls. Even the bone-made war knives they held were identical. There was only one possibility for such uniformity. Like his own undead army, these skeletons were also summoned by someone. Lin Moyo had seen a skeleton army in the mysterious manner before. However, what he saw then was an image, not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes now. But Lin Moyo also noticed that these skeletons were different from his own. They were about 2 meters tall, not very tall. Their bones were not pure white but white mixed with gray. Gray patterns formed on their bones, creating special designs. Each skeleton had these patterns, and every pattern was identical. The patterns looked like some kind of mysterious runes. Lin Moya knew that these patterns were not random but likely contained some function. The skeletons that jumped out of the coffins stood opposite his own skeletons. On one side were the gray-white skeletons with patterns, and on the other side were his jade-white skeletons. The contrast was stark. He had already counted the number of coffins in this cemetery, which was exactly 100,000. This meant there were now 100,000 gray-white skeletons. Although he didn't know their strength, considering that the god kings who had fallen here might have been killed by them, their power couldn't be underestimated. Ghostly flames floated above the cemetery, making the entire place even more eerie and terrifying. The gray flame on the mountain flickered again, and an invisible force swept across the cemetery. Lin Moya's soul trembled, and gray mist suddenly appeared outside his soul world. The mist enveloped his soul world, almost severing the connection between his soul and body. Lin Moya finally understood that if he were killed by the skeletons and his body was dismembered, his soul, without the protection of his body, would be enveloped by the grey mist and turned into one of the cemetery cleaners. This was likely how the god kings of the past had died. Their souls were disturbed and suppressed, unable to exert even a tenth of their power. One could imagine how frustrating their deaths must have been. If you want to kill me, then try it. Lin Moya steeled himself, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, dispersing a portion of the grey mist. The branches of the talon tree extended from his soul world, wildly whipping the mist, completely dispersing it. Purple light flowed over his soul, dyeing it purple. A soul garment appeared outside his soul, protecting it. The connection between his soul and body was restored, unobstructed. At this moment, the grey-white skeletons moved, raising their war knives to attack the skeleton god generals. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and the skeleton god generals immediately counterattacked. For a time, sword energy and knife light crisscrossed. A fierce battle erupted in the cemetery. The grey-white skeletons were very strong, reaching the 3rd level of God King, comparable to the skeleton god generals. Moreover, their number was as high as 100,000, overwhelming Lin Moya. Any god king, even at the 5th level, facing the suppression of the flame and the skeleton's siege, would have no way out. But Lin Moya was unfazed. Such a scene didn't scare him at all. A large number of skeleton god generals appeared, and Lin Moya directly released 1,000,000 skeleton god generals, using a tenfold numerical advantage to fight the grey-white skeletons. The battle between the undead armies was unique. Sword light and knife light collided, laws roared, and the sound of clashes was deafening. The intense and vast energy constantly shook the cemetery. Lin Moya stood in the center, surrounded by the skeleton god generals, unmoving. The power of the skeleton god generals was equal to that of the grey-white skeletons, but they had a numerical advantage. Gradually, the balance of the battle began to tilt, with the skeleton god generals gaining the upper hand. The grey-white skeletons were gradually suppressed. Although they hadn't been defeated yet, it was only a matter of time. One by one, the grey-white skeletons were cut down by the skeleton god generals, falling to the ground in pieces. This outcome was within Lin Moya's expectations. The numerical advantage was irreplaceable. But Lin Moya didn't let his guard down. The cemetery wasn't just one, there were 8. If the skeletons from the other 7 cemeteries came to support, the battle would continue. He tried to lock onto the scattered grey-white skeletons, intending to use them for corpse explosion. But he couldn't lock onto them. The shattered skeletons couldn't serve as materials for corpse explosion. However, it wasn't a big problem. He still had plenty of God King level materials for corpse explosion. After just an hour, the battle was nearing its end. The grey-white skeletons were completely surrounded and quickly eliminated, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't occur. The skeletons from the other 7 cemeteries didn't come to support. Finally, when the last grey-white skeleton was cut into pieces, Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the grey flame on the mountain flickered again. A mysterious aura swept through the cemetery like a gust of wind. The scattered skeleton fragments all flew into the sky, with the grey patterns on the fragments glowing. The fragments combined and fused, forming a new skeleton. This skeleton was 5,000 meters tall, looking down at Lin Moya like a god. Lin Moya raised his head, slightly surprised. This skeleton resembled the Skeleton King, a skeleton king formed by the skeletons themselves. The 5,000-meter-tall giant skeleton exuded a powerful aura, at least at the 6th level of God King. Lin Moya showed respect. With a thought, the skeleton throne appeared in the sky. A 10,000-meter-tall skeleton king slowly rose from the throne, wearing a blood-red cloak and a skeleton crown, exuding a rolling aura. Compared to it, the 5,000-meter-tall skeleton was insignificant. The skeleton king descended like a monarch, looking down at the opponent. Then, it swung its sword. Skill, God-slaying slash. The 5,000-meter-tall skeleton didn't even have time to react before it was cut into pieces by the Skeleton King. Countless skeleton fragments fell like raindrops. Before they hit the ground, the grey light on the mountain flickered again. In an instant, all the fragments reassembled into grey-white skeletons holding war knives, looking exactly as they did when they first appeared. Just as Lin Moya thought another battle was about to begin, the grey-white skeletons turned into grey light and returned to their coffins. The coffin lids closed tightly with a screeching sound. The grey flame continued to flicker, and a line of fire shot down from the sky, creating a bright path. A path paved with black gravel. Grey flames burned on both sides of the path, seemingly guiding Lin Moya. At this moment, the grey mist outside Lin Moya's soul world completely dissipated, as if indicating that the danger had passed. Lin Moya first had a skeleton god general step onto the gravel path. After carefully sensing for a while and confirming it was safe, he stepped onto it himself. The scene before him suddenly shifted, the cemetery disappearing, and the distant mountain rapidly approaching, no longer far away. Cheers echoed in his ears. Chapter 1282. Chapter 1282 1282. Chapter 1282 More like a small world instance. On both sides of the gravel path, gray flames were burning. Cheers and applause emanated from the gray flames. As Lin Moya walked on the gravel path, he felt like a victorious general, welcomed by countless people. The once distant mountain was no longer far away. Lin Moya stepped onto the gravel path and advanced towards the mountain. The gravel path quickly came to an end, and he arrived at the foot of the mountain. In front of him was a staircase leading up the mountain. The steps were also paved with black gravel, and gray flames continued to burn on both sides, guiding his way. Looking up at the mountain peak, a gray fireball was burning brightly, illuminating the surroundings like a star. He guessed that many secrets might be revealed at the top of the mountain. As he stepped onto the first step, an invisible force fell upon him. The force wasn't strong, and with his peak true god-level physical body, he easily withstood it. However, this force also struck his soul world, transforming into a war knife that struck the crystal barrier of his soul world. The crystal barrier was equally strong, withstanding the blow without a scratch. As expected, it's not that simple. To climb the mountain, one must pass some tests. With each step Lin Moya took, the gray flames on the mountain would flicker, and a force would fall, striking both his body and soul. As Lin Moya climbed higher, the force grew stronger, trying to hinder his progress. However, Lin Moya's physical strength and soul were too powerful. He ignored the attacks and continued to climb the mountain resolutely. Lin Moya's mind was filled with questions. He had felt something similar in the mysterious manor. The mysterious manor felt like an instance dungeon in a small world. There were checkpoints and tests. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but now the ancient tomb gave him the same feeling. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Moya sensed something was off. Since entering the Great World, he had experienced several instance dungeons and visited many places. Whether in the Human Emperor Network's virtual world or in reality, the instance dungeons had their own characteristics, distinct from those in the small world. But the mysterious manor and the ancient tomb felt like they belonged to a small world, completely different from the instance dungeons in the Great World. This was very strange. Normally, a small world exists dependent on the Great World. Although independent, most of its rules are similar to those of the Great World. The information he had about small worlds also indicated this. But his small world seemed very special, especially with Antares guarding the small world, and when leaving the small world, there were several god sovereigns surrounding it. Antares said that a supreme treasure had fallen into the small world, causing this situation. But thinking about it now, it didn't seem to be just because of that. Some of the god sovereigns were mortal enemies of the human race, yet they didn't attack him immediately. Looking back, there must have been some kind of constraint preventing them from killing him directly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moya thought of the old man in green riding a green ox. He had appeared in the Origin secret realm and handed over the Origin rune to him. Lin Moya couldn't fathom the old man's level. Even Antares didn't dare mention the old man's name and warned Lin Moya not to think about him. Lin Moya was no longer ignorant. He had seen god sovereigns and even beings stronger than gods. He believed Antares was at least a god sovereign, and a very powerful one. Perhaps Antares had even surpassed the god sovereign level. Yet, even so, Antares didn't dare mention the old man's name. Could it be that existence? Lin Moya shook his head, and the image of the old man in his mind shattered instantly. He remembered Antares' warning not to think about the old man's appearance. That existence was too powerful, beyond even the right to think about. What is the connection between the ancient beings and my small world? Why is my magic completely different from others, so out of place? But the fundamental laws still follow the rules of the Great World. The more he learned, the more mysteries filled his heart. Lin Moya was eager for answers, just as he had constantly questioned Antares in the small world. Unfortunately, Antares wasn't here, and he had no one to ask. As for Zhu Kaiwo and Zhu Tian, although they were good seniors to him, they weren't close enough to share everything. Unconsciously, Lin Moya endured another intense attack. This attack was unprecedentedly strong, and his physical strength, already close to the peak of the true god level, felt pain. The attack carried mysterious laws, not just physical force, making it impossible to be immune. The soul attack was equally powerful, causing his soul world to tremble. The crystal barrier still held firm, blocking the illusory war knife's attack. Finally, he reached the mountain peak, and the pressure on his body lightened. Colors returned, and the world was no longer gray and white. His vision and soul perception returned to normal. It was like the fog had lifted, revealing a clear sky. At the mountain peak, a gray flame was burning brightly. The flame wasn't as large as it appeared from a distance. Its diameter was less than 10 meters. Below the flame was a large square pool. In the pool stood a giant torch, 100 meters tall, with the flame burning at its top. In front of the pool was a throne. The throne was as wide as the pool, about 30 meters. Its height was about 10 meters. One could imagine the size of the person who usually sat on it. The black throne was carved with numerous skeleton patterns, each lifelike, appearing eerie and sinister under the gray flame's illumination. Lin Moya looked at the setup from a distance, imagining how the person on the throne had issued commands. He didn't approach the throne but was attracted by a large coffin to the left of the throne. The coffin was about 5 meters high and over 40 meters long. The coffin wasn't closed, and the lid lay casually to the side. The coffin was equally exquisite, covered with skeleton carvings, as lifelike as those on the throne. However, the coffin was white, while the throne was pitch black, creating a stark contrast and a strong visual impact. Lin Moya guessed that the coffin's owner was likely the throne's owner. The coffin might have been his resting place. After the recent battle, Lin Moya thought the throne's owner was probably also a skeleton. A powerful skeleton. Lin Moya slowly ascended and saw that the coffin was empty. Is the throne's owner not here? Did he fall or leave? Lin Moya wondered, seeing several bones on the throne. Not only on the throne but also scattered on the mountain peak's ground were many bone fragments. Boom! The grey flame exploded in the air, and a powerful force swept over, pressing Lin Moya to the ground instantly. Chapter 1283. Chapter 1283, 1283. Chapter 1283, Follow Me to War, Suppress the Rebellion. Grey flames rose from the throne. The grey flame that was originally on top of the torch had somehow flown to the throne carved with skulls. Lin Moya felt that the throne became even more conspicuous in the flames, with the skulls on it appearing more menacing. The skulls had no eyes, but Lin Moya felt as if they were staring at him. When the flames enveloped the throne, the skulls carved on it seemed to gain soul fire, as if they had come to life. Each skull seemed to be watching him. If it were someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Lin Moya, who had been dealing with skeletons since his career change, found the situation unremarkable. The skulls stared at Lin Moya, and he stared back with interest. The throne continuously emitted a vast power, enveloping the mountain and the cemetery. Then, the scattered bones on the throne began to move. The bones flew up in the flames and assembled together. Although there were only 10 bones, not enough to form a complete skeleton, the flames filled in the missing parts, forming an outline. Lin Moya saw a giant skeleton, partially made of bones and mostly composed of flames, sitting on the throne and merging with it. A massive pressure spread out, weighing heavily on Lin Moya's heart. The space at the mountain top seemed to solidify, making movement difficult. The space felt like a solid, and any small action required immense effort. The skeleton on the throne swept its majestic gaze across the mountain top. Kneel! A thunderous voice echoed, and a tremendous force fell on Lin Moya, trying to press him down and make him kneel. But Lin Moya, with his strong body, stood firm. No matter how strong the force pressing on him was, it couldn't bend his body. Lin Moya stood straight, and the more the force pressed on him, the more upright he stood. The flaming skeleton on the throne was noble and majestic, making it hard to look directly at it. But at this moment, Lin Moya appeared even more resolute. The sound of something hitting the ground reached his ears. Countless flames fell from the sky, and the bones on the ground flew up and assembled into flaming skeletons, kneeling on the ground. Lin Moya then realized that the command to kneel was not directed at him but at these skeletons. He also understood the situation before him. This is a scene from countless years ago. In that era, this general-like figure issued commands here. The skeletons in the coffins were his subordinates, his soldiers. This place is not just a tomb, it's also a barracks, a fortress of war. The grey flames and the throne together presented the situation from that time to Lin Moya. The general on the throne spoke in a hoarse and majestic voice. A great war is imminent. The realms are rebelling. Follow me to war and suppress the rebellion. The kneeling skeletons shouted in unison, suppress the rebellion, suppress the rebellion, suppress the rebellion. The thunderous voices echoed from the mountain, spreading throughout the cemetery. The word suppress the rebellion kept echoing in Lin Moya's ears. Then, a loud rumbling sound came from the foot of the mountain and the cemetery. The general's words received a fierce response from the soldiers. One could imagine that at this moment, the coffins in the cemetery must have opened, and the soldiers were filled with high spirits. Even Lin Moya was affected by the surrounding emotions, feeling a surge of excitement. But he quickly realized something was wrong and calmed his emotions. In a state of excitement, one loses calmness and composure. This state might boost combat power, but overall, it's not a good thing. Calming down, Lin Moya pondered the words of the skeleton general. A great war is imminent, but with whom? Combining the scenes he saw in the mysterious manor, the skeletons and the manor's owner should be of the same lineage. Their enemy was self-evident. Humans. Their enemy is the human race. The mysterious manor was invaded by humans. But then Lin Moya thought that it might not necessarily be humans, it could be a race that looks like humans. In the great world, there are many races that closely resemble humans, such as the Starry Sky Fishmen, the Starry Sky Celestial Spirits, and others. So, in the mysterious manor, Lin Moya couldn't be entirely sure that the invaders were humans. He could only say they were a race similar to humans. But regardless of the race, the skeleton general was leading his soldiers to war, which was undeniable. The realms are rebelling. Who are these realms? Are the realms individual small worlds or different races? As far as he knew, the ancestral lands of various strong races were independent worlds created by the great powers within the race. So, calling them realms wasn't inappropriate. Based on the skeleton general's words, the realms were rebelling, indicating that these realms were once under their command. Otherwise, there wouldn't be talk of rebellion. The undead army here wasn't a frontline combat force but a force to suppress the rebellion. According to Lin Moya's understanding, although they were an army, they were more like internal guards, dealing with internal issues rather than external threats. When the regular army couldn't be deployed, it was their turn to act. This meant their combat power wasn't top-notch, at least not on par with the frontline regular army. The scene gradually quieted down, the cheers disappeared, and the flames on the mountaintop slowly extinguished. The bones scattered on the ground again, and the figure on the skeleton throne disappeared. Although the flames didn't completely go out, they were much smaller than before. The pressure on Lin Moya also disappeared, and the space was no longer solidified or sticky. They went to war. Lin Moya thought to himself. What had just happened was likely a reenactment of events from that time, recorded by the Grey Flames and replayed here. Lin Moya slowly walked to the side of the giant coffin. The coffin was very high, much higher than him. He had already seen that the coffin was empty. If the coffin was where the skeleton general usually rested, then the outcome of the expedition was clear: the skeleton general didn't return. However, the skeletons in the coffins in the cemetery still existed. The two seemed contradictory. Lin Moya looked at the coffin, which was carved with lifelike skeleton patterns. The entire coffin exuded a strong aura of death, a very pure death aura. It didn't contain the laws of death from the great world but was identical to the death aura in the mysterious manner. Despite countless years, the coffin remained intact. The ravages of time hadn't left any marks on it. The material used for the soldiers' coffins was similar to that of the ancient tomb. The material for the skeleton general's coffin was even more advanced, beyond Lin Moya's reach. Even god-level materials might not be this advanced. In those days, what kind of existence deserved such materials? The more advanced the material, the more precious and rare it was. Truly advanced materials weren't something just anyone could use. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened, and the throne that had just dimmed reignited with blazing flames. A huge hole appeared in the sky, and countless flaming meteors flew out, raining down like raindrops. Among the meteors were numerous bones. Chapter 1284. Chapter 1284, 1284. Chapter 1284, a grand drama, cause and effect. The sky was filled with fiery meteors, but Lin Moya did not dodge or evade. He watched quietly. The fiery meteors crashed onto the mountaintop, the mountainside, and the cemetery below. The fiery meteors were dense and endless, raining down on the entire world. When the meteors exploded on the mountaintop, they scattered a large number of bones, which fell to the ground. The same scene occurred in the cemetery, where bones covered the entire area, none of them intact. This was a scene from the past, explaining the origin of the bones on the mountaintop. Lin Moya's heart tightened. It seemed that the expedition had failed. The skeletons that went out were whole, but only bones returned. At the end of the fiery meteor shower, a much larger meteor descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the throne. A heavy pressure swept across the mountaintop, and the skeleton general reappeared on the throne. Lin Moya could sense the change in the skeleton general, from the high spirits at the start of the expedition to the current state of decay. The hoarse and majestic voice sounded again: "The enemy is strong, and we cannot match them. This defeat is my responsibility. You are not at fault. I will envelop you with the undying flame to help you be reborn. I will sleep, waiting for my master's call. The heavens and all realms, countless beings, only my master is immortal." His voice echoed throughout the cemetery, and flames erupted, setting the entire cemetery ablaze. The bones reassembled, and nearly 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers in the cemetery were collectively reborn. Lin Moya heard the deafening shouts again. "Master is immortal! Master is immortal!" The shouts were endless, shaking the soul. Lin Moya was once again moved and felt like shouting, "Master is immortal" himself. After reviving all the skeletons, the skeleton general's aura became even weaker. Reviving these skeletons had exhausted most of his strength. His body began to crumble, and the flames covering him started to weaken. Only then could Lin Moya see that the skeleton general's body was actually only a small part of a complete skeleton. The remaining bones barely maintained his form. As before, most of his body was composed of flames, with only a dozen bones. "Enter the coffins." He issued a new command, and the cemetery instantly fell silent. All the skeletons entered their coffins and began to sleep. The skeleton general's aura grew weaker, and he looked at his coffin but shook his head and did not enter. He raised his head and looked into the distant sky. For some reason, Lin Moya felt that at this moment, the skeleton general resembled an old man at the end of his life. "Master, I have done my best. I will sleep, waiting to be revived. I hope one day, I can fight alongside my master and traverse all realms. I hope one day, all rebellious races will face disaster, their clans destroyed, and their worlds annihilated. I hope my master's glory will shine upon all realms." After saying these words, he seemed to use up all his strength and shattered with a loud crash. The dozen bones scattered on the skeleton throne, just as Lin Moya had seen before. All the flames disappeared, recondensing into a gray flame in the air. The scene before Lin Moya vanished, and everything returned to calm. After witnessing the entire process, Lin Moya felt as if he had witnessed a piece of history. He now understood the origins of the mountain and the cemetery. The soldiers in the cemetery had once died but were revived by the skeleton general. These soldiers had faithfully carried out their duty to guard the cemetery for countless years. If the skeleton general had not saved them, he might have had a chance to survive. Even if he had to sleep, he could have greatly shortened his slumber. But the skeleton general chose to sacrifice himself to save his soldiers. Listening to his final words, he took all the blame for the defeat upon himself, leaving hope for his soldiers. He was a good general. Lin Moya sighed from the bottom of his heart. Having been a general himself, he knew how difficult such self-sacrifice was. 1 in 1,000 generals might not make such a choice. Then he looked up at the gray flame burning in the torch. The scene just now was presented to him by the gray flame, and its significance must be more than that. Lin Moya looked at it and slowly pronounced, "Undying flame." The skeleton general had mentioned the name of the gray flame, which was the same as the undying flame in Lin Moya's spell. It was with the power of the undying flame that he could save all the skeletons. Although the names were the same, there were some differences. Lin Moya's undying flame was a mix of gray and white, with gray representing death and white representing life. But the undying flame before him was purely gray, filled with the power of death. However, the power of death was a great supplement for skeletons. Skeletons were undead creatures that thrived on the power of death. The power of life was poison to them. Another layer of connection. Lin Moya thought to himself. He always felt that the mysterious manor, the ancient tomb, and his spells were connected. Now, with the appearance of the undying flame, the connection deepened. He walked to the skeleton throne and lightly jumped onto it. The throne was large, making him appear small standing on it. He saw a few bones. From a distance, they didn't seem significant, but up close, he realized each bone was larger than himself. Despite countless years, the skeleton general had not revived. If the skeleton general were still alive and saw someone stepping on his throne, he might have slapped him to death. Lin Moyo approached a bone, which belonged to the head, slightly curved, making it hard to identify its exact part. The bone was 3 meters long and nearly a meter thick. The countless years had not turned the bone to dust. Instead, it appeared more crystalline. Lin Moyo even sensed a hint of life from the bone. His expression changed slightly. The bone belonged to the skeleton general and was filled with the aura of death. But deep within the bone, there was indeed a trace of life spreading. The skeleton general was not truly dead. He might revive one day. But how long it would take, no one could say. 10,000 years, a million years, or even longer. Lin Moyo stepped over the bone and continued walking. After a few meters, he reached the center of the throne. This was where the skeleton general had sat during the expedition. Lin Moyo had seen from the air that there was something different here. Now, standing here, he indeed saw something different. A piece of animal hide. Another piece of animal hide. Lin Moyo murmured to himself. It was identical to the one he had found in the mysterious manor. The hide itself was not important. What mattered were the words recorded on it. This piece of hide was larger than any he had found before. The size of the hide was reasonable, given the skeleton general's size. If it were too small, it would be inappropriate. Lin Moyo took out the hide, which was square and about a meter long. He examined the words on it. Despite the passage of time, the words were slightly faded but still legible. This is the 32,643rd year since I became the leader of the guards. 32,643 years ago, my master, recognizing my merits, granted me intelligence and transformed me into the skeleton general. This grace and virtue are beyond repayment, even in death. Now, my master faces a great enemy. The 6 realms, led by heaven, have simultaneously rebelled. As my master's most loyal servant, I must quell the rebellion without delay. But knowing the dangers of this battle, I leave this technique. If I die in battle, my successor will inherit this technique and continue to serve my master. Chapter 1285. Chapter 1285, 1285. Chapter 1285, The Art of Dominion, Awakening Intelligence. The animal hide recorded the reason for the skeleton general's expedition. When his master was engaged in a life-and-death battle with a formidable enemy, the 6 realms, led by heaven, simultaneously rebelled. He went to suppress the rebellion but returned in failure. Knowing he might face unforeseen circumstances, he left behind a spell. According to him, this spell was personally bestowed by his master, but it took him many years of practice to fully master it. If he died, he hoped his successor could grasp this spell. The spell was called Dominion. He wasn't worried about the spell leaking because it was specifically for the undead army. Even if others obtained it, without the corresponding undead army, the spell would be useless. Through his message, Lin Moyo also understood one thing. Not only him, but even this cemetery was bestowed by his master. Lin Moyo guessed correctly. The cemetery was indeed a military camp. The entire ancient tomb was actually a mobile fortress. The key to controlling this ancient tomb lay in the nearby undying flame. The undying flame was the core of the entire cemetery. Dominion. Lin Moyo carefully studied this spell. The more he studied, the more astonished he became. This spell was completely different from those in the great world. To use Dominion, one first needed to designate a leader. Then, the corresponding undead army would be assigned to the leader, forming an independent legion. Dominion was not cast by Lin Moyo but by the designated leader. This leader could command the entire legion's power, gathering the legion's strength to exert far beyond individual combat power. How similar it is to the Lich General's spell. However, the Lich General doesn't have the ability to gather the legion's power, more like the Skeleton King. Lin Moyo pondered. According to the spell, he could create one legion after another. Then, in battle, he only needed to give orders to the legion leader, and the rest would be automatically completed by the leader. Because the legion leader had intelligence, they would think independently and choose the most suitable combat method. Moreover, the legion leader was extremely loyal, with no possibility of betrayal. Lin Moyo was eager to try this spell. If the spell works as well as described, I can completely divide the undead army into independent legions, each with its own duties, even forming battle formations. Yes, battle formations. Lin Moyo's eyes lit up, thinking of the demon's battle formations. Despite having a data advantage and far superior individual strength, he was helpless once the demons formed battle formations. The Dominion spell gave him hope. Lin Moyo immediately memorized the spell's usage method. The hide mentioned that Dominion only worked on the undead army and required the undying flame. He had both. First step, awaken the skeleton. Lin Moyo first thought of the skeleton god warriors. As his level increased, the basic skeleton god warriors had long been unused. The enemies he faced were too strong, and the skeleton god warriors were inadequate. So, he first chose the skeleton god warriors. A skeleton god warrior appeared before Lin Moyo. Following the method recorded on the hide, he ignited the undying flame. Simultaneously, Lin Moyo split a wisp of his soul into the undying flame, making it more spiritual. Then, he pressed the undying flame onto the skeleton's head. The skeleton's eyes glowed red, and its soul flame flickered violently. The undying flame quickly enveloped the skeleton, burning fiercely. Lin Moya constantly sensed the skeleton god warrior's condition and found a trace of intelligence in its soul flame. It's effective. Lin Moya was overjoyed. Awakening intelligence and bestowing wisdom was a high-level task, and he, a mere true god, could achieve it. He was clearly overjoyed. With a soft sound, the skeleton god warrior exploded on the spot, leaving broken limbs and bones scattered. Then, the undying necromancy spell activated, and the skeleton god warrior quickly revived. It failed. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. It was about to succeed, but suddenly failed without warning. Unconvinced, he tried several more times, all with the same result. He sighed, realizing the skeleton god warrior wouldn't work. If the skeleton god warrior didn't work, the skeleton soul archer and skeleton god mage likely wouldn't either. These three types of skeletons were basic, with little difference between them. He tried and found it was true. None of the three basic skeletons could awaken intelligence. Among his summons, only the Lich General, Elemental Lich, Death Knight, Bone Dragon, and Resurrected Dead remained. The Lich General and Elemental Lich, though undead, didn't belong to the skeleton category. The Resurrected Dead, already possessing their original wisdom, didn't need intelligence awakening. However, the Resurrected Dead had many limitations, especially their inability to exist for long periods. The Death Knight and Bone Dragon, though skeletons, didn't seem suitable. Both were warriors, good for charging but not for commanding. Suddenly, Lin Moya's eyes lit up, and a tall figure appeared beside him. A Lich General appeared. The spell doesn't require it to be a skeleton. The Lich General, after reaching 100% fusion, stood 10 meters tall, wearing leather armor, with well-developed muscles, exuding a sense of oppression. Since its appearance, Lin Moya had used the Lich General as a medic, occasionally as a meat shield, never letting it fight directly. Initially, the Lich General had no combat power, only physical strength. Later, it gained combat power, but by then, Lin Moya was used to using it as a medic. He almost forgot that the Lich General initially had the ability to command skeletons. Lin Moya stood on the throne, and the Lich General stood below, its head reaching Lin Moya's waist. Splitting a wisp of his soul into the undying flame, Lin Moya followed the spell's method, merging the undying flame into the Lich General's soul. He carefully sensed the Lich General's changes. Its soul flame was much stronger than the three basic skeletons. With the undying flame's addition, the soul flame grew even stronger. As the two merged, Lin Moya's wisp of soul also integrated. The Lich General's soul became more lively. Lin Moya was serious, knowing the three basic skeletons had all failed at this step. But this time, the Lich General's soul didn't collapse. Its soul flame grew stronger and truly showed signs of intelligence. The Lich General's aura surged, its power rapidly increasing. In Lin Moya's vision, the Lich General's body grew larger. In just a few minutes, it grew from 10 meters to 100 meters tall. The 100-meter-tall Lich General stood like a mountain, occupying half the mountain top. Lin Moya thought, it seems a bit too big. As soon as the thought arose, the Lich General began to shrink, returning to its original 10-meter height. The Lich General knelt, bowing to Lin Moya, and a deep voice said, "Subordinate greets the master. Thank you for awakening my intelligence." Chapter 1286. Chapter 1286, 1286. Chapter 1286, Evolution. Legion Commander. Lin Moya felt a slight joy in his heart, having truly succeeded. The Lich General had completely changed from before. However, the art of dominion was not finished. Awakening intelligence was only the first step. The second step was transformation, using the undying flame to transform him into a true commander. The skeleton general had gone through this transformation before, personally transformed by his master. However, he had recorded the steps of the transformation in detail. The transformation required the undying flame, which only his master could control, so he was not worried that others would obtain the technique and complete the art of dominion. Except for his master, the art of dominion was useless garbage to others. But Lin Moya happened to control the undying flame. Although somewhat different, Lin Moya felt he could still use it. The undying flame flew out from his palm and landed on the Lich General, transforming it. The Lich General's leather armor turned to ash in the undying flame, revealing its sturdy, dark body. Beneath the armor, its muscles bulged, containing immense power. Then, patterns appeared on its body, gray and white intersecting, containing the properties of the undying laws. The patterns formed a complex and profound rune, glowing and interweaving into a gray and white armor covering the Lich General, making it look even more imposing. A huge, thick battle blade appeared in its hand, sharp and emanating a keen aura that even made Lin Moya's skin hurt slightly. Lin Moya could feel the Lich General had undergone a huge transformation, with its combat power greatly increasing. But at the same time, Lin Moya frowned. The Lich General had changed, and although still his summon obeying his commands, it now had wisdom, like an independent entity. He could no longer recall the Lich General back into his spell constellation. Troublesome. Lin Moya didn't expect this to happen, feeling like he now had two heads. As he pondered a solution, the infinite fusion spell slightly moved. It enveloped all the spell constellations, including the one used to summon the Lich General. It then moved slightly, and an invisible force fell upon the transformed Lich General. It fused the aura from the summoned Lich General spell constellation with the Lich General before him, merging the two auras into one, inseparable. The previous connection was restored, and after the transformation, the Lich General became Lin Moya's summon again, able to be recalled into the spell constellation at any time. Lin Moya felt slightly joyful, not expecting the infinite fusion spell to have this function as well. Indeed, infinite fusion, able to fuse any spell or law. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief, his worries gone. The infinite fusion spell moved slightly but then became still again. Not long ago, it had absorbed the mysterious iron block given by Su Jianqing and had been quiet since. Lin Moya knew it was absorbing the mysterious iron block. This time, it had only moved slightly, like a sleeping person turning over and continuing to sleep deeply. The infinite fusion spell was the most mysterious of all Lin Moya's spells, and he could not fully grasp its functions. However, he knew it was very powerful and could potentially be the strongest of all his spells if used properly. I need to study it carefully when I have time. He turned his gaze back to the Lich General, checking its attributes. Legion Commander. Level, God King 3rd Stage. Commanded units, 100,000. Ability, Command. Command, can command an undead legion, forming an independent army. 1. Can heal himself and his commanded legion, including poison, soul damage, physical damage, and all abnormal conditions. Healing other undead will weaken the effect. 2. Can revive his commanded legion with the Undying Flame. 3. Can enhance his commanded legion. The more units in the legion, the greater the enhancement. 4. Can gather the full power of the legion for a fatal strike. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The Lich General had evolved into a new summon. It had changed from the Lich General into the Legion Commander. Just the name differentiated the two. Names changing was not unusual. Seeing the God King 3rd Stage level was also normal. But when he saw the command ability, Lin Moya was stunned. This command ability was different from the description on the animal hide. At least, it didn't have the first and third abilities described on the hide. He then realized these were the Lich General's original abilities. Under the transformation of the Art of Dominion, these abilities might not have been retained. But the appearance of the Infinite Fusion spell not only retained the original abilities but also amplified them. The healing ability had changed. For his own legion, the healing power was greatly amplified, providing all-around healing. But for other undead, the healing effect would be greatly weakened. As long as there were enough legion commanders, the weakened effect wouldn't matter. This trait allowed the legion commander to fight alone or in groups, handling both situations. Secondly, it could also revive its commanded legion, using the Undying Flame as material. Lin Moyo had plenty of Undying Flames, though not as powerful as the torch's flame, but enough in quantity. Lin Moyo roughly estimated that a legion commanded by him and an uncontrolled legion would have vastly different combat power. Just the mutual enhancement between members would overwhelm an uncontrolled legion. Now he had to consider which legion to have the legion commander command. The ideal would be the skeleton god generals. But the skeleton god generals were not basic summons, only appearing when needed through fusion. After some thought, Lin Moya decided to have it command the bone dragons first. Since the Death Dragon Knights rarely appeared in major battles, having the bone dragons commanded wouldn't disrupt his rhythm. With a thought, 100,000 bone dragons were assigned to the legion commander. The legion commander bowed again to Lin Moyo. I was originally your servant. Please bestow a name upon this legion, my lord. Lin Moya thought for a moment, too lazy to come up with a complicated name. Since there would be many such legions in the future, if he had to name each one, his soul might explode. He directly imitated the human race's naming method. You shall be called Commander Number 1, and your legion the Undead Legion Number 1. Commander Number 1 did not question it, bowing again. Thank you, my lord, for the name. Lin Moyo originally wanted to test Commander Number 1's combat power but noticed the undying flame on the torch shaking slightly. A crevice appeared beside it, and a highly concentrated drop of the water of death flowed out. The water of death accurately fell onto the throne, dripping onto the remaining bones. The bones instantly absorbed the water of death, emitting a faint glow. Before Lin Moya's eyes, the bones suddenly grew larger and emanated a sharper aura. Lin Moya was startled. After experiencing the ancient tomb, all the previous experiences came together at this moment. He finally understood what the ancient tomb was doing. Chapter 1287. Chapter 1287, 1287. Chapter 1287, playing with skeletons all day, only to be played by skeletons. The ancient tomb had appeared on the battlefield for tens of thousands of years. It absorbed the laws of death from the battlefield, absorbing the power of all those who died in this area, making it its own. The fountain had accumulated enough power, going from dry to spouting again. The undying flame had accumulated enough power to start nourishing the skeleton general's bones on the throne. The bones were growing larger, with the spark of life deep inside being nurtured. It was going to be revived. Not only the skeleton general was going to be revived, but the entire cemetery, this tomb for war, was going to be revived. Thinking of this, Lin Moya suddenly leapt up from the throne onto the coffin. Standing on the spacious edge of the coffin, he carefully looked inside. He remembered that when the meteor shower of flames appeared earlier, a ball of flame had crashed straight into the coffin. But before that, he had looked into the coffin, and it was empty. The two didn't match. Now that he had guessed the purpose of the skeleton general and the ancient tomb, Lin Moya couldn't help but check the coffin again. If the skeleton general was to be revived, he was still missing the most important thing, the soul flame. The soul flame was the foundation for skeletons, just like the soul for living beings. The soul flame was the core for the skeleton general's revival. The coffin was completely empty, visible at a glance. Except for some gray ash, there was nothing. The gray ash seemed to be what he had seen in the previous scene, the meteor shower of flames that had crashed into the coffin. Lin Moya couldn't be sure about this. He carefully sensed it, and after a few seconds, his gaze shifted, finally landing on the torch behind the throne. Looking up along the torch, he saw the undying flame at the very top. A skeleton appeared beside him, connecting to his undead vision. The colors of the world changed, and the undying flame gradually dimmed. In the center of the flame, a soul flame was vigorously and fiercely pulsating. It's actually here. The skeleton general's soul flame did exist, but it wasn't in the coffin or on the throne. Instead, it was inside the undying flame. He was using the undying flame to nurture his soul flame. Before his true revival, he would only follow the rules from before he slept. Just like the skeleton soldiers in the cemetery, following the rules from before they slept to guard the cemetery. Lin Moya didn't know what level the skeleton soldiers in the cemetery were at that time. Now they were at the 3rd stage of God King, but they definitely weren't at that level back then. Otherwise, mere 3rd stage God Kings wouldn't have the qualifications to suppress a rebellion. They would be like sending dishes to a feast. Because the expedition to suppress the rebellion had failed, and the skeleton general had perished, the skeleton soldiers had died or been injured. Although they were later revived by secret methods, the entire skeleton army was no longer as powerful as before. If he went down now and the skeleton general revived in the future, with the skeleton army regaining its backbone, they could recover in an extremely short time. At that time, it's hard to say what the situation on the battlefield would become. Lin Moya didn't know how powerful the skeleton general was, but just the fact that he had existed for countless years meant he couldn't be compared to a god sovereign. If such an existence was revived, it would have a huge impact on the entire battlefield. The moment Lin Moya saw the soul flame, it began to pulsate violently. It seemed to have sensed Lin Moya's gaze. Lin Moya's heart pounded fiercely, a sense of immense danger arising from the depths of his heart, pervading his entire body and soul. He had never felt this way before, not even when facing the second avatar of the abyssal dragon demon. Lin Moya felt like he was going to die. This was the skeleton general's soul flame. He hadn't revived, had no consciousness, but Lin Moya's prying had provoked his retaliation. This was an instinct, but this instinct was already strong enough to kill him. Lin Moya felt as if he had been locked onto by an ancient ferocious beast, unable to escape. The grey flame flickered, and a beam of fire fell, landing on Lin Moya. Lin Moya couldn't move or dodge, instantly turning into a human torch. The grey flame, also known as the undying flame by the skeleton general, was imbued with a dense aura of death, almost the same as the power of death in the undying laws. But to Lin Moya's surprise, the undying flame didn't harm him. It wasn't because of his passive spell immunity ability. The grey flame contained powerful laws, rendering spell immunity useless. What truly allowed him to be unharmed was the undying laws. His entire body was filled with the undying laws, which seemed to form a barrier, blocking the grey flame. The undying flame mentioned by the skeleton general really does have a connection with my undying laws. If not exactly the same, they must have a profound connection. Lin Moya's heart sank, his connection with the mysterious manor and the ancient tomb deepening once again. This wasn't a good thing, but it piqued his curiosity. The danger still existed, and Lin Moya still couldn't move. An immense power enveloped him, suppressing him. Outside their soul worlds, a giant skeleton skull appeared. This was the skeleton general's consciousness, intent on killing anyone who dared to pry into his affairs. The skeleton skull roared, and red light suddenly emerged from its empty eye sockets, like two sharp swords piercing a crystal barrier. Lin Moya's soul world shook violently, and the crystal barrier let out a creaking sound, as if unable to bear the weight, with numerous cracks rapidly appearing on its surface. Lin Moya's soul suddenly opened its eyes. This was the second time he had encountered such a powerful soul attack. The first time was from the empty sound Buddha of the Buddhist race. But back then, he was still weak, and his soul world was also very weak. Now, however, he was at the peak of the 4th grade of the true God realm, with a jade soul tinged with purple. Ordinary god sovereigns couldn't easily break through his soul's defenses. Yet the skeleton general had easily done so, and this was merely his instinctual consciousness. Lin Moya's soul power rapidly surged, maintaining his soul world. At the same time, he was shocked. The skeleton general's strength was truly terrifying, perhaps even surpassing a god sovereign. The soul was the foundation, and one's strength could be seen from the soul. Lin Moya exerted all his effort to maintain his soul world, but the cracks on the crystal barrier continued to expand. The branches of the talent tree extended from his soul world, wildly whipping towards the skeleton skull. The red light exploded, and the branches of the talent tree were instantly shattered into dust. The talent tree retracted in pain, the gap between them too vast. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a fierce dragon's roar, and a divine dragon's illusory form appeared outside Lin Moya's soul world, breathing dragon's breath towards the skeleton skull. The skeleton skull split off a wisp of red light, sweeping it over as if it were a mere glance. The divine dragon's illusory form instantly dissipated, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, like the talent tree, retracted as if severely injured. Lin Moya felt a slight despair in his heart. The talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal had been defeated too quickly, utterly crushed. Am I going to die here? Playing with skeletons all day, only to be killed by skeletons. Lin Moya's heart inexplicably produced this thought, feeling a bit ridiculous. But the next second, he steadied his resolve. He could die, but he couldn't die so easily. He could still fight. The talent tree couldn't, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal couldn't, but he still had his soul's main body. This was his home field, and his soul's main body was very strong. His soul's main body pointed a finger, and the soul-severing sword flew out, slashing towards the skeleton skull. The soul-severing sword whistled as it went, with formidable might. A red light turned towards it, striking the soul-severing sword. With a bang, the soul-severing sword flew back. Lin Moya's soul suddenly stood up, his soul power surging. His soul world shook, and numerous skeletons appeared, along with the Skeleton King. The undead army couldn't appear in reality, but it could still appear in the soul world. But facing the skeleton general, Lin Moya had no confidence. At this moment, the calamity staff in his soul's main bodies had suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. Chapter 1288. Chapter 1288, 1288. Chapter 1288, need to properly study the calamity staff. The calamity staff radiated brilliant light, and the soul gem on it shone brilliantly. A purple glow enveloped Lin Moya's entire soul world. The cracked crystal barrier was quickly repaired. Moreover, a layer of purple radiance also spread over the crystal barrier, easily blocking the skull's attack. The purple light surged again, enveloping the skull. The skull suddenly trembled and shattered with a thunderous sound. In that instant, Lin Moya regained control of his body. The wings of the undead instantly spread, and he shot straight up into the sky. At an altitude of 1,000 meters above the gray flames, there was an inconspicuous small hole. Lin Moya had noticed this hole earlier when the fiery meteors fell. The hole appeared hidden in the sky, not very obvious. Later, Lin Moya observed it discreetly. His soul force probed into it and sensed an aura from the outside world coming from within the hole. This was the exit of the ancient tomb. Teleportation symbols would likely be useless here. Lin Moya didn't even try them. If teleportation symbols worked, those god kings wouldn't have been trapped and become cemetery cleaners. So after entering this place, Lin Moya had been searching for the exit. It wasn't until the fiery meteor shower appeared that the huge hole in the sky became visible. That was an image from ancient times, but it was also a real scene. The hole shrank rapidly during the fiery meteor shower but didn't disappear completely. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and charged straight into the hole. The scene changed, and when his vision cleared, Lin Moya found himself at the bottom of the third passage, in front of the high wall. He was facing outwards, with the thick black fog behind him. Lin Moya didn't think twice and immediately took out a teleportation symbol and activated it. This was the right time to use a teleportation symbol. The teleportation symbol emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Lin Moya. Then Lin Moya's figure disappeared from the ancient tomb. At the center of the cemetery, on top of the mountain, the undying flame was still burning fiercely. The soul flame at the center of the undying flame began to pulsate rhythmically, as if a consciousness was gradually awakening. The staff. The staff. A murmuring voice came out, like the sleepy mumbling of someone not fully awake. As the voice came out, the bones on the huge throne also began to glow. Black water of death dripped out from the undying flame, falling onto the bones, causing the bones to rapidly recover and revive, at a faster rate than before. Outside the ancient tomb, Lin Moya appeared abruptly. He then took out the Battle King Tower, transforming into a stream of light and flying away into the distance. At this moment, he had no other thoughts except wanting to leave the ancient tomb. If that skeleton general chased after him, he would only have a path to death. It wasn't until he had flown billions of kilometers away that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, if it weren't for the calamity staff suddenly taking action, he would have truly been in danger. Fighting in the soul world was even more perilous than in the real world. Although his undead army was numerous, he had no confidence in dealing with the skull manifested by the skeleton general's consciousness, even if it was just his most instinctual consciousness. Lin Moya realized that he didn't understand the calamity staff or the soul gem on it at all. He only knew it was a supreme treasure on par with the Great World Runes, but he had no idea what its specific functions were or how to use it. The soul gem seemed to be able to enhance soul defenses, but he was unaware of its other functions. This time, it was the calamity staff that took the initiative to attack, helping him escape danger. It seems I need to find time to properly study it. But my current realm is too low. I don't know if I can study a treasure of this level. Lin Moya pondered in his heart. All cultivators knew that the level of a treasure wasn't necessarily better the higher it was, it had to match one's own level. Just like a true god would find it difficult to wield a treasure meant for the God King realm. Even if they could use it, they couldn't bring out much of its power. The level of a treasure had to match one's own level. Lin Moya knew the calamity staff's level was very high, and his own realm was far from enough to wield the calamity staff, so he had never studied it in depth. Lin Moya also thought about the scenes he had witnessed in the ancient tomb and his various guesses. He pondered whether he should tell Zhu Kaiwo about what happened inside. After much thought, Lin Moya finally decided to tell Zhu Kaiwo about the events in the ancient tomb. As for what Zhu Kaiwo would do, that was not something Lin Moya could control. At least they would be prepared. If the skeleton army in the ancient tomb truly revived, the human race would also be prepared. Before he knew it, Lin Moya had returned to the 7 to 10 forward base, then transferred through Fortress number 7 to Fortress number 1. Only Fortress number 1 had the Human Emperor network, which could directly send messages to Zhu Kaiwo. The message contained only 2 words: something happened. As long as the message was sent, it would eventually reach Zhu Kaiwo. Lin Moya didn't care about the process. Lin Moya wasn't worried that Zhu Kaiwo wouldn't respond to him. As the saying goes, the fewer the words, the bigger the matter. Zhu Kaiwo would definitely come to find him. Lin Moya then went directly to the mission center to turn in his mission. The 4th mission was completed, and he should have chosen a combat-oriented mission. But the 4th mission wasn't combat-oriented, an incorrect choice. However, Lin Moya didn't care much about it. He believed his mission score wouldn't be low. Even if this mission didn't earn extra points, the other missions would make up for it. Entering the Divine City was his goal, but this goal could be achieved in multiple ways. Lin Moya was no longer as cautious as when he first entered the battlefield. As his combat strength grew stronger and his level increased, Lin Moya's confidence also grew. He was well aware of the results pursued by the various human race regulations. If even his level of strength couldn't enter the Divine City, then probably no one from the human race could enter the Divine City. He had seen geniuses from the Divine City, like the Sword Dao Immortal and Su Jianqing, who were born in the Divine City. They were indeed geniuses, at least capable of fighting across levels or even realms. But compared to himself, they still seemed to be lacking. Lin Moya was now confident that he could instantly kill Su Jianqing. If he and the Sword Dao Immortal were at the same realm, he could similarly defeat the Sword Dao Immortal. So in terms of missions, he could relax a bit and didn't need to pursue perfection. After waiting in line, he smoothly turned in his mission and received 5,000 points. There were no additional rewards this time, and Lin Moya didn't continue to take on new missions. During the time he was turning in the mission, he had already received a message from Zhu Kaiwu. Come to the military area. After leaving the mission center, he saw Zhu Kaiwu standing outside. People came and went around them, seemingly ignoring Zhu Kaiwu's presence as if he didn't exist. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. He stepped forward, greeting him. Greetings, senior. Zhu Kaiwu asked, is it about the ancient tomb? Lin Moya nodded slightly, yes. He wasn't surprised that Zhu Kaiwu knew. With Zhu Kaiwu's authority, he only needed to check to know what mission Lin Moya had taken and could deduce what Lin Moya had done. Zhu Kaiwu's expression was also somewhat grave. Follow me. Lin Moya remained silent and followed Zhu Kaiwu into the military area. Chapter 1289. Chapter 1289, 1289. Chapter 1289, waiting for a sad result. The noise gradually disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet. Lin Moya occasionally saw passing soldiers. Whether walking alone or in groups, they were silent. They wore battle armor, stood tall, and exuded an aura completely different from ordinary cultivators. This was the military area, where ordinary cultivators had no access. Even though Lin Moya held an honorary title, he couldn't enter at will. After all, it was just a title, not a real soldier. He enjoyed some privileges, but there was still a difference from real soldiers. But now, with Zhu Kaiwu leading him, they could move freely here. Zhu Kaiwu walked quickly, and the two soon arrived at the center of the area. A grayish-blue building came into view, a square house, not very tall. Lin Moya felt an unusual aura from the top of the house, making him feel a bit dangerous. The danger pricked like needles, causing his skin to faintly ache. The house was surrounded by taller buildings, hiding it from view. Even from the fortress above, if one didn't look carefully, they would overlook its existence. Zhu Kaiwu noticed the change in Lin Moya's expression and smiled. That's the core of the fortress, with a starry sky array engraved on the roof. He didn't say more, believing Lin Moya would understand. Lin Moya just responded with a faint hum and didn't ask further. The Starry Sky Fortress was a powerful war weapon, and once fully operational, its combat power was terrifying. Countless secrets were hidden within the Starry Sky Fortress. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Zhu Kaiwu suddenly asked, Kid, aren't you curious this time? Lin Moya shook his head. Curiosity killed the cat. Zhu Kaiwu couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head lightly. He knew Lin Moya had a sense of propriety, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. The two entered the low fortress core house. In the center of the house was a large rectangular conference table. There were 9 seats on each side, with a main seat at the front. The commander of Fortress Number 1, Ku Yuanjun, sat in the first seat on the left of the main seat. An elder sat on the right side of the main seat, whom Lin Moya didn't recognize. But he knew this elder's status must be extraordinary, likely an elder of Fortress Number 1. Zhu Kaiwu pointed to an empty seat. Sit anywhere you like. He then directly sat in the main seat. Lin Moya also didn't stand on ceremony and sat in the second seat on the left, next to Ku Yuanjun. Zhu Kaiwu introduced, Ku Yuanjun, commander of Fortress Number 1. Lin Moya nodded and greeted Ku Yuanjun, senior, long time no see. The two had met twice before and were somewhat familiar with each other. Zhu Kaiwu then pointed to the white-robed elder on the right and said, Elder Bai Kishin of Fortress Number 1. Lin Moya greeted Bai Kishin, greetings, Elder Bai. Bai Kishin nodded slightly, no need to be so formal, young friend Lin. Each fortress had 4 elders, so it wasn't surprising to see one here. But Lin Moya was curious why only one elder had come. Could it be that Elder Bai Kishin was related to the ancient tomb? Zhu Kaiwu said, Elder Bai's only son went to the ancient tomb and didn't return. Lin Moya thought to himself, as expected. He had guessed that Bai Kishin's presence was related to the ancient tomb. Lin Moya then looked at Ku Yuanjun. Ku Yuanjun smiled bitterly, my direct disciple also went to the ancient tomb. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, they were all god kings, right? Bai Kishin and Ku Yuanjun both nodded. Lin Moya sighed, my condolences. Although they had guessed this outcome, their expressions still changed. Both showed traces of sadness, especially Bai Kishin. That was his only son, and even as a god sovereign, Bai Kishin's eyes became moist. Who said heroes don't shed tears? It's just that they haven't reached the point of heartbreak. Lin Moya's words shattered his last bit of hope. Zhu Kaiwu coughed lightly, explain in detail. Lin Moya looked at Ku Yuanjun and Bai Kishin. He felt that knowing their loved ones had died was already a blow. If they learned that their souls were imprisoned and would remain in the cemetery forever, it would be another blow. Bai Kishin suppressed his grief and said softly, it's okay, young friend Lin, just speak. Ku Yuanjun also said, we want to know the truth. Lin Moya recounted what he knew. When he mentioned the souls imprisoned in the cemetery, Bai Kishin couldn't help but shed tears. Ku Yuanjun's eyes grew sadder, his fists clenched and trembling, emitting cracking sounds. They never expected that after waiting for so many years, this would be the result. A sad result. Truly curiosity killed the god kings. Zhu Kaiwa sighed, the mystery of the ancient tomb is solved. In that situation, ordinary god kings had no way out. The implication was that only someone like Lin Moyo had a chance to survive. Zhu Kaiwa would report this to the Human Emperor Network, and the mission would change accordingly. Looking at the silent Kuyuan Jun and Baikishin, Zhu Kaiwa said again, you are both god sovereigns, take life and death lightly. As for the souls in the cemetery, I'll see if there's a chance. Baikishin's eyes lit up, you mean? Zhu Kaiwa nodded but didn't answer directly. Kuyuan Jun respectfully saluted Zhu Kaiwa, thank you, Lord Guardian. Zhu Kaiwa waved his hand, I called you here to give you an answer. Now you can leave. I have something to discuss with this kid alone. The two didn't hesitate and quickly got up to leave. Before leaving, they didn't forget to thank Lin Moyo. Although it was a sad result, at least they knew the outcome. They didn't doubt Lin Moyo's words, he had no reason to lie. Moreover, lying in front of god sovereigns was difficult. After they left, Zhu Kaiwa lightly knocked on the table. The door of the house closed with a bang. Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moyo, continue, finish your story. Lin Moyo had only mentioned how he entered the cemetery and discovered the imprisoned God King cleaners but hadn't talked about what happened after passing the test. After passing the test, he might have returned directly or gained some benefits, but Zhu Kaiwa felt it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Moyo wouldn't have rushed to find him for just that. The fewer the words, the more the matter. Zhu Kaiwa thought the same. Lin Moyo said, there are 8 cemeteries surrounding the central mountain. After passing the test, I entered the central mountain. I climbed to the top and saw some scenes from ancient times. Lin Moyo described the scenes shown by the undying flame, including the giant coffin, the throne, and the skeleton general preparing to revive. He only omitted the part about the animal hide. The hide was already in his possession, and no one else would see it if they entered later. As long as he didn't mention it, no one would know. No, the skeleton general knew. But would the skeleton general speak? Zhu Kaiwa's brows furrowed deeper, and his voice grew heavy. You mean, it's preparing to revive? Chapter 1290. Chapter 1290, 1290. Chapter 1290, about ancient times. Lin Moyo corrected Zhu Kaiwa's words, it's not preparing to revive, it's already in the process of reviving. Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moyo, signaling him to continue. Lin Moyo shared his thoughts, saying revive isn't quite accurate. It should be said that it never truly died but was severely injured and fell into a deep sleep. More precisely, it is awakening. During its slumber, it has been accumulating power through the ancient tomb. Now that it has accumulated enough power, it has officially begun to awaken. This can be seen from the previously dry fountain, which has started to spout water again, and the water it spouts is the water of death. Zhu Kaiwa said in a deep voice, if we take away all the water of death from the fountain, can we stop its awakening? Lin Moyo shook his head, I've thought about this, but I don't think it will work, for 3 reasons. First, the water of death isn't spouting because it wants to awaken, but because it has accumulated too much power, causing it to overflow and spout again. Second, I clashed with its soul. Even though it was just its instinctual consciousness, I was completely defeated. If it weren't for good luck, I would have died there. I can feel that its soul is already complete and very powerful. Third, the water of death in the fountain can't be taken away. At least, I don't have the ability to do so. You can try finding someone else, maybe it will work. Zhu Kaiwa fell into deep thought again. Lin Moyo's reasoning made sense. The first reason was entirely plausible. It seemed he had reversed the cause and effect. But this reason didn't change the outcome, the result was the same. The second reason made Zhu Kaiwa feel troubled. He knew about Lin Moyo's soul. At the peak of the 4th grade, with a jade soul tinged with purple, one could say Lin Moyo's soul had reached the limit of the God Sovereign realm. Although his soul power wasn't as strong as a God Sovereign's, ordinary God Sovereigns couldn't kill Lin Moyo on the soul level. Even Zhu Kaiwa would need to use some soul level killing tools to kill Lin Moyo on the soul level. In terms of soul defense, Lin Moyo was more than capable of protecting himself, even if his offensive capabilities were lacking. Yet, he was still completely defeated, indicating that the opponent's soul power was overwhelmingly superior to Lin Moyo's. This also indirectly showed that the opponent was extremely powerful. At their level, the soul was the most important aspect. As long as the soul was intact, the physical body could be rebuilt without much difficulty. Zhu Kaiwa concluded that as long as the opponent's soul awakened, true revival wouldn't be far off. As for the third reason, it wasn't significant, because the first reason already explained that the water of death was an excess product, so the third reason was more like an additional point. Zhu Kaiwa asked in a deep voice, is there anything else you missed? Lin Moyo thought for a moment, confirmed he hadn't missed anything, and then asked, Senior, I have some questions. Zhu Kaiwa nodded, ask away. Having just received such important information from Lin Moyo, Zhu Kaiwa felt it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse his questions. Lin Moyo seized this opportunity to ask. Lin Moyo thought carefully. He knew his questions were limited, so he avoided asking trivial ones. However, he also knew that he couldn't ask about matters of great importance, as Zhu Kaiwa wouldn't answer those. This made his questioning quite delicate. After some thought, Lin Moyo asked, I want to know about ancient times. Zhu Kaiwa snorted, curiosity again. Lin Moyo smiled but didn't speak. Zhu Kaiwa asked, what do you want to know? Lin Moyo replied, anything you can tell me. Zhu Kaiwa stared at Lin Moyo for a full 2 seconds, you sly kid, getting craftier. Lin Moyo corrected Zhu Kaiwa again, it's not craftiness, it's a bit of cleverness. Although I'm very curious, I also know my limits. Of course, in front of you, Senior, my little cleverness is nothing. Lin Moyo handed the initiative to Zhu Kaiwu, letting him decide what could be said and what couldn't. Information about ancient times was blank in the Human Emperor network. Perhaps with higher authority, one could access some information, but Lin Moyo knew that truly important information wouldn't be available for public viewing in the Human Emperor network. Zhu Kaiwu held a high position and was the highest commander of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The Vermilion Bird battlefield also had some connections to ancient times. Moreover, after the mysterious manor incident, Zhu Kaiwu had taken Lin Moyo to meet a mysterious person. From the brief conversation with the mysterious person, Lin Moyo was certain that Zhu Kaiwu knew some secrets about ancient times. Lin Moyo wanted to analyze Zhu Kaiwu's words and combine them with his own knowledge to draw inferences. He was now quite sure that he had some connection to a certain power from ancient times. If the side that controlled the skeletons had a life-and-death battle with the human race in ancient times, then how would the human race's higher-ups view him, who controlled this power? But he couldn't ask such questions directly, so he could only infer and guess through other matters. Zhu Kaiwu smiled. "Alright, I'll tell you some things about ancient times." Lin Moyo immediately perked up his ears and listened attentively. Zhu Kaiwu closed his eyes and pondered, seemingly considering what could be said and what couldn't. After a few moments, Zhu Kaiwu's voice slowly emerged. Ancient times were a very old era. To understand ancient times, you first need to distinguish between different eras. We divide time into the primordial era, the ancient era, the near-ancient era, and the present era. The present era belongs to the war god Xiao Zhantian. Before Xiao Zhantian, about 50,000 to 100,000 years ago, was the near-ancient era. It was Xiao Zhantian's emergence that ended the near-ancient era. The time of the ancient era is untraceable. I once studied it carefully and concluded that it was roughly between 500,000 to several million years ago, though not entirely accurate. As for the primordial era, it's even more ancient and not worth mentioning. Each era ends due to significant events, often because of a great disaster. It could be a natural disaster or a man-made one. In the ancient era, there seemed to have been a great war that affected a vast area. It was this war that triggered a great calamity, a massive disaster that truly ended that era. Lin Moyo couldn't help but ask, was it a disaster like the one caused by war god Xiao Zhantian? Zhu Kaiwu denied Lin Moyo's words. No, it was a far greater disaster. After that disaster, the great world was nearly destroyed and took countless years to recover. The races within the great world almost perished, with very few survivors. Because of this, there is very little information about the ancient era. Only in rare records can we find some clues. We don't know the cause of that great war. By we, I mean all races. Perhaps the Dragon Clan has some records of the ancient era, but not much. Zhu Kaiwu spoke slowly and clearly. Lin Moyo listened intently, rarely interrupting unless he couldn't help it. Zhu Kaiwu explained in detail, sharing everything he could without holding back. Chapter 1291. Chapter 1291, 1291. Chapter 1291, some things should not be said. In the restaurant of Fortress Number 1, the light sounds of dining could be heard. Lin Moyo chose a corner seat by the window, gazing out at the starry sky, watching the starlight that had traveled across countless light years. His mind was still pondering the words spoken by Zhu Kaiwu earlier. Zhu Kaiwu had said a lot, telling Lin Moyo everything he knew about the ancient times, at least the parts he could disclose. According to Zhu Kaiwu, this information would be accessible to Lin Moyo once he became a god sovereign, but it would take time to collect and compile. Zhu Kaiwu had condensed this information and presented it to Lin Moyo in an organized manner. Lin Moyo could tell that Zhu Kaiwu was also very interested in the ancient times. Zhu Kaiwu's curiosity was no less than his own, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered collecting and organizing information about the ancient times. A server brought a few exquisite dishes and a jar of wine. Lin Moyo took a sip. The wine was crisp and light, with a lingering aroma that wasn't overpowering. The wine body exploded within him, transforming into a clear stream that swept through his entire being. Immediately, an invisible force of laws flowed towards his soul, making his soul feel like a clear spring, and his thoughts became even clearer. The wine was called mind-clearing wine, brewed from a plant called mind-clearing grass found in the 4 to 33 area of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. This wine was unique, containing special laws that directly affected the soul. Drinking a small amount could clear one's thoughts, aiding in contemplation. However, if consumed in excess, one's thoughts would become muddled for a period, unable to focus. These laws wouldn't cause any substantial damage, so they wouldn't trigger the soul's defense mechanisms. With the help of the mind-clearing wine, Lin Moyo began to combine Zhu Kaiwu's words with his own knowledge, allowing them to merge. Gradually, some events from the ancient times became clearer to him. First, he could confirm that his profession, spells, and even laws were definitely related to the ancient times. In the ancient times, an unimaginable great calamity had occurred, causing changes throughout the great world. In that great calamity, races were extinguished, and worlds nearly collapsed. In the face of such a great calamity, any major changes in the world wouldn't be surprising. Laws could change, old races could perish, and new races could be born. The human race that emerged later might not even be the same human race from the ancient times, as it was difficult to discern. As Zhu Kaiwu had suggested, the powerful beings from the ancient times must have found ways to save themselves. The chaos appearing in the battlefield areas, those things from the ancient times, might be independent worlds opened by the powerful beings of that era to survive the great calamity. Those independent worlds had avoided the great calamity and remained until now. Lin Moyo knew that Zhu Kaiwu must have withheld some information. What could be said and what couldn't be said was under Zhu Kaiwu's control, not his own. However, from Zhu Kaiwu's words, Lin Moyo had still grasped some crucial information. For instance, when Jukaiwa referred to the ancient tomb and the skeleton general, he used the word they instead of he. This implied that there were others similar to the skeleton general. There were indeed people from the ancient times who were still alive today. People who had lived since before the era of war god Xiao Zhantian truly existed. Almost every strong race had ancient monsters that had survived from the near-ancient era. Even Xiao Zhantian himself was still alive after tens of thousands of years. After all, at their level, living for tens of thousands of years wasn't a big deal. But to have lived since the ancient era and still be alive today was astonishing. To have survived the Great Calamity and still exist today, their strength must have been unimaginable. By the time the mind-clearing wine in the jar was depleted, Lin Moyo had organized all the information. He came to the following conclusion: the Great Calamity of the ancient times must have been that Great War, which had nearly caused the collapse of the Great World Runes. The Great World Runes were the foundation of the world, and if they were damaged, it wouldn't be surprising for a Great Calamity to occur. The Great Calamity of the ancient times most likely arose from this. Almost all races and living beings perished during that period, with only a few remnants surviving, but their numbers wouldn't be significant. His profession and spells should have originated from a certain race in the ancient times, with the highest possibility being the same race that controlled skeletons. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, and he could only move forward through the dense fog, slowly searching for answers. Perhaps only when he reached the end and truly emerged from the fog, turning back to look, would he see the whole picture. Mere guesses couldn't provide complete certainty. In front of the 7 to 10 area, Jukaiwu and the man in black appeared simultaneously. The man in black was like a black hole, absorbing all light around him, making it difficult to detect his presence even at close range. Jukaiwu said, "You still plan to go and see for yourself?" The man in black's voice was low and solemn. "You know, the old ancestors are very curious about this." Jukaiwu revealed a strange smile. "Yes, they don't want to die. Some things should not be said." The man in black glanced at Jukaiwu. Jukaiwu smiled awkwardly. "I understand." He didn't say anything further, knowing he had misspoken. He didn't have the right to say certain things. The man in black looked at the 7 to 10 area for a moment, then his figure faded and dissipated like bubbles. Jukaiwu knew that the man in black had entered the 7 to 10 area, perhaps even the ancient tomb itself. The restrictions of the 7 to 10 area couldn't stop him. In fact, none of the restrictions in the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield could stop him. He could go wherever he wanted with just a thought. Near the fountain in the ancient tomb, outside the third passage, the man in black appeared silently. A pair of bright lights shone from within his black hole-like form. His gaze swept over the fountain, witnessing the black water of death spouting from it once again. Indeed, it has started spouting again. He seemed pensive, having visited this place many years ago. At that time, the ancient tomb had just appeared, and the fountain was completely dry. Then, he turned his gaze towards the third passage, the thick black fog unable to obscure his vision. He clearly saw the 8 entrances on both sides of the passage. When he had come before, there were no entrances. If there had been, they wouldn't have escaped his eyes. His figure moved, and he entered the thick black fog, randomly choosing one of the entrances. In the next moment, he appeared in the cemetery. His gaze swept across the cemetery, heading straight for the distant mountain. He had already learned about the situation in the cemetery from Jukaiwu, so he wouldn't wait for the undying flame to rise like Lin Moyo. With a single step, he was already in the cemetery. In the cemetery, there were God King cleaners meticulously sweeping the grounds. He sensed the aura of the cemetery and spoke in a low, solemn voice, "The power of rules." There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. Among the God King cleaners, there were quite a few from the human race. Seeing the souls of the same race God Kings imprisoned here, he showed a trace of displeasure. His aura rippled slightly, and with another step, he appeared on the mountain top. He ignored the rules of the cemetery. On the mountain top, it was utterly silent, without even the sound of wind. The undying flame had not yet risen, and only the massive coffin and the throne carved with skulls stood silently, having remained there for countless years. The man in black lightly stomped his foot, and a vast force swept out, causing the entire mountain to rumble. "Come out." Chapter 1292. Chapter 1292, 1292. Chapter 1292, the first show of the Legion Commander. With a single step, flames surged. The undying flame quickly rose from the base of the mountain, appearing on the torch at the mountain's peak, burning fiercely. Within the undying flame, a soul fire shone particularly brightly. Compared to when Lin Moyo arrived, the soul fire had become even stronger. Still not fully revived. The man in black looked at the soul fire within the undying flame and spoke softly. The revival of a strong being also required time. This time could be a few days or even a few hundred years. The soul of the skeleton general was currently reviving but had not yet fully revived. The undying flame burned fiercely, and the soul fire within it also kept flickering. Suddenly, the man in black's figure paused, and his soul world was attacked. The same situation that Lin Moyo experienced appeared in the man in black's soul world. A giant skeleton head roared at the man in black. In its not fully revived state, the skeleton general only had instincts. It instinctively sensed a threat and then counterattacked. The skeleton general's soul attack was strong, but the man in black's strength was far beyond Lin Moyo's. He merely snorted, and the skeleton general's soul attack was dissolved. The man in black looked at the fiercely burning undying flame and gently shook his head. In the next moment, his figure disappeared and reappeared in the sky. The entire cemetery was in full view, with 8 fan-shaped cemeteries surrounding the central mountain. In the 8 cemeteries, a large number of God King cleaners were working. He reached out his hand, and hundreds of God King cleaners were simultaneously enveloped by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air. At this moment, the cemetery lit up with a hum, shining brightly, and a strong suction force emerged from the cemetery, preventing the God King cleaners from leaving. The man in black snorted disdainfully, "Although you are a treasure of rules, without a master, you are not qualified to fight against me." As his words fell, he exerted more force. The space shattered layer by layer, and the light of the cemetery was immediately suppressed. The souls of the God King cleaners were all absorbed into his palm, and then his figure faded and completely disappeared. The undying flame still illuminated the entire cemetery, but a third of the God King cleaners were gone, taken away by the man in black. Outside the 7 to 10 area, the man in black appeared beside Zhu Kaiwa without any warning. He held a ball of light in his hand, containing numerous souls. These were all the souls of human God Kings, the God Kings who had gone missing over the years, and the man in black had brought them out this time. Zhu Kaiwa took the ball of light, carefully examined it, and sighed, "What a pity." The souls had dull eyes, clearly having lost their intelligence. Losing their intelligence was even worse than soul damage, making them almost impossible to save. "In the great world, life and death are normal," the man in black said without any sympathy in his voice. As he said, life and death in the great world were normal. Even he might die at any time. Zhu Kaiwa was just momentarily emotional. He put away the ball of light and asked, "Did you find out anything?" The man in black shook his head. "No, he hasn't fully revived yet." From his voice, no emotion could be discerned. It seemed like it didn't matter. Zhu Kaiwa said, "Then let's wait until he revives to ask." The man in black nodded slightly. "The revival speed is not fast, it will take at least 100 years. In the meantime, you can have him look elsewhere." Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "I had the same thought. That kid is quite capable and lucky he might find some useful information." The man in black responded with a hum, "I just made a move, and some old guys might have noticed. I'll leave first." With that, the man in black's figure shattered like bubbles and disappeared without a trace. Zhu Kaiwa took out his vehicle, and with a jump, the warship disappeared as well. Less than 10 seconds after he left, an invisible force swept over, scanning back and forth a few times before disappearing. Lin Moya called for more wine and slowly drank, finishing the dishes he had ordered bit by bit. His thoughts were now completely clear, and he had made corresponding guesses about many things that happened in ancient times. What he lacked now was information. Lin Moya was eager to understand whether the ones who fought against the skeletons back then were humans. It seems that next, I need to specifically look for tasks related to ancient times. From the information I have now, there should be many relics from ancient times left on the battlefield, and there might even be people who have survived since ancient times. Just like the one in the black hole pit of Area 7 to 77, could he be a person from ancient times? Unfortunately, I'm too weak. Lin Moya knew his own strength. In front of such big shots, he could be killed easily. How to safely obtain information became Lin Moya's primary concern. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Moya left the restaurant. On the way, Lin Moya constantly received glances from others. He was now a famous person. Anyone who frequently moved around Fortress Number 1 would recognize Lin Moya. He was ranked first on both the combat power and potential lists and second on the contribution list. This was enough to prove that Lin Moya was a top-tier genius. Some people were even speculating whether Lin Moya would be first on all 3 lists. Lin Moya continuously received the power of belief from the void, which gathered like a river. Now, if he wanted, he could step into the 8th stage of the True God realm at any time. But he felt that he still had some gaps in his understanding of the laws and wanted to consolidate further. Lin Moya arrived at the training ground and rented a training chamber. The door closed, and the training chamber plunged into darkness. Then, the array in the training chamber slowly activated, illuminating the entire room again. The training chamber was made of special materials, very strong, and combined with the array, it could withstand attacks from God King level beings. At the same time, the walls of the training chamber could display the strength of attacks, allowing practitioners to test their spells. Although the rent was not cheap, it was well thought out. Lin Moya rented the training chamber not for training but to transform the Lich General. He wanted to transform the Lich General into a Legion commander, thereby creating a legion. First, he summoned Commander Number 1. Commander Number 1, standing 10 meters tall with bulging muscles, appeared beside Lin Moya, bowing his head and saying in a muffled voice, "Commander Number 1, at your service, Master." As he spoke, he was about to kneel, but Lin Moya quickly stopped him. Lin Moya looked at the wall not far away, used a minion, gathered the power of the entire legion, and attacked the wall. Lin Moya's words were like a decree, and Commander Number 1 didn't hesitate at all. He let out a low shout, and layers of grey light radiated from his body. The 100,000 bone dragons under his command roared in unison in the soul world. Gathering the power of the entire legion didn't require summoning the legion, it could be done in the soul world. Commander Number 1's aura surged, and grey-white flames began to emanate from his body. Half a second later, Commander Number 1 raised his battle blade and slashed fiercely at the wall. The blade light illuminated the entire chamber, striking the wall heavily. Attack strength, God King 6th stage. Seeing this information, Lin Moya was slightly pleased, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. A 3rd stage God King Legion commander, gathering the power of 100,000 bone dragons, could unleash an attack at the 6th stage of the God King realm. Lin Moya was extremely satisfied with the first show of the Legion commander. Chapter 1293. Chapter 1293, 1293. Chapter 1293, a spell star with autonomous consciousness. A 3rd stage God King capable of unleashing the attack power of a 6th stage God King is already very powerful. Lin Moya thought that even though it could only strike once every 10 minutes, it was enough. He didn't have just one legion commander, he planned to transform all the Lich generals into legion commanders. With 1,000,000 legion commanders, he could command 1,000,000 legions. Currently, it was impossible to have so many skeletons for them to command, but in the future, Lin Moyo always planned ahead. Next, Lin Moya tested the combat power of the bone dragons. Without joining a legion and without the command bonus, and not considering the enhancement from the original spell, the combat power of the bone dragons was at the first stage of the God King level. Not weak, but not strong within the undead legion. After fusing with the spell, the combat power of the Death Knight could reach the second stage of the God King level, and the Skeleton God General could reach the third stage of the God King level. Therefore, the opportunity to use the bone dragons alone was rare. If used, they would be fused with the Death Knights. However, with the command bonus, the combat power of the bone dragons greatly increased, reaching the peak of the second stage of the God King level, surpassing the Death Knights and approaching the Skeleton God Generals. Now, if 100,000 Skeleton God Generals fought against 100,000 bone dragons with the command bonus, the outcome would be hard to determine. The healing ability of the Legion Commander was too abnormal. As long as they weren't dead, most injuries could be healed in a very short time. Moreover, Commander Number 1 could occasionally unleash an attack at the 6th stage of the God King level, equivalent to a small Skeleton King. The Death Knights were eliminated, replaced by the Bone Dragons with the command bonus. Lin Moyo couldn't help but think that as his strength increased, the level of the Legion commanders would also increase. The number of legions each commander could command would also increase. As the number of legions increased, the mutual enhancement among legion members would also increase. Coupled with the bonus from the 9-star spell, would it be possible to abandon the fusion spell? Perhaps a legion of 1,000,000 skeleton god warriors would be stronger than the same number of skeleton god generals. Thinking of this, Lin Moyo felt a bit excited. It's not impossible. He began to transform the Lich generals. The undying flame exploded, enveloping the entire training chamber. Using his soul and the undying flame, he awakened the intelligence of the Lich generals, transforming them into legion commanders. Fortunately, the command transformation didn't require much of his soul, just a wisp was enough. And fortunately, he was now at the true god level. If he still had the soul strength from the small world, he wouldn't be able to split much before exhausting himself, transforming 1,000,000 Lich generals, who knew how long it would take. From unfamiliar to familiar, the transformation speed increased. His soul was strong enough that after splitting tens of thousands of wisps, he only felt a bit of soul depletion. This feeling was similar to when he was upgrading his spells, his soul felt drained, and his body was weak. So Lin Moyo had already thought of a countermeasure. In the small world, he had Antares to help. But now, Lin Moyo chose soul self-detonation. With a bang, his soul exploded, and the talent tree shook violently, scattering thousands of purple lights. Lin Moya's body trembled, and his soul was reborn in the purple light. The newly born soul was incredibly full, restored to its peak state. As a true god, Lin Moya's supreme talent had reached the third stage, allowing him to complete a rebirth every 40 seconds. So Lin Moya didn't care about consuming soul power. He repeated the process, throwing out large amounts of undying flame, splitting his soul, and continuing the transformation. Days passed, and Lin Moyo was fully immersed in the transformation, ignoring the passage of time. After an unknown period, he finally transformed all the Lich generals into legion commanders. At this moment, the spell star representing the Lich generals changed, and the spell star no longer housed Lich generals but legion commanders. The infinite fusion spell star trembled slightly, emitting light, resonating with the summon Lich general spell. The spell star is different. Lin Moya noticed that the summon Lich general spell star had changed. The light of the spell star became brighter, and the star itself grew larger. Brighter and larger meant the spell had become stronger. The Summon Lich General spell star had transformed into the Summon Legion Commander spell star. Lin Moya was slightly surprised, realizing that in the future, he could directly summon Legion commanders without needing to transform them himself. Once again, Infinite Fusion demonstrated its magic. It was like a high and mighty king, overlooking all spell stars. Usually, it remained silent, but when needed, it would take action. Lin Moyo had often wondered if this magical spell star had developed self-awareness. Otherwise, many things couldn't be explained. Just like when Su Jianqing took out the mysterious iron block, the Infinite Fusion spell star clearly showed a desire for it. A spell star developing self-awareness was truly bizarre, something Lin Moyo had never heard of. It was too outrageous. Temporarily setting aside his confusion, Lin Moyo began to allocate his troops. Currently, there were too many commanders and too few troops. With 1,000,000 legion commanders, but only 1,000,000 death knights, each commander could only command 10,000 troops. There were even fewer bone dragons, only 500,000. This allowed for the formation of only 15 legions. Not even a fraction of the 1,000,000 legion commanders. Lin Moyo had a bold idea. He tried to have legion commanders command other legion commanders. This would perfectly solve the problem of having too many legion commanders. But unfortunately, his idea couldn't be realized. Legion commanders couldn't command other legion commanders. His idea was too far-fetched. There were 9 million basic skeletons, but they could only be divided among 90 legion commanders. Moreover, Lin Moyo didn't want to use the basic skeletons. Currently, the skeleton god generals were still the main combat force, irreplaceable. The appearance of the legion commanders was just icing on the cake for now. He first allocated the Death Knights and Bone Dragons, forming 15 legions. The Bone Dragon legions were named Bone Dragon legions, numbered 1 to 5. The Death Knight Legions were named Death Knight Legions, numbered 1 to 10. The combat power of the Death Knight Legions was close to the second stage of the God King level, and the Legion commanders could unleash attacks at the fifth stage of the God King level. The combat power of the Bone Dragon Legions was close to the third stage of the God King level, and the Legion commanders could unleash attacks at the sixth stage of the God King level. This filled the combat power gap between the Skeleton God Generals and the Skeleton King. The 15 Legion commanders, now with their troops, bowed respectfully to Lin Moyo, ready to die for the master. Their voices were extremely devout, the most loyal soldiers in the world. No matter the situation, they would never betray. If Lin Moyo ordered them to die, they wouldn't hesitate for a moment. After putting away the Legion commanders, Lin Moyo took out the Calamity Staff from his soul. Next, it's time to study the Calamity Staff. Just as he finished speaking, a message arrived from the Human Emperor Network. The message was from Yu Zhu, containing only 3 words: the goods have arrived. Chapter 1294. Chapter 1294, 1294. Chapter 1294, Materials from the Lost Star River. Lin Moyo checked the time and realized he had been in the cultivation chamber for over a month. A month might not seem long or short, but for a cultivator, even a casual retreat could be measured in years. Lin Moyo put away the Calamity Staff he had just taken out, planning to study it later. Now, it was time to go to the trading center to meet Yu Zhu and pick up the goods. I wonder what kind of goods have been found. Hopefully, there are materials at the God Sovereign level, only then can the Elemental Lich be of some use. Without good materials, the Elemental Lich was just a pile of trash. But with good materials, the Elemental Lich could display astonishing effects. He had seen how powerful the Elemental Lich could be. During a skill demonstration, a flame Elemental Lich had set enemies in the starry sky ablaze, turning them to ashes regardless of their strength. The Elemental Lich was a true area of effect weapon, capable of continuous attacks. There were no useless spells, only those that depended on how they were used. Compared to most people who specialized in a few spells, Lin Moyo aimed to elevate each of his spells to the extreme. None of his spells were useless, it was just a matter of whether he could unlock their full potential. All of this was possible because of infinite fusion, which gave him limitless possibilities. The Calamity Staff needs to be studied. Spell fusion also needs to be studied. Lin Moyo sighed inwardly as he arrived at the trading center. Led by a staff member, he went to the trading room in the backyard. It was still the same pavilion, with the familiar scent of iced tea wafting through the air. The beautiful Yu Zhu was sitting behind the tea table, gently handling the tea set. Today, Yu Zhu wore a slightly tight pink robe, accentuating her lovely figure. The robe was embroidered with lifelike flowers, but Yu Zhu's beauty outshone the flowers on the robe. Lin Moyo, being a regular customer, naturally walked in and sat by the tea table. After taking a sip of the refreshing tea, letting the cold sensation spread through his body, he finally spoke. "You seem to particularly enjoy iced tea." Yu Zhu giggled and poured tea for Lin Moyo. "It's all because of the captain." She was referring to the transaction involving the stellar fire essence, her eyes showing a mix of blame and playfulness. Yu Zhu's temperament was ever-changing, and Lin Moyo wondered which elder in her family she had learned from this time. The formation in the pavilion activated, turning it into an independent space. Lin Moyo got straight to the point. "Did you find the materials?" Yu Zhu placed 4 jade boxes on the tea table. God Sovereign level materials are hard to find. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "I trust in the strength of your Yu family, and it seems you have found them." Yu Zhu playfully glared at Lin Moyo. "We paid a great price to get these." She suddenly lowered her voice. "Captain, let me tell you, God Sovereign level materials are not scarce, but most of them are controlled by the military or the War God Hall." Lin Moyo understood. The Great World was vast, and even if God Sovereign level materials were rare, they wouldn't be too scarce on the scale of the Great World. Moreover, he only needed a small amount, which wasn't much. Look at the God Sovereign level warships and fortresses, they were all made from God Sovereign level materials. Similarly, God Sovereign level materials were strategic resources, controlled by the military or the War God Hall, which was normal. If a rogue God Sovereign wanted God Sovereign level materials, they would have to pay a hefty price. Some precious materials couldn't be bought even if a God Sovereign was willing to pay. This showed that Yu Zhu's family indeed had significant connections, at least enough to buy these materials. Yu Zhu opened the first jade box and quickly withdrew her hand. A burst of firelight shot out from the jade box, revealing a bright red gemstone inside. The gemstone was flame-shaped, with a flame burning at its center. Lin Moyo used a long and used detection spell on the gemstone. Stellar Flame Crystal, a gemstone from the Flame Law Star River, God Sovereign level material, can be used to forge flame weapons, enhancing the power of flame laws. The detection spell's result surprised Lin Moyo. Things can fall out of the Law Star River. Lin Moyo looked puzzled. Yu Zhu giggled. "There are many treasures in the Law Star River, but they are hard to obtain." Lin Moyo looked at Yu Zhu. "Tell me more." He still lacked knowledge in this area. Coming from a small world with only 4th level access, his understanding of the Great World was still limited. Although he had learned a lot, he couldn't compare to someone like Yu Zhu, who had family heritage in the Great World. Yu Zhu giggled and explained it to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo finally gained a deeper understanding of the Law Star River. The Law Star River was a place only God Sovereigns could enter, and only their souls could go in, not their physical bodies. Ordinary God Sovereigns couldn't stay long in the Law Star River. They would spend all their time comprehending the essence of the laws, with no time to search for treasures in the Law Star River. Only powerful God Sovereigns could venture deep into the Law Star River to find its treasures. The Stellar Flame Crystal was one such treasure from the Flame Law Star River. However, it wasn't just God Sovereigns who could obtain items from the Law Star River. Sometimes, the Lost Star River would manifest, and occasionally, items would fall out. So the detection spell's result wasn't wrong. As for how the stellar flame crystal was obtained, it didn't matter. Whether it was brought by a god sovereign or fell out on its own, it made no difference to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was very satisfied with this material. How much is it? He knew it wouldn't be cheap, and it might not even be available for purchase with points. He had only paid 100 million points as a deposit, unsure if it was enough. Yu Zhu held up 4 fingers, 40 million points. Expensive, but within an acceptable range. Lin Moyo reached for the stellar flame crystal, but Yu Zhu exclaimed, "Wait." Lin Moyo stopped. "What's wrong?" Yu Zhu explained, "This is a god sovereign level material, soaked in the Lost Star River for so long that it has gained some sentience. If you touch it directly, its flames might burn you." No wonder she had withdrawn her hand so quickly earlier. Yu Zhu handed over a glove. "This is an ice glove made by the Ice Clan. Wearing it can resist most flame damage." Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "I don't think I need it." He reached out and grabbed the stellar flame crystal. The flame crystal immediately burst into flames, burning fiercely in Lin Moyo's hand. The pavilion was instantly filled with firelight, and the temperature rose sharply. Yu Zhu's face turned pale with fright, and she instinctively shrank back. Lin Moyo, however, seemed unfazed. The flame's temperature was high, but not as high as the blue flames of the blue flame star. However, the flame contained laws, making it more damaging than the blue flames. But it was just a piece of material, and this bit of law couldn't harm Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo examined the crystal, feeling the power within, the power of a god sovereign level, and was very satisfied. Not bad, 40 million points is worth it. Chapter 1295. Chapter 1295, 1295. Chapter 1295, I hope you can grant a favor. Jade Zhu stared wide-eyed as Lin Moya's actions once again refreshed her understanding. Even a god king shouldn't be so brazen in handling the stellar river law crystal. The high temperature inside was no joke. Unless one was a god king skilled in the laws of flame, only then could one be so unrestrained. But Lin Moyo clearly wasn't. However, recalling Lin Moya's many wonders, Jade Zhu felt a sense of unsurprise. She drank her iced tea nonchalantly to cool herself down. After admiring the stellar flame crystal for a while, Lin Moyo put it back into the jade box and closed the lid. Jade Zhu pointed to the second jade box beside her. "Captain, please take a look yourself." She sipped her iced tea leisurely. Lin Moyo didn't mind and joked, "Your service isn't very good. I'll have to complain about you later." Jade Zhu's eyes widened as if enlightened. "Captain, you actually make jokes." Lin Moyo laughed but didn't respond. His mood was good, so he cracked a joke. He opened the second box, and as soon as it opened, a beam of starlight shot out from the box. The starlight exploded in the pavilion, weaving into a starry sky. Lin Moyo sensed a rich aura of the starlight laws. The starlight laws were among the most prevalent in the great world, with the most cultivators. Many variants had also evolved from the starlight laws. Some manipulated the starlight laws into weapons and shields. Others used the starlight laws for defense. Some even used the starlight laws for array formations. It was a versatile second echelon law. The starlight woven above gave Lin Moyo a sense of array formations. He judged that this material was likely related to a god sovereign skilled in array formations. Inside the jade box was a round bead covered in patterns resembling runes and array formations. Countless starlight dots flickered inside, shining intermittently. It seemed chaotic yet followed some order. Jade Zhu said, "This is a law bead condensed by a god sovereign." The Starfall god sovereign used the starlight laws to set up a grand array, continuously condensing starlight for 100 years to produce a few starlight law beads. "This one, we sought for a long time." Here, Jade Zhu suddenly stopped speaking and didn't continue. Lin Moyo could roughly guess the rest. How much? He believed that compared to the stellar flame crystal, the starlight law bead would be more expensive. After all, it took the god sovereign 100 years of effort. Jade Zhu took a sip of tea and quoted a number, 60 million points. Expensive, but still within an acceptable range. Lin Moyo nodded, okay. This price was still affordable for him. He earned points quickly, so he didn't value them much. As long as he could use points to buy what he needed, that's what mattered. Points that couldn't be spent were just numbers, not true points. Jade Zhu asked curiously, "You're not going to bargain?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "You must have bargained on my behalf." Jade Zhu's beautiful face turned slightly red as she gazed intently at Lin Moyo. "Captain, I just realized your mouth is quite sweet too." Lin Moyo reverted to his straightforward nature for the second sentence. "I'm just telling the truth." He looked up, sensing the starlight law bead. It was indeed crafted by a god sovereign array formation master, containing a hint of array formations within. He wondered what it would become after transforming into an elemental lich. Putting away the starlight law bead, Lin Moyo looked at the third jade box. Following Jade Zhu's arrangement order, the material in this third box should be better and more expensive than the previous ones. Lin Moyo opened the third box, and a pure white light illuminated the entire pavilion. Even the array formation in the pavilion couldn't block the radiance, letting much of it through. This was pure light, without a trace of impurity. It shot out like an arrow, moving at an astonishing speed, crashing around the pavilion. Jade Zhu giggled, "Captain, you need to find a way to catch it." Lin Moyo had already seen the true form of this material, a beam of pure white light, about as long as a pinky finger and slightly thicker than a strand of hair. It glowed all over and shot out the moment the jade box opened. Only the array formation prevented it from leaving the pavilion, forcing it to crash around inside. It moved at the speed of light because it was light itself. The extreme speed created the illusion that the entire pavilion was enveloped in bright light. Hearing Jeju's words, Lin Moya knew this girl had known all along and was waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Although the space wasn't large, an ordinary person would find it difficult to catch something moving at the speed of light. But it wasn't a challenge for Lin Moya. If it tried to escape outside, Lin Moya might be helpless. But in this small area, red light fell, enveloping the entire pavilion except for the small area where Jeju sat, with red light. Spell, time curse. The time curse not only targeted souls but almost everything in the world fell within its cursed range. A spell fusing 3 spells, containing the power of the time laws, instantly slowed down everything around it. It didn't need to slow down too much, just enough for Lin Moya to see and catch it. The light was also affected by the curse, with a red glow appearing on the white beam. The red glow, like fresh blood, enveloped it, following it wherever it went. Cursed, its speed slowed down. Lin Moya was prepared, pinching it between 2 fingers like a strand of hair. In the next second, the curse disappeared, and the light struggled fiercely at Lin Moya's fingertips. But no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Clap clap clap. Jeju clapped. Captain is so powerful, even able to catch this. Lin Moya said, what if I couldn't catch it? Jeju giggled. Actually, if you activated the array on the jade box, it would have obediently returned. Indeed, because of this restriction, Jeju wasn't in a hurry at all. She had originally planned to tell Lin Moya if he couldn't catch it. But unexpectedly, Lin Moya could even catch light itself. How many points? A material containing the laws of light speed, a god-sovereign level material, the price must be very high. Jeju giggled, 80 million, mainly because materials containing the light speed laws are too rare, a precious commodity, as you know, Captain. Lin Moya didn't say much and directly put the beam of light back into the jade box, activating the array to restrain it. There was still one last box. Before Lin Moya could open it, Jeju's delicate jade hand had already pressed on the box. Jeju's beautiful face seemed conflicted. Captain, I need to say something first. Lin Moya responded with a sound, go ahead. This material is a bit special. Once the jade box is opened, you can't return it. I can tell you the price first, 100 million points. If your points aren't enough, my Jade family can give it to you for free. Lin Moya looked at Jeju. In this world, how could there be such a good thing as the Jade family giving him a 100 million point material for free? He knew there must be more to it. Jeju's gaze was conflicted. Actually, the elders in my family hope you can grant them a favor. Chapter 1296. Chapter 1296, 1296. Chapter 1296, God-Sovereign Level Spiritual Material. Accepting a favor, as it sounds nice, actually means owing the Yu family a favor. Lin Moya's current strength is indeed average, but for a big family like the Yu family, there must be God-Sovereigns within the clan. There might even be beings beyond God-Sovereigns. However, in the future, no one can say how far he can grow. He might fall halfway, or he might grow all the way to become a God-Sovereign, or even surpass a God-Sovereign. The Yu family is essentially making an investment. If Lin Moya truly grows, and something happens within the Yu family, this favor will be invaluable. This is just the surface. Lin Moya thought more deeply. In a big family like the Yu family, there is likely internal competition. Saying he owes the Yu family a favor might actually mean he owes a favor to Yuju's branch of the family. Lin Moya's gaze subtly changed. He looked at Yuju with a half smile. My favor is very expensive. Lin Moya had confidence in himself, and he knew the Yu family wouldn't easily ask him to repay the favor. 1 billion points might seem like a lot, but in the end, it's just a God-Sovereign level material. If he really wanted it, he could ask Yu Kaiwo for it, and he wouldn't be unable to get it. Moreover, he didn't like the Yu family's approach. However, Yuju mentioned it before opening the box, so it didn't break his principles. If Yuju had said this after he opened the box, his relationship with the Yu family might have changed. Yuju pouted, looking a bit playful and a bit angry. I knew I couldn't hide it from the captain. I also told the elders in my family that although this item is good, they shouldn't set such conditions. Either don't sell it, or just give it directly. What is this? Lin Moya looked at Yuju's expression and said softly, actually, your elders did the right thing. Most people would accept it. 1 billion points is a huge sum for most cultivators, so most people would choose to accept it. But similarly, the Yu family wouldn't offer such a price to ordinary people. Using 1 billion points to exchange for a favor, without even a promise, what if the person turns their back on them? So for the Yu family, it's also a gamble. Lin Moya continued, maybe your elders think I won't refuse. You also said it's a good thing. Even if I don't know what's inside, just based on your words, I shouldn't refuse. But I think my favor is worth more than 1 billion points. Yuju sighed, alright, I'll take the item back then. She knew Lin Moya only had 2 billion points. After buying the first 3 items, he wouldn't have enough points left. Lin Moya shook his head, no need. Since it's a good thing, I still want it. Yuju had a discerning eye. The previous 3 items were all God-Sovereign level materials, and she hadn't said anything similar. For her to call this a good thing, it must be extraordinary. Moreover, the 1 billion points price also indicated that the item's grade was very high. Since it was already in front of him, how could he easily let it go? Lin Moya took the box from Yuju's hand. Yuju stared at him, not knowing what he meant. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and directly opened the box. A black light flew out from the box, enveloping Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt a mysterious connection with the material inside the box. The material inside the box was a metal rod, about the thickness of a finger and less than 10 centimeters long, glowing with a golden light and faintly emitting a purple glow. The purple light flowed continuously on the metal surface, like fish swimming happily in water. The entire piece of metal exuded a mysterious spirituality, feeling like a living being. At this moment, he understood why the box couldn't be returned once opened. Spiritual material, indeed it can't be returned. He quickly recalled information about spiritual materials in his mind. Spiritual material is a term for a type of material, not a specific material. It refers to materials that have developed spirituality, similar to how a magical artifact develops a spirit, greatly enhancing its value. Using spiritual materials to forge magical artifacts almost guarantees the creation of a spirit within the artifact. Once a magical artifact has a spirit, its power increases significantly. For example, the sword in Yukingro's hand, although a lower-level God King artifact, can exert the power of a high-level God King artifact. Its value is higher than Lin Moya's soul-severing sword in Battle King Tower. If a God-Sovereign level spiritual material is used to forge a God-Sovereign level artifact with a spirit, its value would be immeasurable. So, it truly is a good thing, and 1 billion points is not expensive. However, spiritual materials have a drawback. Because they possess spirituality, they will actively recognize a master. The recognition process is very simple and straightforward. Basically, the first person to touch it, or even get close to it, will be recognized as its master. The material in front of him was like this. When Lin Moya opened the box, its aura fell on him, recognizing him as its master. From now on, only Lin Moya could use it. Even if it were to be forged into a magical artifact, Lin Moya would have to do it himself. If given to someone else, it would lose its spirituality and be no different from ordinary God-Sovereign level materials. Lin Moya said softly, to obtain even spiritual materials, your Yu family is truly impressive. The rarity of spiritual materials is well known throughout the great world. God King level spiritual materials are already extremely rare, and God Sovereign level ones are even harder to come by. Unexpectedly, the Yu family managed to obtain one. Yuzhu explained, our Yu family is one of the few in the great world capable of producing spiritual materials. However, the production is very limited, especially for God Sovereign level ones, which are extremely rare. Lin Moya knew Yuzhu was right. God Sovereign level spiritual materials were indeed rare. Because of their special nature, they rarely appeared in the outside world. Whoever obtained them would keep them. Lin Moya was surprised that the Yu family could produce spiritual materials. This alone was enough to make the Yu family a prominent family among the human race. Yuzhu looked troubled. Captain, you don't want to owe the Yu family a favor, but you've opened the box. What should we do? I don't have enough points to give you. Lin Moya held the spiritual material in his hand, feeling a close connection, and said, I have enough points. Ah! Yuzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had personally handled all of Lin Moya's transactions and knew exactly how many points he had. Unless Lin Moya had a large number of points beforehand. Lin Moya explained, a few days ago, someone challenged me and made some extravagant bets, then lost some points to me. Yuzhu knew about this, but she didn't know the specifics of the bets and couldn't help but ask, how much did you win? Lin Moya said lightly, not much, just 80 million. Yuzhu was momentarily speechless, her small mouth pouting, what do you mean just 80 million? For most cultivators, 80 million points is a huge sum. Only God Sovereigns wouldn't care about 80 million. After quickly calculating in her mind, the total price of the materials was 280 million points. Lin Moya's points should be more than 280 million. Her beautiful eyes revealed joy, so, the captain's points are enough. Chapter 1297. Chapter 1297, 1297. Chapter 1297, do your best, leave the rest to fate. Lin Moya's points were naturally enough. He still had more than 190 million points on him. Counting the 100 million deposit he had already paid, Lin Moya's total points exceeded 290 million. The four materials had a total value of 280 million, and after paying, he still had 10 million points left. Yuzhu seemed very happy. Lin Moya chuckled, I don't owe your Yu family a favor anymore, so why are you happy instead? Yuzhu snorted, they are them, I am me. I just don't like calculating everything so precisely. Moreover, if I really encounter difficulties, would the captain stand by and do nothing? Remember, I am your team member, your subordinate. How can a captain ignore the life and death of his team members? Yuzhu spoke righteously, making it hard to refuse. Lin Moya smiled, some captains would let their team members be scapegoats. Yuzhu remained righteous, I don't care about other captains, but my captain wouldn't. Lin Moya smiled, let's proceed with the transaction. The process went smoothly. Lin Moya paid the remaining 180 million points and received the four materials from Yuzhu. Such private transactions do not generate any military merit rewards. After the transaction was completed, Yuzhu refilled Lin Moya's tea. Captain, now that you've used up your points, are you going to take on more missions to earn points? Lin Moya said, coming to the battlefield is all about taking on missions and completing them. These points and materials are just byproducts of the missions. Yuzhu pouted, others don't think that way. Many come to the battlefield just to earn points. After all, points are easier to earn on the battlefield than in the human star domain. Everyone has their own aspirations. Lin Moya suddenly thought of his mission, do you know where I can get intelligence? Yuzhu raised her eyebrows, what kind of intelligence does the captain need? Our trading center can trade not only goods but also intelligence. However, some intelligence is classified as military secrets, which we cannot provide. Lin Moya said, I want to know if any of the top 10 on the bounty list are on the battlefield, and if possible, their specific locations. Yu Zhu immediately understood Lin Moya's intention. Captain, are you planning to hunt them? Yes, I have a mission to complete. Lin Moya did not hide his intention. Yu Zhu thought for a moment, this kind of intelligence probably isn't readily available, and I'm not in charge of this area. I'll have to ask around. If I get any information, I'll contact you first. Lin Moya nodded, alright, I'll wait for your news. In Fortress Number 10, Zhu Kai was still sat in the void. Since he came to the Vermilion Bird battlefield, 1,000 years had passed. In these 1,000 years, Zhu Kai's main body had never left, and he had only taken action a few times. However, the high-ranking military officers on the battlefield knew that Zhu Kai actually had a clone. His clone was very special, different from ordinary clones, and somewhat similar to the demon race's clones. It was said that his clone came from the Divine City, but Zhu Kai never spoke of it, and no one dared to ask. At this moment, Zhu Kai's clone was in a not-so-tall house in Fortress Number 10. Inside the house stood more than a dozen people, all god sovereigns, elders from various fortresses, and even 2 legion commanders. On the table in the middle of the room were over 100 light clusters. Each light cluster was only the size of a fist, containing a soul. The souls had lifeless eyes and dull expressions, having lost their intelligence. However, each soul emitted a strong aura, each reaching the 3rd grade. They were once god kings, but now their bodies were destroyed, their intelligence erased, leaving them in such a state. Zhu Kai sat at the head of the table, his voice low. Does anyone have a solution? No one spoke, and everyone's faces looked grim. Zhu Kai was seen to have anticipated this answer. In fact, he knew it would be difficult to save them when he first obtained these souls. But not trying would leave him with regret. Most of these god kings were once geniuses, very intelligent. Among them were the offspring of military elders and disciples of legion commanders, essentially military personnel. The military had high hopes for them, but unfortunately, seeing that no one had a solution, Zhu Kai gently tapped the table, and all the light clusters were collected by him. I'll think of another way. Everyone looked at Zhu Kai with hopeful eyes. We'll leave it to you, Lord Guardian. They all knew Zhu Kai's extraordinary status and connections with influential figures. Perhaps he could find a solution. Just as Zhu Kai had brought these God King souls back from the ancient tomb, something they couldn't have done. They speculated that it wasn't Zhu Kai who did it but some influential figure. If Zhu Kai could have done it, he would have done it long ago, not waited until now. After everyone left, only Ku Yuanjun and Bai Qishan remained. Among the over 100 souls, there were Ku Yuanjun's disciple and Bai Qishan's only son. Bai Qishan respectfully saluted Zhu Kai. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Zhu Kai waved his hand. It wasn't me who did it, no need to thank me. Ku Yuanjun asked, Lord, is there really a way? That influential figure. He didn't finish his sentence. As a legion commander, he knew some information. Such influential figures couldn't act casually and seemed to have many restrictions. Zhu Kai said, don't ask. I'll think of a way. If they can't be saved, don't be too sad. Life and death are part of the great world, and people die every day. You understand this. Bai Qishan sighed, if they can't be saved, it's their fate. Ku Yuanjun also sighed, saluting Zhu Kai. Thank you for your trouble, Lord. Zhu Kai waved them away. In the empty room, Zhu Kai sighed deeply. Human effort has its limits. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. As his voice fell, Zhu Kai's figure disappeared from the room. Lin Moya returned to the training ground and rented a cultivation chamber. This time, he planned to summon the elemental lich. With the 4 materials, he could summon 4 elemental liches. He already had a flame elemental lich, but its combat power was insufficient, so he rarely used it. The same problem applied to the water and lightning elemental liches, making them awkward to use. Only the light speed elemental lich was still in use. Its light speed law aura allowed Lin Moya to reach a speed of 30,000 km per second, 1/10 the speed of light. But as Lin Moya's strength continued to grow, this speed would soon be insufficient. Once Lin Moya reached the God King realm, the speed of his undead wings would exceed 30,000 km per second. At that point, the light speed law aura would be officially obsolete. This was the limitation of the elemental lich, requiring constant new materials for growth. Without high-level materials, they couldn't evolve and would gradually fall behind. Another reason was Lin Moya's rapid strength growth. If his growth were slower, the elemental liches could still shine. Opening the first box, a burst of flame shot out, rapidly increasing the temperature in the cultivation chamber. Within the flames was a fiery red stellar flame crystal, crystal clear. A flame elemental lich appeared beside Lin Moya. Chapter 1298. Chapter 1298, 1298. Chapter 1298, Lich Advancement. The secret chamber is about to explode. The attributes of the flame lich naturally appeared in Lin Moya's mind. Flame Law Lich. Grade, high. Growth limit, none. Flame Law Aura. The aura will cover all members of the undead army. Each attack will carry the power of the Flame Law, and all enemies will suffer the burning of the Flame Law. This lich was summoned using the Law Divine Flower, possessing combat power equivalent to the 7th to 8th stage of a true god. Unfortunately, the enemies Lin Moya faced later were mostly at the peak of the true god stage or even at the God King realm. It was not even considered icing on the cake, at most used to scare enemies, with little practical use. But it had an advantage, it was based on the Law Divine Flower. The Law Divine Flower is a magical material, possibly not of high grade, but with unlimited growth potential. Therefore, the Flame Lich summoned using it was also called the Law Lich. Its grade was high, and it had no growth limit. The Flame Law Lich quietly stayed by Lin Moya's side, waiting for his command. Its gem-like flame eyes stared unblinkingly at the stellar flame crystal in the box. Its instinct told it that this item was useful to it, but without Lin Moya's command, it would not take any action. Whether it was a skeleton or an elemental lich, Lin Moya's command was always the first priority. Lin Moya picked up the stellar flame crystal. Take it. The flame law lich received Lin Moya's command and immediately reached out to take the stellar flame crystal. It opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal, and its entire body burst into flames instantly. Flames surged and burned violently in the cultivation chamber. The not-so-large space turned into a sea of fire. The array in the chamber emitted a strong light, firmly protecting the chamber from being destroyed by the flames. The chamber was made of special materials, extremely sturdy, and with the array's protection, it could withstand the impact of God King level power. Of course, if a high-level God King attacked with full force, it could still shatter the chamber. The Flame Law Lich's aura continuously grew stronger as it absorbed the vast energy from the stellar flame crystal, beginning to evolve and advance. Lin Moya watched with curiosity, wondering how much the Flame Law Lich could grow after absorbing the God Sovereign level material. The Law Divine Flower brought a high grade and unlimited growth potential. The rest depended on luck. God Sovereign level materials had a characteristic: the laws they contained had reached a perfect level. This was one of the differences between a God King and a God Sovereign, and it applied to materials as well. A God Sovereign had mastered a certain law to 100%, fully integrating the law into themselves and their soul, reaching perfection. Under the protection of the law, the soul could roam freely in the Law Star River. God Sovereign level materials also meant that the laws they contained had reached this level. Lin Moya even wondered if the Elemental Law Lich could directly reach the God Sovereign realm. If that were the case, he could walk sideways. No God King would be his match. If there were enemies, he could burn them with fire. But he knew this was just wishful thinking, almost impossible. The gap between the God King realm and the God Sovereign realm was not easily crossed. The Lich's aura continued to rise, and the flames grew stronger. Through the firelight, the wall displayed the intensity of the attacks it was enduring. God King 3rd stage, 4th stage, 5th stage. The array began to creak, and the entire chamber trembled, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure. Lin Moya watched the Elemental Lich, knowing its advancement was not yet complete. At this rate, the cultivation chamber would definitely not hold. But the Lich was at a critical stage of advancement and could not be disturbed. I underestimated the God Sovereign level material. Lin Moya regretted choosing the cultivation chamber for the advancement. He should have found an empty void, where he wouldn't have to worry about such concerns. But it was too late to think about that. Now the key was to handle the current situation. The next second, he left the fiery chamber. As the chamber door opened, flames shot out, instantly turning the training ground red. Flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight into the sky. Many people in the training ground saw the flames and were surprised. They could feel the astonishing power within the flames, belonging to the God King realm. Lin Moya rushed out of the cultivation chamber, closed the door, and flew directly above the training ground, shouting below, "Everyone, leave this place." People heard Lin Moya's words, but few left. Instead, they curiously watched him. It's Lin Moya. The number one on both the combat power and potential lists, Lin Moya. What's he doing? Why does he want us to leave? I don't know, but he seems anxious. Lin Moya was indeed anxious. The cultivation chamber was rumbling and could explode at any moment. If it did, the flames at least at the 7th stage of the God King realm would sweep through the area, causing death or injury to everyone present. Lin Moya wanted to summon skeletons to forcefully move them. Moreover, if the cultivation chamber exploded, the extent of the impact was unpredictable, even for Lin Moya. Lin Moya took a deep breath and shouted again, "Leave now, it's dangerous here." Finally, some people heeded his warning and quickly retreated, but only 1,000 meters away, which was not safe. More people stayed where they were, not leaving. Lin Moya's voice turned cold. "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." His words provoked some to retort. "Do you think being number one on the lists makes you special? Who are you to order us? Do you want to kill us? I'm standing right here, dare to touch me. Is he serious? Maybe we should leave." Reactions varied, but few actually left. An elderly man in military uniform appeared beside Lin Moya, his voice stern. "What's happening?" Lin Moya's eyes lit up with joy. It was Mirong Beifang, one of the elders of Fortress Number 1, a God Sovereign level powerhouse. With him here, everything should be fine. Lin Moya quickly explained the situation in the cultivation chamber. Mirong Beifang's expression changed as he sensed the abnormality in the chamber. The power has reached the 7th stage of the God King realm. The array in the chamber can't withstand it and could explode at any moment. He shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, retreat 10,000 meters." No one dared to disobey the elder's command, and they quickly retreated. Mirong Beifang's sharp gaze swept over the other cultivation chambers. Other chambers will also be affected. At least 100 chambers will be destroyed. There were over 1,000 cultivation chambers, neatly arranged like a military formation. Lin Moya's chamber was in the middle. The array in the cultivation chamber was designed to protect from within, not from external attacks. Destroying it from the outside was much easier. Most chambers were occupied by people in closed-door training. If they were caught off guard, they could be severely injured or killed. Lin Moya looked at Mirong Beifang, thinking, "What will you do?" Mirong Beifang was indeed thinking of a solution, his face serious. The cultivation chamber began to rumble. Lin Moya sensed that his elemental lich had reached the 8th stage of the God King realm. The chamber could no longer hold and was about to explode. Mirong Beifang said in a deep voice, "I'll use the law to suppress the power inside the chamber." Chapter 1299. Chapter 1299, 1299. Chapter 1299, Invincible in the God King Realm? Lin Moya felt that Mirong Beifang's approach was inappropriate. Using the power of a god sovereign to suppress the elemental lich was naturally not a problem. However, suppressing its power would also affect the elemental lich's growth. It was highly likely that the elemental lich would not be able to grow to its optimal state. Lin Moya instinctively did not want this to happen, but he had no other solution. At this moment, the elemental lich was in a special state, unable to move or leave. Overall, it was his own choice that was flawed. He underestimated the god sovereign material and overestimated the cultivation chamber. The chamber was said to withstand attacks from the God King realm, but it wasn't specified that it could only withstand for a short time, not indefinitely. Now, he had no reason to stop Mirong Beifang. Just as Mirong Beifang was about to take action, a dignified voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Leave it to me." Mirong Beifang turned to see Zhu Kaiwa suddenly appear. "Guardian." Mirong Beifang was startled and immediately saluted respectfully. Zhu Kaiwa waved his hand and looked at Lin Moya. "Kid, you're quite capable." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Not as capable as you." Zhu Kaiwa snorted, pressing his palm down gently. Boundless laws came from all directions, forming massive walls of laws that surrounded the cultivation chamber. The walls of laws were almost tangible, instantly enveloping the cultivation chamber. Lin Moya saw an array appear in the void, covering the entire cultivation area. Zhu Kaiwa's laws were like unparalleled sharp blades, piercing through the array and directly nailing it inside. It looked simple, but it wasn't. The array connected the cultivation chambers into a whole, providing strong defense. Zhu Kaiwa's laws directly broke through the array's defense. Mirong Beifang could achieve a similar effect, but his power wasn't as strong as Zhu Kaiwa's and would be blocked by the array, possibly needing to destroy it first. Zhu Kaiwa could ignore the array and directly penetrate its protection. This was the fundamental difference between the two. Zhu Kaiwa glanced at Mirong Beifang. "You can leave now." Mirong Beifang understood and immediately retreated. Lin Moya thanked Zhu Kaiwa. "Thank you, senior." Zhu Kaiwa snorted. "Be more careful in the future." "I understand." Lin Moya didn't argue. This time, it was indeed his mistake. If the cultivation chamber exploded, there would be many casualties. Now, with Zhu Kaiwa's laws enveloping it, there would be no problems. Lin Moya sensed the increasingly violent power of the elemental lich and asked, "Senior, did you come specifically to find me?" Zhu Kaiwa glanced at Lin Moya, "Overconfident, aren't you?" Lin Moya smiled slightly, not answering. He knew that Zhu Kaiwa wouldn't come to Fortress Number 1 without a reason. Since he was here, it was likely to find him. Zhu Kaiwa looked at the cultivation chamber that was about to explode. "You're a smart person, how could you make such a mistake?" Lin Moya laughed. "The God Sovereign material is too powerful, I didn't expect it. How many points does a cultivation chamber cost? I can compensate." Zhu Kaiwa laughed. "Aren't you afraid I'll ask for a sky-high price?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Your character is trustworthy." Zhu Kaiwa said, "Help me with something later, and we'll call it even for the damage here." Lin Moya smoothly agreed. "Thank you, senior." Boom. The cultivation chamber finally couldn't withstand it and exploded. The chamber became a powder keg, and the compressed flames burst out instantly. The laws only enveloped the surroundings, not the sky. Under Zhu Kaiwa's laws, the flames had nowhere to go but up. The flames shot into the sky, spreading hundreds of kilometers, forming a massive pillar of fire that lingered for a long time. Zhu Kaiwa joked, "Not bad, almost reached the peak of the God King realm." Lin Moya was satisfied with the power but remained humble in front of Zhu Kaiwa, "Still far from your level." Zhu Kaiwa said, "I remember you used this spell before, but its power wasn't great." Lin Moya had used it in the Stellar Fire Essence area, with Zhu Kaiwa observing many of his spells. The elemental lich wasn't very useful, but it had been used. Especially the light-speed law lich, which Lin Moya used most frequently, was familiar to Zhu Kaiwa. Lin Moya said, "This is a spell of mine that can summon corresponding liches using elemental materials. This time, I used a stellar law crystal to summon a flame law lich." He didn't elaborate, knowing Zhu Kaiwa wouldn't ask further. Zhu Kaiwa indeed didn't ask, calmly saying, "It seems you're invincible in the God King realm now." Lin Moya shook his head. "Not necessarily. I know some peak God King experts who can challenge God sovereigns. Against such experts, I would likely lose." Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. "At least you have some self-awareness." Actually, between the peak God King and God Sovereign realms, there's an unofficial small realm. Lin Moya hadn't heard of it and immediately asked, "Please enlighten me, senior." Zhu Kaiwa didn't hide it. That realm is called the Small God Sovereign Realm. It's stronger than a God King but weaker than a true God Sovereign. A true God Sovereign has perfected their laws, with their soul wrapped in laws, able to enter the Lost Star River and manipulate its power at will. A small God Sovereign has also perfected their laws but hasn't fully wrapped their soul in them, unable to enter the Lost Star River or manipulate its power. Other than that, there's no difference. But a small God Sovereign is still much stronger than a God King. No matter how strong you are, if you haven't reached that level, you'll still fall short. Lin Moya understood Zhu Kaiwa's subtle message. The Small God Sovereign Realm wasn't an official realm but an unwritten one created by cultivators. Those who reached the Small God Sovereign Realm were certain to become God Sovereigns. They had already walked the path to becoming a God Sovereign, standing at its door. When the time came, the door would naturally open, and they would just need to step through. Yes, a small God Sovereign only lacked time to become a true God Sovereign. So, although they weren't true God Sovereigns, they were stronger than any God King. However, Lin Moyo had his own thoughts. If his undead army reached the 9th stage of the God King realm, it might be enough to crush any small God Sovereign. Although there was a power level difference, it wasn't enough to ignore quantity. The flames gradually subsided, and the Flame Law Lich came into view. The Flame Law Lich looked like a mass of flames, a humanoid flame. It had no real body, entirely composed of flame laws, with a shape that could vary in size. It could shrink to the size of a fist or expand infinitely. As long as it had enough power, it could even cover an entire galaxy. It exuded a massive aura, at the 9th stage of the God King realm. Because it used God Sovereign level materials, its flame laws were already perfected. However, due to other reasons, it hadn't stepped into the God Sovereign realm. Lin Moya didn't immediately check the Flame Law Lich's attributes but put it away and said to Zhu Kaiwu, "Senior, what do you need me to do?" Chapter 1300. Chapter 1300, 1300. Chapter 1300, alright, you speak, I act. The Flame Law Lich had already fully grown. Its attributes would neither increase nor decrease, so Lin Moya was not in a hurry to check them. Instead, he focused on Zhu Kaiwa's arrival, knowing there must be a reason. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "Follow me." Following him, they flew away from the Star Fortress, then jumped into a warship, and after several jumps, they arrived in a nameless void. It was silent and empty here. But Lin Moya knew that this place was not far from the Star Fortress and was still within its monitoring range. He could even sense a faint trace of the Human Emperor Network's aura, although it was very weak. In fact, he should have chosen such a nameless void to summon the Elemental Lich earlier, instead of the cultivation chamber. It was really a foolish mistake. Lin Moya once again warned himself to be cautious. Even the smartest people can make mistakes sometimes. No one is perfect, and he is just an ordinary person. While Lin Moya was constantly warning himself, Zhu Kaiwa produced a ball of light in his hand. The light ball dispersed, splitting into hundreds, scattering around. The light balls floated up and down around Lin Moya, suspended in midair, like bubbles slowly drifting. Lin Moya saw that each light ball contained a soulless spirit. "These are the souls from the cemetery," Zhu Kaiwa nodded. "Yes." Lin Moya's gaze swept over these souls, feeling slightly surprised. He was very familiar with the situation in the cemetery. Even Zhu Kaiwa probably didn't have the ability to bring these souls out. If Zhu Kaiwa had this ability, he would have acted long ago, not waited until now. This indicated that a more powerful being had intervened. If he guessed correctly, it was the mysterious person he had seen in the black hole earlier. He was astonished by the mysterious person's power, able to ignore the laws of the cemetery and bring these souls back. It was likely that the mysterious person had also seen the reviving skeleton general. The outcome of their encounter was unknown. Zhu Kaiwa asked, "Do you know why I sought you out?" Lin Moya chuckled, "Am I that stupid?" If he still didn't know why he was sought out by now, he would indeed be too foolish. His ability to heal soul injuries was no secret. Although not many people knew, Zhu Kaiwa was one of them. It was simply to see if he could restore these God King souls. As long as the souls could be restored, reshaping their bodies would not be difficult for someone like Zhu Kaiwa. Soul injuries and erased intelligence are different. "I can only try." Lin Moya didn't make any promises. The two are indeed different, and he couldn't be sure he could restore them. Zhu Kaiwa didn't have high hopes either. "Do your best." Lin Moya's gaze swept over the many souls, finally choosing a relatively strong one. Lin Moya didn't know the person's identity, which was now irrelevant. He chose the soul because it was strong enough, with a quality reaching the peak of the 3rd grade. The stronger the soul, the higher the chance of recovery. White light emanated from his fingertips, and the undying laws almost entirely converted into the power of life, spreading like countless threads, gently probing into the light ball, wrapping around the soul. The gentle power of life slowly flowed out, entering the soul. Lin Moya carefully sensed the soul through the laws. He was very cautious. Without the protection of a body or the wrapping of laws, the soul was very fragile. He feared that a single mistake could destroy the soul. But gradually, Lin Moya's brows furrowed. The power of life could heal various injuries, whether physical or spiritual. But the soul before him was not injured. At the same time, Lin Moya sensed that the laws within the soul had disappeared. At the God King level, laws begin to intertwine with the soul, merging together. Ultimately, at the God Sovereign level, the soul will be completely wrapped in laws, both inside and out. Only then can the soul enter the Law Star River. But the soul before him had no trace of laws. Although the soul still emitted the aura of a God King, the laws, like its intelligence, had been erased. After a while, Lin Moya withdrew his laws. Zhu Kaiwo asked, "How is it?" Lin Moya shook his head, "No way. The soul itself is not injured, so my laws are useless." Zhu Kaiwa seemed to have expected this result. The power of rules is indeed troublesome. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time he had heard of the power of rules. What is the power of rules? Is it a higher power than laws, a more advanced power? Is it a high-level power that can only be mastered after surpassing the God Sovereign level? However, Zhu Kaiwa didn't continue on this topic. He changed the subject. "Although I expected this outcome, it's still a pity. These people were all smart kids. We once had high hopes for them. What a pity." Lin Moya's hand emitted a pure white light, and a light ball appeared after a few seconds. The light ball was composed of the power of life, similar to the one he had given to Hirengzing, but not as condensed. Lin Moya guided a soul into the light ball. The light ball rippled like water, and the soulless spirit showed a comfortable expression. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes lit up, seeing a glimmer of hope. A soulless spirit should not have any expression. They are like vegetative people, manipulated by the rules in the cemetery, performing repetitive tasks. No joy, no sorrow, no pain, no pleasure. But now, it showed a comfortable expression, indicating it had feelings. What's going on? Zhu Kaiwu looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moya said, I just tried. If I use the power of life to nurture them for a long time, maybe there's hope for their recovery. It seems promising, but I can't be sure if the reaction was instinctual or truly effective. Zhu Kaiwu said softly, try a few more times. Lin Moya nodded and began to condense more light balls. He condensed 10 more light balls and placed 10 souls into them. Without exception, each soul showed a comfortable expression upon entering the light ball. But that was all. Lin Moya said, I still can't be sure if it's effective. Even if it is, it will likely take a long time. Zhu Kaiwu pondered for a moment, having hope is better than none. Let's try it first. Alright, you speak, I act, Lin Moya said, but he didn't immediately start. Zhu Kaiwu glared at him, you brat, you won't be short of benefits. Lin Moya chuckled, you're overthinking. I was just thinking about how to make it more convenient. Zhu Kaiwu snorted, really, I'm overthinking. Of course, if you really want to give me some benefits, I wouldn't mind. After all, with your status, even a little bit is a great fortune for me. Lin Moya spoke flatteringly, reminiscent of his interactions with Antares. He was just a man of few words, not someone who couldn't speak. Zhu Kaiwu understood, stop talking nonsense and get to work. Alright. The pure white light grew stronger, almost filling the small space inside the warship. A giant light ball, over 5 meters in diameter, was gradually forming in front of Lin Moyo. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.